Well, hello everybody, and welcome along to the Temple of Speed at Monza for round number 3 of the 24-hour series European Championship, and it's part 1 of this fantastic 12 hours, the Hankook 12 hours of Monza. It is part of the European Championship, as I say. We started off at Mugello back in March, before we then headed last time out to Spa-Francorchamps with the mixed conditions that we had back there in May, and it was a real challenge for the drivers and teams to be able to cope with those conditions. Tomorrow it is the 12 hours of Monza. Next time out we head on over to Portugal and Estoril before the final round of the championship at Barcelona, at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, in September, and well, that is going to be a real treat for us all here. So but that's what we've got coming up here in this series so far. But what we will do now is take you down to the grid, and let's hear from Peter Mackay.
For 101 years, drivers have lined up on this very grid, ready to go racing. And here at Monza this weekend, we have 12 hours of motor racing action today for you. 6.5 hours today and 5.5 hours tomorrow. Today, it's all about staying on the lead lap and staying out of trouble. Let's go and see if we can have a chat with our pole sitter. Herbert Porsche, they've just arrived on the grid with Robert Renauer, who's brought the car to the grid. Or is it Alfred? Because they're two twin brothers. It's Alfred, and you would get that wrong as well. We'll see if we can get a chat with Alfred in just a moment. This beautiful black and gold pinstriped Porsche 992 GT3R took pole position at the very last moment in qualifying yesterday. Alfred, a very good morning to you. How are you feeling ready for the start of this race?
Good morning. Think we're ready for a good race today and tomorrow. But it's 12 hours. And let's see how we can finish this race.
And you obviously in this class you've got a balance of drivers. You've got yourself and your brother Robert, who are very, very fast. What's your strategy for drivers? Who are you putting in and when today?
I think the best for us is that we have 4 good drivers, and we are really next to each other, so it's not a big gap between us. Makes it a bit easier for strategy.
And to stay in the lead lap today, what's going to be the secret to do that? Is that what you're thinking about, or is there a different strategy in there?
First of all, we just, I think we need to take care of the tires, especially in the first 2 stints, to see how the derogation of the tire is, that we don't get a puncture. This is the most important, because otherwise you lose so much time at the pit stop. And yeah, I think this is the goal for the complete race.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So Alfred Renauer on pole position there in the Herbert Porsche. And they'll be alongside Haas Racing Team in their Audi. They were on pole at Spa, and they were on pole in just the very last moment yesterday, where they just got pipped at the post in their beautiful Audi R8 LMS GT3, and running under the flag of Antigua. Let's keep moving and see who else we can have a chat with. Let's chat with CP Racing, if we can, because Seb can make his way through. It's a busy grid here at Monza. So it looks like Charles Espenlaub is going to start the CP Racing car, but let's see who we can get a chat with as well. See, I wanted to have a chat with Shane Lewis. Shane, can we grab a quick word?
Of course.
So CP Racing
So
now.
it's important that he's focusing on the grid girl, which is way better than us, just so you know.
Well, I think you should be focusing on your sideburns, because we've been talking about how good your sideburns are. How many tenths of a second do you think those sideburns are worth?
Well, you know, a couple of years ago when they weren't as gray, they were even faster. So now they're worth a couple tenths. Yeah.
Well, Jackie Stewart, he had great sideburns. He won here. So did Emerson Fittipaldi. So are you going to make it 3?
Well, I think that'll be a good way I like the way you look at this. I don't think I could ever get them that big, but we'll make it 3, sure. Yeah.
So who have we got in the start here for the? Is it Charles Espenlaub going in first here?
Oh yeah, he does such a great job on the starts here for us that we really wouldn't want to rely on anybody else. He's out there, he does a super job on the starts, and then our job is just to bring it home from there.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Shane Lewis from CP Racing there. Team owner Charlie Putman as well. Good luck, guys. Keep going down the grid. So we've got the Kirchhoff Group car. And let's see, I'm going to go and speak to our Spanish team, E2P Racing, who are running this beautiful Porsche 991 GT3R. Let's see if we can speak to Antonio Siniero. Antonio, can we grab a quick chat? Is that all right? Well, we talked yesterday, and you were delighted to be here at Monza. It's race day. How are the nerves today?
Well, the nerves are quite. I'm quite nervous, but that's the feeling of every weekend, so that's normal.
You don't look nervous at all. You look very relaxed, so you can pretend at least.
I think because it's part of of racing, so I'm quite nervous, but it's part of it.
So, are you getting in for the start of the race?
Yes. Yes.
What's the plan?
I don't know. I don't know what's the plan, but I'm gonna try to do my best, and that's it. And let's race.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Antonio Siniero with the E2P Racing. Now, if Seb can, the team were desperate to get in on that interview there as well. This is my favourite part of the car. On the back of the 911 GT3R, it has "I am speed." The great Lightning McQueen. That was his catchphrase, or was it Kachow? It was one of the two. It was one of the two. Now, this team here, Toro Racing, they're having a brilliant time. They're our pole sitter in the 992 class. And getting a bit of a team photograph at the moment. We'll see if we can grab Adam Christodoulou for a quick chat. Adam, a very good morning to you. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, good. Obviously starting in the best position. Martin's going first, and yeah, we've got a plan for the race. So we just need to make sure we stay out of trouble for turn one. And then I think the rest is just about, just putting in quick times and making sure everything goes well.
And these 992 Cup cars, they've got great pace down the straightaway. Here at Monza, that's a pretty handy thing to have. Do you think you can mix it up there overall with these GT3 cars?
It's definitely a possibility. So yeah, top speed, actually the Cup cars are faster just because they've got a bit less aero. The power's a little less, but they're just a bit more slippy at top speed. The thing is the GT3s brake, I don't know, 10 meters later. So it's one of those, you don't really want to be fighting with them. But during the race, I guess, any advantage that you can get, you're going to try and take.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
So Adam Christodoulou there for Toro Racing, a team from China who are leading. They're dominating the Carrera Cup Asia at the moment. So we've got a couple more minutes before we go to our track map. And let's have a look then. Who else have we got we can have a quick chat to as well? The Red Camels team. Red Camels Jordans, an absolute stalwart in the Creventic 24H series. Let's see who we can have a chat to. Let's speak to Ivo Breukers. Ivo, how are you feeling this morning?
Nervous, of course. Huh? We don't know what we haven't put a new setup on the car. We haven't tested it yet, and hope to survive the first part.
Now, given here that you're looking very relaxed in your t-shirt and your nice shades, I guess you don't have to worry about taking the start.
No, that's correct. Luke will take the start, so which is different from the other races we do. Normally, Rick takes the start. But we decided to have the a relaxed approach and see where we end up.
And with your wonderful open face helmet, which I'm a big fan of, you can have these wonderful Ray-Bans on in the car.
Yeah, but I think now we don't need them. We don't need them, I think. So that's okay.
Good luck for the race.
Thank you very much.
So Red Camels Jordan's new setup on the car. How will that go for them? Making our way further down the grid. Of course, we've got a big field of GTs here, split between GT3 cars, 992 Cups, and one or two GTX machines, which are more of a kind of experimental category. We do have right at the back the 9 und 11 team, who they have actually fixed their car overnight. We'll try and get all the way down to the back of the grid where they're starting after missing qualifying yesterday. But let's see if we can speak to our TCE pole sitters. Jonas Holmgaard. Jonas, very good morning to you. How are you feeling on TCE pole position? You ready for this one?
I hope so. We have a lot of fast cars behind us, so we will see.
That qualifying session yesterday was so exciting for us to watch. You guys looked like you were having a great time in the pit box as well. What's the atmosphere like in the team? How are you feeling for this battle with these GT4 cars?
That was a pole, for sure. We don't expect that at all. So when they pull it off and make it first, it was pretty amazing.
So for this TCR car, what is going to be the secret? Is it going to be tire management? Is it going to be the pace? What is it all about?
Stay as long out as possible. Keep the tires, keep the fuel, the brakes, and we'll see tomorrow.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So we'll head up to Paul Smith in the commentary books, who's going to take you through our track map.
Well, here we are then at Monza. This historic venue opened in 1922 in the Royal Villa of Monza. It is a 3.79 kilometre track, and we start down that start and finish straight down towards the Rettifilio at the first corner. That's a really tricky chicane to get right because you come in at such a high speed. Get on the brakes as hard as you can to make it into that tight right, 45 kilometres an hour through the left, and then you're back on the throttle. The exit out of all of these corners is crucial around this historic venue. Through Curva Grande then and heading in towards the Della Roggia. The second chicane here at this track, 247 kilometres an hour before they hit the brakes once again, down to 68 kilometres an hour, through the left, through the right, into the Lesmos, 1 and 2. Brilliant section of the track. You can really pick up a lot of time through here. You've got to hook up those corners, and Lesmo 2, the exit that corner, again, vitally important. You go through the left kink, down underneath the old oval circuit here, and then into the braking stone for the Ascari chicane. It's a left, right, left. Tricky part of the track. You've got to get the car over the inside curbs to get the best run out of there. And then you're carrying that speed all the way down that back straight, heading towards the Curva Alboreto. Final corner, and that then takes you onto the start and finish straight. It really is a challenge for these drivers out there. It is, as I've said, a historic venue for this particular race today. 11 turns. And my goodness, what a challenge that these drivers will be facing. But slipstream is going to be a big part of this race, not only for gaining position, but for also conserving fuel in this one, to keep that strategy on key and then get themselves the best possible result from this race here. And well, we will head back down then to the grid, and our reporter, Peter Mackay, is there waiting for us now.
Yeah, I'm down here at one of the teams with a real spirit behind them, the Willie Motorsport by Ebby Motors team Porsche 992 Cup. Now, this team got on the podium in the 24 Hours of Sebring in a 991 Cup car. I'm down here with Sergio Nicolai. Sergio, your team have had a difficult 24 hours. Just take us through that journey and getting to here to the grid.
Yes, they had a long night. They stayed to repair the car. They did an amazing job. I thank you to all of them. They did an amazing job, and now we want to fight for the win. I hope Fabrizio will be ready for Estoril. Now it's not ready because of the accident, but we hope he will be well for the Estoril, and we can still fight for the championship.
That's brilliant to hear, and hopefully he's being well looked after in the box by all of the team. Are you bringing him lots of cups of coffee and keeping him well?
Yes, he's in the box. He's with us. He will remain with us. He's the spirit of the team.
So for today, you're starting quite far back in the grid, but you guys are super fast. You must be looking still for that class win in a race as long as this.
Yeah, the race is long. Today, the objective is to stay on the same lap with the first, and then tomorrow we will see what we can do.
It's fantastic you're here on the grid. Good luck for the race.
Thank you very much.
So Sergio Nicolai there for Willie Motorsport by Ebby Motors. Certainly a very colourful car, that's for sure. Multicoloured as well. Be Sabino De Castro taking the start of the race. Now, unfortunately, the Otterlanda Porsche GT4 has not made its way to the grid, unfortunately. I think they had an engine issue yesterday, but one car that has had its issues is this car here, the 911 GTX car. This is a 911 MR Cup car as well. So we see if, is Jürgen around? Where's Jürgen, who I spoke to yesterday? Is he here? Is he here? He's not, he's hiding. Well, this is, why don't we start to our starting driver. Starting driver, introduce yourself to our listeners and viewers.
Yeah, my name is Leonard Oehme, and I'm driving for 9 and 11 Racing in the Porsche GT3 Cup MR.
Tell us a little bit about the journey your team have gone through, because the car was in pieces during qualifying yesterday as well. There was talk of overnight parts coming in. Tell us about that.
Yeah, like we had problems yesterday starting that the engine doesn't want to work. So the team did a great job overnight and fixed the car. They woke up in the morning at I think 4 a.m. and at 8 a.m. the car was ready to go. So unfortunately I didn't get to drive any laps yesterday. So yeah, this is going to be my first lap here at Monza.
Well, we wish you the best of luck with that. You have the spirit of Tony the Tiger. Tony the Tiger on the steering wheel. He's going to give you the power to do it.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So 9 and 11, a team of proper enthusiasts and a beautiful car. The car looks fantastic in the shade of green. I have to say, I do like my Porsche colour charts, but I think, is it Highland Green? Highland Green? No, not Highland Green. Close enough, close enough. So drivers starting to get installed in the grid now as well. So we'll be getting ushered off as well. Almost ready for the 6.5 hours here today and 5.5 hours tomorrow as well. Today really is all about staying on the lead lap and when the field is, it's not reset tomorrow, we start in the same order, but we start on a grid tomorrow as well. So very exciting indeed, and can't wait for this one. And throw back to Paul up in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Peter, for that insightful talk there from the grid. Peter will now be rushing his way up to the commentary box here to get himself in position on commentary. It is Paul Smith along with Peter Mackay, and Lewis McGlade will be our pit reporter for today. And, well, the drivers, they're getting themselves all set, as Peter said, into the cars. And let's then have a quick run through of the starting grid. Starting with GT, and it is pole position for the Herbert Motorsports 911 GT3R. They were able to just pip the Haas RT team to pole position at the very end of qualifying to take that pole position. Second row of the grid for CP Racing in their Mercedes AMG GT3. Alongside them is the BMW Italia Cecotto Racing outfit there with their BMW M4. Row number 3, Land Motorsports in the next Audi on the grid, the R8 with their outfits. Shearer Sport PHX are alongside them on that third row of the grid. Fourth row up, E2P Racing, the Spanish outfit. They are there with their Porsche 911 GT3R. We heard from them on the grid with Peter. And Kessel Racing in the first appearance of the Ferrari 296 GT3 here in the Creventic 24-hour series. So be intriguing to see how they go out there today in this grid. Row number 5 then, it is the first of your Porsche 992 class. It is the Toro Racing by HRT Performance. They are going to be starting with Tony Z in the car. Then it's Neuhofer Rennsport, and alongside them on row number 5, Felix Neuhofer is going to be starting with them. Row number 6, Red Ant Racing. Yannick Redant is going to be in the car for them, and alongside them is one of our GTX class cars. It's the RD Signs outfit with their Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Then row number 7, Red Camel, Jordans.nl. They're going to be starting with Luke Breukers, as we heard. They are looking forward to this one. Alongside them is S1 Racing. The Estonian outfit Axel Ryman will be starting for them in their car. RBM Racing with Nicholas Jonsson then are going to be starting from row number 8, and alongside them Q1 Track Racing with a driver behind the wheel who knows a thing or two about Monza, holding the current lap record around here. It is, of course, Rubens Barrichello starting for them. HRT Performance then on row number 9 with Stefano Monaco behind the wheel, the Swiss driver. Rabadan Motorsport by HRT Performance, then alongside them on row number 5 with Christopher Zockling in behind the wheel. Then we get the Vortex V8, a car that I've been looking forward to seeing all weekend because that is a spectacular vehicle and it certainly does make a great noise. Alongside them is the first of our GT4s on row number 10, that's Atlas BX Motorsports. Bagheera Racing, ZM Racing should I say, sorry. They're on row number 11 with Team ACP Tangerine Associates. Catsby Jones is going to be taking the wheel there. William Motorsport by EB Motors is rounding then out on row number 12 with Autolando Sport. We heard on the grid there that they are not actually on the grid, so they have not taken the start with the rest of the field here today. 9 and 11 Elf Racing, they do take the start after missing all of qualifying. The car, the back of the car was in pieces. We heard there, it got fixed in the early hours of the morning, and they are themselves ready for the start of this race. So that is the cars for GT. The starting grid for TCE. There's one car. It's the Home Guard Motorsport TCR. Martin Vidal is going to be starting for them in that Leon, the Cupra Leon car. He'll be starting for them in that TCR. And it's been a real giant killing for them because they actually qualified ahead of our GT4s. Now, if you've not heard, this week, for this round of the championship, the Creventic 24-hour series, they've decided for the GT4s and the TCRs, let's give them a little bit of extra added encouragement to keep on racing, to keep in the races here today and tomorrow, because they've grouped those two together to make a GTTC outfit. And there's going to be no trophies. It's just purely to see how those cars get on with each other. That TCR car, it has been given a weight reduction of 45 kilos, which means that they'll be a lot better out there compared to what they normally are with their balance of performance. They've also got freedom of ride height as well on that TCR, so they've got the opportunity to set the car up how they like. But 1 minute to the start of the formation lap. We get one lap around this venue here at Monza. As I said, 5.79 kilometres in length. Cars starting up the engines. The grid now clearing of the last of those mechanics. And we'll be getting ourselves set for the opening of this race here today. It's two parts. It's this 12-hour, this Hankook 12 hours of Monza, 6.5 hours today, 5.5 hours tomorrow. And we'll be able to see how they get on here. Pleasure to have you all along here watching this and listening to us as well, right across the radio show partners and across the network then. We are going to be getting ourselves set for the formation lap. The green flag is waved. The drivers pull away then for the start of the formation lap. The drivers driving past the trophy that they can win here today for this, they can win this week, should I say, for this Hankook 12 hours of Monza. Drivers weaving, trying to get as much temperature into their tyres, getting the brakes up to temperature as well. 22 degrees Celsius is the air temperature out there, 73% humidity, so it is quite muggy. It's one of those days where you can really feel it, just how close it is out there and how the humid the air is. We had some overnight rain last night, so the track has had a little bit of a wash, but there's been a couple of the support racers to be able to get out there, clean the track, get a bit of rubber out there as well. For the coverage, the TV coverage, we have got a few onboard cameras as well to be taking us along through this race. So they'll be giving us some great pictures of the racing going along for this one. And HRT Performance is one of those cars with the onboards. I'm certainly looking forward to this race. It should be an absolute cracker. As Peter Mackay said on the grid, the important thing today is just staying on the lead lap. Get to that intermission, that interval at the end of 6.5 hours. If you're on the lead lap, then you've got the cards in your pocket. Then you can start pulling out the aces and really start working your strategy tomorrow for 5.5 hours. Drivers just coming out of Lesmo 2 on their formation lap right now. As we say, plunging downhill underneath the old banking here, which is still in place, and I haven't had a chance to actually be able to go and have a look at that yet. It's my first time at Monza, so I do need to get myself out on the banking and take a look at that, because, well, it has to be done really, doesn't it, if it's your first visit to a race circuit. Last of the preparations for these drivers. They'll be focused on what they are doing out there, getting their cars prepared. A few more of our onboard cameras here today being shown as well. But the drivers are getting themselves lined up 2 by 2 down the back straight as they head towards the Curva Parabolica. I knew I'd get that wrong already today. It's the Curva Alboreto, of course. We'll be getting ourselves set for the start of this Hankook 12 Hours of Monza and the Creventic 24-hour series. Drivers jockeying the cars, getting themselves into the last chance of getting some tyre pressure, some heat into the brakes. But the red lights are on the starter's gantry. The drivers are going to come round 2 by 2, and we are under starters' orders for this race. It is Herbeth Motorsport on the front row, shared with Haas RT. Look out for CP Racing, BMW Italia Cecotto for the start this one. The red lights are on. Drivers wait, the red lights are off. We are underway for 6.5 hours of racing here at Monza. We're going 4, almost 5 wide. We're fanning out down towards the Rettifilio for the first time, onto the brakes. And it's a great start from row number 2. For the BMW Italia Cecotto car is being able to jump forward up into at least second place. There's a few of the cars jumping across the chicane, but no major dramas to start with. That's a really good start, nice and clean. Heading in towards the Della Roggia, and it is Herbeth who lead this one, and it's the BMW Italia Cecotto Racing outfit in second place. Drivers getting themselves into line through the second chicane at Della Roggia. They were coming in 2 by 2, but sorting themselves into single file now. Out of the first Lesmo, into Lesmo 2. CP Racing in third place. So Haas RT, not the best start for them here in the opening of this race. Started in second place, down to 4th so far. Drivers still feeling the need to weave and to try and get any temperature they can down towards the Ascari chicane. So that tells you that these drivers are just taking a while for these tyres to come into play and give them the grip that they want. We've got out the Ascari chicane for the first time, down towards the Curva Alboreto. And this is where you can get a good slipstream down the back here. Maybe have a look, maybe not. Getting onto the brakes, Toro Racing by HRT Performance. They're all over the back of another one of those 992s. But across the line we go, and Herbeth are under pressure from the BMW Italia Cecotto team. In fact, Cecotto do take the lead here. So the BMW M4 goes to the lead here in the end of the first lap, start of the second lap of this race. Herbeth then slotting in behind. Now you got to question, is that just pure out and out pace that BMW has got in its race setup, or are Herbeth playing a long game here and thinking, okay, we can be second in line, do a little bit of slipstreaming, get a little bit of fuel saving done in these early stages to try and play the strategy card in this race. You spend so much time around this track on full throttle that it really does take it out of these cars and of their fuel tanks. But it is Alfred Renault in second place, because in first place it is going to be William Thomas Freire for that BMW Italia Cecotto Racing outfit then. And well, we're heading in towards the Ascari chicane, and that BMW has been a rocket ship at the start of this race. Was able to jump forward into second place at the first chicane on lap number 1, and then get themselves to the lead of this race down into, well, they were in the lead before they even got to the chicane at the start of lap number 2. So done a really, really good job out there. And, well, it's a pleasure to say that a little bit out of breath after climbing up the stairs here from the grid, Peter Mackay.
I'm built for comfort, not for speed. I might be built for endurance, but endurance up here standing still in the commentary box as well. Great to see our leading cars get away clean from that getaway. It was busy down on the grid, Paul, I tell you what. Everyone's excited.
Yeah, it's a really good crowd here. It's a free entry for these fans today, so they do get the chance to go down onto the grid for the start of the race. So it's a really good sort of community, isn't it, that the 24-hour series have got here, and it encourages people to come along. We were saying this on yesterday's qualifying coverage, me and Lewis, that it really encourages people to come along, see some high-quality motorsport.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, these are really by the end of this year, this is going to be the top level of GT racing in the world. When GTE goes away, these are the most sophisticated GT cars, particularly the new Ferrari. The new Ferrari from Kessel Racing that's here, car number 8. What a machine it is. We've got Lewis McGlade down in the pits, and Lewis, down to you.
Yeah, certainly so. So I'm with BMW Italia Cecotto Racing, and I've got their pro driver. And now, talk to us at the start of the race. He's going on the attack, isn't he, William?
Yeah, man, we are really happy. It's our first race here, and we are doing very well leading the race. Wina is a really good driver. He made a huge jump start. He from 4th to 2nd, and now he's 1st. So the car is doing really well. Cecotto Racing is also doing a great job. It's 12 hours race, a long time to go, but we are really happy at the moment. And to be here in Monza, it's our first time here, so we are really, really happy to enjoy the series.
Now, as a pro driver, some of you come into with a bit more pressure because obviously you're the one that's basically the fastest in the car. When you see your teammates going this strong early doors, is it a bit added pressure or is it less?
I would say less pressure because you have more pressure when you're in the back. You need to overtake everyone. So I think our idea, we don't know the series, but maybe in the beginning have a winner who drives really well. Be in the car, also Leonardo, who is the other driver, and then I come after because middle of the race, a lot of things can happen. But for me, I'm quite used, I mean, I drive for 20 years, so it doesn't matter if in the back and the front. I need to drive, so let's have fun, let's enjoy. It's a 12-hour race, and we are really happy at the moment, but a lot of way to go. And the other competitors, they are really strong. We saw the pace in the qualifying, so. Maybe we don't know, we never drove with this tire, so we don't know how the usage of the tires, how long you can drive with the tires, so we need to learn a lot of things during the race and manage them. Probably the other teams know better, because even for Cecotto Racing, it's for their first race here in 24-hour series, so let's do it. Let's learn, let's have fun, and maybe if we can fight for the victory, we will be really happy.
Well, I'm not going to let you take you too far away from the race. I'll let you sit back down and get back to watching it. Cheers, mate.
Thank you, Lewis. Great to hear from Attilo Roberto de Abreu there from Brazil. He's won in Brazil in that BMW M4 GT3, but a bit of a new venture here at Monza. So 26 hours and 22 minutes to go in today's part of the race. We have 5.5 hours of racing tomorrow, making up a complete race of 12 hours. And one of the big stories is in this competition, in this race, Paul, the TCR car. We've got one TCR car in the field, and what the Creventic organisers have done, I think it's a super idea, is they've given the TCR just a little bit of a boost in performance by taking weight away, giving them a freedom on ride height, and so that it can race with the GT4 category. And yesterday they took pole by just a whisker.
Yeah, they have actually just dropped back a little bit from the GT4s at the moment, so they are just running around at the back. They do get to do 100% fuel fill at a code 60 if there is one of those. Here as we've got the 992s having a ding-dong battle further down, including the Rubens Barrichello driven 950 with the Q1 track racing car. So they're moving through and trying to get forward, trying to get ahead of that HRT performance car. But yeah, back to the TCR. Great opportunity for them just to see what the car can do with a bit more freedom from the regulations, and to really push on and see what they can get out of that car today.
I think it's fantastic, and Jonas Holmgaard, he was up for it before getting into the car. Interestingly, with you mentioned Rubens Barrichello there in the Q1 Porsche, the sort of ultraviolet purple Porsche. You get the GT3 RS in that lovely colour, and Rubens must have been. I think they might have stayed in the car, because I never saw him on the grid walk. He was maybe ushered out under a cloak of disguise, maybe. But he's not like that at all. Rubens, super approachable, and we had a chat with him on air yesterday. I'm sure Lewis McGlade will be primed with a microphone, ready to get a chat with our 11-time Grand Prix winner, 3 times here at Monza as well. As a Ferrari driver, how cool is that? 2 as a Ferrari, 1 as a Brawn driver.
Yeah. And still holds a lap record around this particular layout as well.
19 years ago.
Well, yeah, 2004. God, I can remember that. That makes me feel a little bit old, does that, to be honest. but yeah, what an opportunity and what a story it would be if that team was able to get up and to get their challenge for class win. But we are still getting a bit of that action going on. Land Motorsport, Max Edelhoff is currently in 6th place, has been trying to move forward in this race. Shearer at Sport PHX right in front, so those cars together, the front 2 have made a little bit of a breakaway, haven't they, just to try and pull away at the front.
Yeah, the gap, just a handful of seconds, but in 4th place, doing a super job as always, the number 85 CP Racing Mercedes. Now this car is in the AM class, but these are the super AMs in that CP Racing car. They're in 4th overall at the moment. Now in other types of GT3 racing, you might have a Pro and a Pro-Am class where the cars are identical and it's just simply the drivers. Here it's both. You have different mix of drivers, but also there's a little difference in how the cars are balanced. So the GT3 AM cars, in the case of that Mercedes, they have two 5mm bigger restrictors, which should give the car a little bit more power as well. And CP Racing as an AM car, they won overall in Portimao last year as well, and they won another race as well in Kuwait, I think it was. Yeah, so they've had 2 overall wins in 2022. Can they get an overall win here at Monza? That would be quite a story.
It would be a story, and it'd be a great job to do that in that Mercedes AMG GT3, and it's the one that seems to shake the commentary box windows the most, is that Mercedes, that thunderous Mercedes engine as it goes past, and it really does give us a lovely engine note. 2 of the Audis in the GT3s, they are currently duking it out on track, and that is the Land Motorsport moving forward into 5th place now in this race overall standings. Of course, Land, they are 3rd place in AM at the moment in this race as well, which is actually what gets me is we've got an AM as an overall leader in that BMW Italia Cicotto outfit.
That's right. There are so many cars punching above their weight, but a lot of it comes down to who's in the car at what point as well, and where do you play your driver in. We'll run through as the race progresses what the minimum and maximum driver times are. They are different depending on the class, depending on what your balance of pro and amateur driver is. This is very much the essence of the Creventic 24/8 series, as the number 930 Toro Racing Porsche runs very deep into the second chicane and may well be asked to give that place back by race control. But yeah, where you play your do you burn up your pro driver time today to keep yourself in the lead lap and then pay the penalty tomorrow, or do you try to keep your hot shoe in reserve for the run to the flag tomorrow? That's what is really exciting for us as spectators, but for the competitors who all come here, these are all privateer entries, there's no factory cars in this series. For them, it's about making it as enjoyable an experience as possible and competitive as an experience as possible.
It certainly is, and it gives us some tremendous action and also a sense of community in the paddock as well. You know, we heard yesterday when you were interviewing yesterday about how the spirit in the paddock is very much if somebody needs a hand with something, people will sort of, oh, okay, yeah, we'll give you a hand and try and help you fix that problem. So yeah, we have been seeing that CP Racing have actually just lost that place now to Land Motorsport with a dive down the inside into the Curva Alboreto. So Land are on a bit of a charge at the moment in these early stages.
Yeah, that was Max Edelhoff making the move in the Land Audi. And Land, we've got many teams here which have got great Nürburgring pedigree as well. I'm a huge fan of the Nürburgring, and Max Edelhoff and the Land team, a former winner of the Nürburgring 24 Hours back in 2017, and also they're racing with Sport PHX, formerly known as Phoenix. We see that the truck's still got Phoenix written on it. You know, a 6-time winner of the Nürburgring 24 Hours. So we've got some teams here, 9 and 11 as well, a big Nürburgring team too. So CP Racing were, unfortunately, they didn't compete in this year's Nürburgring 24 Hour, but they're back out here at Monza fighting away. Could we see, Paul, we've got a great entry of Porsche 992 Cup cars with great straight line speed. At the moment, the top-ranked Porsche Cup car is the Neuhofer Rennsport car, the Austrian team, number 985. They're in 9th overall. We like underdog stories here, and when we're in the entertainment business, we love underdog stories. I wonder how far up we could see one of those 992s, because they can run a bit longer as well with their fuel tank. Yeah,
they can. They're not carrying quite as much drag as the GT3s as well, so that will help with the fuel mileage as well. Yeah, it'd be intriguing to see where they come. I think what we'll maybe see is just those GT3s just at that edge, under braking, and through some of the sort of longer sweeping corners. So the last corner of the lap, the Curva Alboreto, will be one of those corners where they can really sort of carry that bit more speed through the corner. The Parabolica as well, the Lesmos would be a good point as well for the GT3s to have that edge over those 992s. But it's a long old race, is 12 hours, isn't it? So anything could happen. Fortunately, he says, touching some wood right now, the weather seems to be cooperating with us today compared to last time out at Spa.
It did. When we were in the car yesterday, the car this morning coming to the circuit, trying to figure out what the weather was going to do. You were on one type of weather app, let's just say, and Lewis, our colleague, was on the other, and they both said completely contrasting things. It's very muggy here at Monza. It's very, very warm, but particularly muggy. We did have some overnight rain, but not very much. The one particular weather app is saying mostly cloudy, turning partly cloudy, with a risk of isolated showers. Temperatures in the mid to high 20s. Is that all it is? Goodness, yeah. Well, battle going on for second position between the gorgeous Herberth Porsche 992 GT3R. At Spa, it ran in a completely jet black livery, and they put gold pinstriping on it, which harks back. It's very evocative colour scheme.
Very evocative colour scheme of the Lotus team. I won't say what brand, because obviously we can't do that on broadcasts anymore. But certainly it does give that harken back to the 70s, the late 60s, early 70s, with those iconic colours of that really black and gold pinstripe. It is a striking livery, and certainly one that it really just helps it stand out, and it picks out the highlights as well of the lines of the car as well. In fact, they're under a little bit of pressure right now. Haas RT are giving it a bit of a go for them.
Yeah, it's young Max Hofer putting the pressure on Alfred Renauer. Alfred Renauer going to the defensive line for the second chicane. They're going around Curva Grande, and Hofer's going to get it on the inside at Curva Grande. They're going to be who's going to be later on the brakes. This is a Porsche speciality, and yes, Alfred Renauer able to just get on the brakes that little bit deeper, but Max Hofer's not letting him have it as they run up towards Lesmo number 1. Hofer's on the inside. This is going to be hard for Renauer to defend now as they come out of into Lesmo 1, and indeed Haas RT go up into second position then here at the 12 Hours of Monza. The Antiguan team run by motorsport photographer Sandrine Haas. And I noticed she wasn't on the grid. I didn't see her on the grid, Paul. I think she was making sure she didn't get an interview because her team were on pole. I interviewed her. About 30 seconds later, Robert Renauer bumped them off pole, and I got a row for that at dinner time as well. So sorry about that, Sandrine, but it seems to be working at the moment. Max Hofer, the young Austrian, he's been racing down in Australia. Actually, he's been winning races at Barbagallo, at Mount Panorama, at Bathurst as well. I wonder if that hot weather experience is helping him today here at quite hot and sticky Monza.
Yeah, it would be a little bit of advantage, but there's only so much that you can train yourself for how hot these cars get inside the cockpits, and they do try and mitigate that as much as possible in these cars, but there's only so much you can do to cool them. Of course, the sun is just breaking out a little bit, so that will be just heating things up just that little bit. Now, the leaders did actually start lapping the back of our field. The TCR, the Holgard Motorsport TCR, has been lapped by the front couple of leaders. So already traffic is starting to play, but I think a few of these teams will be actually thankful that we haven't got as big an entry as we did last time out at Spa. With it being a shorter circuit, that means you're not having to deal with traffic as often as you would have done.
And I think if you're in the faster class, there's a lot of long straights here at Monza. That's a great way to get passes done. So that's very, very important as well. Now, Toro Racing are pole sitters in the 992 category. They did a superb job yesterday, and I mean, I keep talking about it for good reason. Lo Kai Lo, who's leading the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia at the moment against a really good field of drivers. He's come over. He's never been to Monza before. He was only 0.3 of a second off Adam Christodoulou on older tyres, on the same tyres that Adam had just got off. That was mighty, mighty impressive. And the Toro Racing crew, they were on class pole. They've dropped down a touch. They've down in fifth in class, excuse me. But that's okay. They've decided to go a slightly reverse approach. They've put Shinji Ji in the car. He's one of the AM drivers, and they're keeping their semi-pro driver Lo Kai Lo and their pro driver Adam Christodoulou for later on as well. So they're obviously confident in the depth of their team.
Yeah, keeping the powder dry, isn't it?
Yes.
Is the phrase, and certainly trying to think that long game, that long strategy, and it's all, as we've been saying all the way through the opening of this race, it's all about staying on the lead lap. That's the important thing for this first part. We've got 6 hours, 9 minutes and 36 seconds remaining of this race, and we've got a bit of GTX on GTX action as well a little bit further down. The Vortex is right up behind the Lamborghini Huracan, the Super Trofeo car, and the Vortex, I mean, it is a stunning car. You can't miss it, that's for sure. It's very, very bright, and certainly you wouldn't miss that in the dark.
No. The battle for GTX class honours going on at the moment between the Vortex and the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. That's from the RD Sainz Siulai racing team, the Lithuanian crew. It's a move for position there. The number 977 HRT car goes through for position in the 992 class. That's to go into a provisional podium spot in that class of the night. The 977 team are going Christopher Zochling for Rabdan Motorsport by HRT, making moves up the field as well. This is what I love about this series, Paul, as well. You've got a real balance of driver lineups as well, and that means we see lots of overtaking. And guess what? We don't need any open and close wings to do it. Amazing.
No DRS here, no push the pass. It's all all down to the car, all to the driver's ability and to be able to hold on to that. The Toro Racing by HRT Performance did make a little bit of mistake into the second of the chicanes, and sliding out of the second Lesmo was HRT Performance behind them.
Problem for the number 720. That is the Super Trofeo. That's the GTX class leader, former GTX class leader. That's some sort of issue. So Lewis McGlade is down in the pits there. So hopefully he'll be able to find out what's going on with this number 720 RD Signs Lamborghini Super Trofeo car. So that will put the Vortex into the lead, and the car is at crawling speed now, going through the Ascari chicane.
No, that's the De La Roggia, so they've still got a long way to go.
Oh, no, well spotted, Paul. Yes, excuse me. Oh, that's a long way round.
Yeah, they've still got like half of the lap to go to get that car crawled back to the pit. So, yeah, it's going to be a case of what happens and how will they be able to get it back to the pit lane?
Yeah, now also one point of concern for our 992 leader, Neuhofer Rennsport. They've got the front hood of the car, where the front would be on the road car, is coming loose. It's flapping about under braking. Is that something that they can nurse until, or hope it doesn't do anything until the next pit stop? Or are they going to have to come in from the lead of 992 at well ahead of their kind of maximum pit window and lose time? So it's drama at the front of both GTX and the 992 Cup category.
Oh, big mistake from the 930 from the Toro Racing, getting the braking all wrong into the De La Roggia, having to take to the runoff there, cut across the chicane. So the race control will surely be onto them and just saying you need to give back the time a little bit there to because they will have gained by cutting across that inside of that chicane. Well, the white flag is out in Sector 3 for that Super Trofeo Lamborghini Huracan. So they're still crawling around. So at least they are seeming to be able to make it back. But whatever that problem is, I wonder if it's gone into some sort of limp hum. Oh, is it a puncture? It's a puncture.
Yeah, rear left tire damage. Yeah, rear left tire damage there for the Lamborghini Super Trofeo RD Signs car. In a way, that's almost better that it's that than some sort of mechanical or electrical issue. So, yeah, a little bit of tire damage on the rear left. You know, this is a clockwise circuit, so the left-hand side tires are getting a huge amount of punishment as well. So down in the pits is Lewis McGlade. Lewis, what have you got?
Having a chat with a couple of the drivers, and definitely puncture. Like you were saying, I think it's on the rear side. I don't know if it came from a curb. I'm going to have a chat with a couple more, and I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Lewis. So a puncture then early in the race, battling away with the Vortex. So the Vortex goes into the lead of GTX. Now, in the GT4 category, that at the moment is led by Atlas BX Motorsport. I tell you what, Paul, they were quick in qualifying yesterday. Yes, they didn't quite get pole, but they were up there. They were the front runners in the GT4s.
Oh yeah, they were really pushing on. They were trying the hardest to try and to get that pole position. I mean, that TCR car just nipped them in qualifying, which I mean we loved in the commentary box because we love an underdog, but. With that Vortex, it's, one thing I will say, the left-hand side, left rear, if you go over the edge of some of the curbs, that can cause some real problems to that sidewall of the tyre, and that can induce a puncture. And they do push the track limits at a few places around this track. I'm thinking like the exit of Lesmo 2 is one of those familiar points where they do push things.
The Willie Motorsport by Ebby Motors Porsche 992 Cup. What a story for them. They had a big front end rebuild to do for that car after their incident at the Ascari chicane yesterday, and they're back today with a two-driver lineup. Sabino De Castro started. He's up to 10th in class at the moment. He's in 10th in class at the moment. And then Sergio Nicolai will be jumping into the car later on. as well. They're a really great performance at Sebring, getting on the overall podium in a Porsche Cup 991 car as it was at that point. So the 992 is battling away, going down into the opening chicane, and Rubens Barrichello, he's right there in the mix of it, and I bet you he's got a big smile on his face right now. Paul as well. He's raring to go for this.
He'll be loving this, won't he? He'll be like back to his childhood and thinking, yeah, this is what I love. Close action in these cars, competitive action as well. It's not like he's just waltzing around at the front miles away from everybody, or miles away from everybody at the back of the field like he was unfortunately at parts of his career. Now on to pit road goes that's Lamborghini Huracan. It was actually in the fuel spot, because we are right about half an hour into this race, so they decided, let's get some fuel on board.
Well, you've got to make the most of it. If you're coming into the pit stop, make the most of it. Lewis is getting a good study of what's happened to the tyres, so we'll get a report from him in just a moment. So, drama for that GTX Lamborghini Super Trofeo car. But the GTX class, I think, is going to be a class of attrition, Paul. There's 3 cars in the class. There's the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, there's the Vortex, and there's the 911 GT3 MR Cup car. So there's a real mix of machinery as well. There's going to be there's going to be delays, whether it's punctures or otherwise as well. It's about just keeping in the race and keeping going. You never know what can come your way.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and that's the spirit of endurance racing in general, isn't it? You've entered the race, you want to try and get to the end of the race. I mean, yeah, I come from a sim background myself. I've taken part in a few of the simulated endurance races, and certainly we've been involved in incidents, and it's a case of, look, let's just get the car to the end. Even though it's very easy to just say, right, switch everything off, park the car, but it's done. No, you want to get to the end and see the checkered flag.
Oh, it's all about the spirit of endurance, isn't it? And we have our Spirit of the Race award, which you can get in touch with us here in the booth as well, at Smiler Bull.
Yep.
At Smiler Bull and at Mackay Podcast. Do let us know via Twitter, or also on the 24-hour series Twitter handle as well. Let us know where you're watching from. We'd love to hear from you, and let us know who your candidate for Spirit of the Race is. We've got a few ideas, but there's still plenty of the race to go before we make any calls on that.
We've got some early thoughts, haven't we?
Oh yes,
of that?
Yes.
But we won't sort of put ideas into people's heads. We'll keep those to ourselves for the time being, and certainly it is a reason that I love endurance racing. It is just that spirit of wanting to see out the end of the race, and if nothing else, if you're one of the teams who are maybe more towards the front of the field, you have an issue, you get to the end and you use it as a test session. You're paying for you're paying for running the car, and it's already here with all the team and all the equipment. You might as well get to the end of the race and maybe give some of your AM drivers a bit more seat time than they maybe originally planned for, if you are a bit more out of competition for an overall race win or even a class win. So at the front of the field, William Thomas Frere leading by 1.6 seconds of an advantage at the moment, but Max Hofer is running down. We've got Lewis McGlade down in the pits. Lewis, what have you got?
Yeah, so I've got Mika Panu alongside me. Obviously, there's been a lot of stuff happening in pit lane, all this kind of stuff, bit of drama. Been a lot of fun, though, to start the race. Dropped backwards a little bit, but now Hoffer's charging to the front. It's a good vibe in the team.
Yeah, we certainly love to see Hofer doing his job and taking our place back to the second. And let's see with the pit stops how it goes.
Now, yesterday you missed out on pole position by a tiny, tiny margin, but it was a lot of fun that afternoon. Did that give you a little bit of an extra push today?
Yeah, certainly. On qualifying, I didn't do as good laps as I did in practice with used tires, because it was my first time with the GT3 car in brand new tires. So I know what to do today.
How fun is it driving a car like this around this circuit? It's a lot of high speed, it's the Templar speed, it's a historic circuit. It's a lot of fun, right?
Yeah, well, it looks easy on video, and I'll try to continue doing that.
All right, we'll let you get back down with the team. Cheers.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lewis Mikapano. He can be very happy because Haas RT and their Audi are running down the Zakato Racing BMW. Last lap around, it was a 1:49.884 for Max Hofer, pulling half a second out of William Thomas Frere. So it's game on at the front of the field between the BMW M4 of Zakato Racing with the Brazilian flag on the roof and the Antiguan flagged Audi R8 of Haas Racing Team. And then in third, we make it 3 manufacturers in the top 3. Alfred Renauer in the Herbert Porsche. But Renauer has dropped. He's about 7 seconds behind this leading group as well. So the BMW and the Audi looking strong at the moment.
Oh, we've got a bit of tight action down in the 992 class as well. And it's the 967 Stefano Monaco of HRT Performance squeezing. That was the which one was that?
Red Camel
Jordans.
Jordans.
Red Camel, yeah. They've been swapping positions, so yeah, changing positions in the 992 class. But it was all a bit tight going into the Retifilia there at the start of the lap.
Well, the braking is so important here. I mean, Rubens Barrichello, when we chatted to him yesterday, he was saying that the secret to going fast around here, he says it's all about braking, because not only do you have big braking zones, it's very important to get there, it's about positioning the car to get around and to get on it. Now, it looks like we've got our first pit caller. The number 21 Haas Racing Team Audi had been... It may just be no, it's showing on the timing screen as well. So Lewis McGlade may be getting some company in just a moment. So first of all, now what's a bit different here in the 24H series is that the cars come into the pit lane and they go to a refueling area. They refuel and then go to their pit box for tyres and indeed for a driver change if they wish. So we've had 34 minutes of racing. Now I wonder, Paul, are they back timing to the end of the race possibly?
I mean, we have seen this before, haven't we, of teams thinking, right, let's get our short stint in, get refueled, and then go for the full stints for the rest of the race. So we have seen that little alternate strategy from some teams in the past there. And one thing that I do like about this series is that there's no fuel bottle or high pressure fuel hose that the drivers, the teams are using. It's like you have at the petrol pump at the petrol station. It's just a normal nozzle into the car to refuel, and as you say, that's all done separately away from their pit box themselves. So the team's having to go to pit entry, whereas at Spa it was at pit exit was the fueling.
And it's 98 octane fuel, which you can get at your supermarket pump. Certainly in the UK you can. And there's one particular outlet you can get 100 as well, which is pretty. I like putting that in the Fabia just to get that little bit of extra punch. No, I'm only kidding. Number 907 RPM Racing. That's the Krone Aviation back machine, bright green machine, making some moves through traffic there. And the GT4s, the two Mercedes in that GT4 category. GT4 being led at the moment by Atlas Motorsport, who have just a 1 second lead from Bagheera ZM Racing. Bagheera, they've got such a cool story behind them. They're a Dakar truck. They're a Dakar team. They're a truck racing team. Driver change at Max Hofer. Lewis McGlade is down in the pits. Let's see what he's got. Okay, we'll come back to Lewis in just a second. So driver change going on, and new Hankook tyres there. Max Hofer jumps out with the full Audi Sport Works overalls on as well. They're very cool as well.
Yeah, it's not bad, is that really? Is it to be able to have those at hand to be able to go racing in? But yeah, the first couple of pit stops have been happening because the S1 Racing as well in the 992 class, they've been onto pit lane as well. And look at the tyres that we can see on our coverage here. Looking a little bit worse for wear on that Haas RT car, or come off of the Haas RT car.
We did suspect it was maybe a little bit early to go into the pits there as well. Now, as we alluded to, this is a very heavy circuit on tyres on the left-hand side because it's clockwise, and you're coming through the early part of the lap through Curva Biasano, and it's just loading up to pressure, temperature all the time. And we saw a couple of weeks ago at the Nürburgring 24-hour that Nürburgring 24-hour, many left rear punctures as well. So it can happen as well. Lewis McGlade is down in the pits. Lewis, what's the news?
So down in Haas RT, sorry again, by the way. Max, you've joined us back in the pit lane. What's happened?
Yeah, suddenly I felt like big vibrations on the left rear, and as we are struggling already the whole weekend with like tire failures, I checked the pressure during the lap, and at one point it just quickly dropped, and I called the team, maybe we should pit, chance of a slow puncture, which was happening. So yeah, not the best case, but we can be lucky or happy that we still managed it without any loss into the pits.
Now, what happened at the start of the race? You dropped back a few positions, but then you had the pace clearly because you came back straight up to second again.
Yeah, the Audi is always compared to, especially the BMW, lacking a bit of pace, of just horsepower, torque, etc. So yeah, at the start I couldn't do any better, or maybe I missed it a bit as well. It was just a mix of everything. But then, yeah, as we got long and long into the race, I think we were kind of the fastest car on track, which, let's say at the front at least. So yeah, I think if we don't have any more tire failures, I think we have a good car for the race.
Now, it's really hot, quite muggy out here in at Monza. How's that in the car? Give our viewers a taste.
Yeah, actually it's quite, the humidity is now a bit high, so yeah, but it is like it is at the end of the day, so yeah.
Right, we'll let you jump back and cool down. All right, cheers, Max.
Mika Panu now at the wheel of the Haas RT Audi. So yeah, rear left vibration, as we believe due to an issue with the tyre and the setup. So the team are going to have to keep a close eye on how they do that. Maybe stay away from the curbs a little bit more for the drivers. But what it means is the William Thomas Frere driven BMW is now clear by a fair margin at the start of the race. 40 minutes into this race, the margin is at 9.8 seconds at the front of the field. But the battle for second is raging on. The number 91 Herbert Porsche in second, driven by Alfred Renauer, and the number 34 Land Audi, driven by Max Edelhoff. So we've got a real battle going on there as well. Problem for the Toro Racing car number 930, Toro Racing, also with tyre damage. So for Jinsi Z, he's going to have to be very careful to get this car back. Looks like a scary chicane, Paul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a left rear puncture again.
Yeah.
So we've been talking about it. And you've got to be so careful that
slow.
go slow, just so it doesn't rip any of the bodywork. Isn't the major problem there? It's a suspension. You don't want that to be really starting damaging that suspension. He'll be keen to get back as quickly as possible.
Too keen.
But you just got to be careful and not leave it in a state where you only need to change a tyre.
Well, it nearly cost Fricadelli Racing a Nürburgring 24-hour victory, but then it was having to just get the car back safely. Is this going to be the story of the day then? Rear left, these cars have a lot of horsepower.
Yeah.
The 992s have over 500 horsepower. The GT3s, depending on which one it is, they have around that figure, depending on what the balance of performance is. They're certainly capable of that power if you ask them to. So there's a lot of stress going through the rear left. And you think for our TCR car, it's our only front-wheel drive car in the field, the front left for them is going to be getting a pounding as well.
Oh, yeah.
It's having to do everything.
Yeah, it's having to do absolutely everything. It's got to deal with the power, it's got to deal with the braking, it's got to deal with the steering in that TCR, has that front left, and yeah, it will be taking an absolute battering around here, and maybe that's why they did sort of drop off at the start of this race, did the Holmgard Motorsport team. The 17.9 seconds behind the next GT4 car in that TCR, Soul TCR Cupra Leon outfit. So yeah, maybe they're just thinking that long game of let's look after the tyres and just see ourselves get through to the end, and just at the end of the day, they're going to be the winners of TCE as long as they do get to the end. Well,
that's the question, isn't it? Being able to do that, and I think when I spoke to Jonas Holmgaard on the grid earlier on, I was trying to draw him on the GT-TCA battle where they're balanced with the GT4 cars, and you're trying to draw him and saying, "Oh, you're going to beat these GT4s," and it was a little bit reserved there, thinking we've got a job to do here. We've got a TCE championship to go for. Their championship rivals, the championship leader, Bonk Motorsport, they're not here, so it's a great open goal opportunity. And the thing about open goals is you can still miss.
Yeah, just ask Diana Ross about that.
Sky over the bar.
1994 World Cup. Yeah, I remember that as part of the opening ceremony. Yeah, missing an open goal. But we alluded to it yesterday with this round of the championship. It doesn't matter how many entries are in this, each round of the championship, the points stay the same. Some of the series, they go and balance the points depending on how many cars are competing in each class. Not here. So if you win, then that's you taking maximum points for your class. And Holmgaard, as I say, take that opportunity with both hands.
Certainly a good opportunity to take. So let's run through our class leaders at the moment before we get into our first pit cycle. And overall, and in GT3, it's BMW Italia Ceccato Racing, William Thomas Frere, who leads by 11.2 seconds, really putting down the pace at the front of the field, with Max Edelhoff sitting in third for Land Motorsport Audi. Going down to our 992 class, that is being led by Neuhofer Rennsport, by Felix Neuhofer at the wheel, who leads by 18.6 seconds at this point. So the gap at the front of 992 really going off as Toro Racing get their Porsche 992 Cup back to the pits.
That's taken a long...
Fuel.
Fuel, yes, of course.
So they're going for fuel. So the mechanics going to work then as well. Wheel comes off, and yeah, the tyre completely destroyed. So at the rear left repaired, new tyre and wheel on. It didn't change the others, interestingly.
Oh.
So clearly the tyre, they're not concerned about the tyre wear on any of the other three tyres.
And that tyre had what's known in the business as a complete delamination. It was completely just the edge of the rim, just having the bits of rubber flapping around. Now, we maybe have a change of position with Land Motorsport in the GT3s moving up to second place ahead of Herberth Motorsport. So Herberth Motorsport, that was into Curva Alboreto. Getting my corners wrong. There's a switch of position for them. So, yeah, it's seen that switch of position there. And, again, is this a little bit of strategy play? Herberth Motorsport thinking, we'll play that long game, get to a fuel number?
Could be. They're a very canny team. Herberth Motorsport, they've got such a good record in this class. Another driver going slow. It's one of the 992 Porsche Cup cars, and it's come to a complete stop. I don't know if this is going to be a similar issue. It looks like the car is sitting up, and it is. I'm trying to pick out on the tracker which car it is that is ground to a halt out on the circuit. It's around at turn 7. It's the number, we believe, the number 967.
HRT Performance.
HRT Performance. Oh, Stefano Monaco. So Stefano Monaco has pulled over to the right-hand side of the circuit on the exit of turn 7. That's Lesmo 2. And the car is going nowhere. HRT Performance, understandably, looking at the screens in the garage, looking where to go.
And that was our AM leader as well
in 992. Yes. Oh, no. And the thing is with the tyre damage is that you can always limp it. Usually, you've got to be really unlucky not to be able to limp it back to the pits, put a new one on and carry on your race. When it's something more mechanical or electrical, you're stranded.
So the question is, are they going to do like a Control-Alt-Delete and try and sort of reset the ECU and do that? Are they going through that procedure right now, pulling that car over? Or is it something more serious? We just don't know at this time. But
no.
We are staying green flag racing for the time being. Because I think we were both thinking the same thing of perhaps that maybe a Code 60 may come into play. We might see a few people maybe dive up. No, that car is toast. The driver's out the car.
driver is out the car. Stefano Monaco has said, nope, he's tried the Control-Alt-Delete, he's tried everything, and he's walking away at code 60. There you go. So now, if anybody got into pit lane before that code 60 came out, then they can fill up as normal. They do not have to worry about having the code 60 refueling rules, where most teams and drivers only get 50%. This is really interesting now. Will the teams use this opportunity to come in and get some new tyres, get some fuel on board?
Well, I believe Rabdam Motorsport by HRT Performance, they came onto the fuel stop first before the code 60, I do believe.
Clever.
So that is a clever play. That allows you, if you don't know, and you're new to the 24-hour series here, well, if you start your refueling, as soon as that pump starts, if it goes to code 60 after it started, you can still refuel 100% of your tank. If, however, you start refueling and it's already code 60, you can only refuel up to 50% capacity. So that is the regulations here for refueling under code 60 conditions. But we have got one or two that have decided to take to pit road. There's only 6 stands for refueling. So if you're first, and it's first come, first serve.
Yes.
So if you've got to be at the front of the queue, or else you're parking at the back of the queue and hoping that they're pretty prompt. We seem to have 6 currently in the fuel area.
But is it better to wait and not be in? Is it better to wait and fuel up under code 60? Oh, that's the question. Of course, many cars, 50% fueling might be enough. They might not have that much more left in the tank. I mean, we've been running for 50 minutes, give or take, for the TCR machine. Now, this is one of the breaks that they were given in the balance of performance. The TCR in the GT TCE division for GT4 cars and TCR, the TCR was given the opportunity to fill 100%. So they can fill up and go for another big old stint there in that Homeguard Motorsport Leon Cupra.
And we have got some queuing going on in the fuel area right now. So, the team's thinking, do you know what? It's better to just... we'll wait. We'll take the hit now under code 60 because everybody's going around at 60 kilometres an hour and then get that fueling done and out the way. The recovery vehicle is in place and they will be getting that car up onto the back of a low loader. So, that car's not going anywhere. Hopefully, the team will be able to have a look at the car, see what was wrong, diagnose what was wrong, and hopefully be able to fix what has stopped that car out on track at the second of the Lesmos. And that pit lane in the fueling area is looking very busy.
Very busy indeed, and there's a huge queue of about 4 or 5 cars having to wait to get their fuel up. And this is like when you're at the supermarket petrol station, you're looking across and you're thinking, oh, wait, who do I go in behind? Who's going to be slow? And you think, oh, do I go in behind the TCR car? It's got a big tank. Who's going to fuel up quickly? The pit are absolutely a hive of activity with the teams trying to get the tyres fitted as quickly as they possibly can. One car that doesn't look like it's come in is the number 15, our race leader, BMW Italia Ceccato Racing. They've not taken the opportunity to go in, as most of our GT3 cars have decided not to go in. It's more of our other class cars who've decided to take this opportunity. That's curious, given the GT3s have the smallest ultimate stint length.
Pretty much the entirety of our 992 field has been onto pit road during this, so obviously they're thinking get that fueling done and out the way. I did notice that the Lamborghini Super Trofeo car did actually come back down for a bit more fueling. So even though that they'd had that puncture, got some fueling done, thought, let's just take the opportunity. We're already disadvantaged. Take the opportunity to just get a refill.
And I think that the less amount of time in the pits spent, the better, whatever way you look at it. So maybe the theory with the GT3 cars here is, Paul, is they're thinking, well, if we're going to come into the pits, we need to fill our tank up. We can't afford to do just a 50% fill because we're just going to run out and have to come back in again. and we don't know if we'll get a code 60 to be able to do that. The 903 Red Ant Racing in the 992 category comes in as a penalty for the number 421 Tangerine Associates car, the BMW in GT4. Catesby Jones at the wheel, and the Luke Broikers driven Red Camel Jordan's Porsche 992 has come in. No, but these penalties, Paul.
So the 421, the Tangerine Associates team, they actually got a 60-second time penalty. So if they're doing that under code 60, that's now 120 seconds.
Yes.
It was for not attending the driver's briefing.
Oh dear.
That's that's not good at all. We have also had the 909 come onto pit road, onto the penalty box. 10 seconds for overtaking another car outside of the track on the start and finish straight. We did see them right at the start going 5 wide at one point. Which got me a little bit worried because there's a bit of grass that comes up on the exit of pit road, so it narrows down into the start. But we've also got a few more penalties as well. The 955, which is the Willie Motorsports by EB Motors, they got a false start for not respecting the correct position in grid formation, as did the 930 as well, which is the Toro Racing by HRT Performance outfit, and the number 90 as well. So the E2P Racing, they've got the same penalty as well. All 10-second penalties for those, and a false start penalty for the number 8, which is the Kessel Racing Ferrari.
These are the things that you want to try and avoid if possible. Driver change going on down at Herberth Motorsports. So Alfred Renauer gets out of the car. We'll find out when that car goes over the timing beam who the new driver is. But our race leader, BMW Italia Cicciato Racing, going under code 60. We don't need a safety car here. It's just all the drivers go down it to 60 kilometers an hour. They hit a pit limiter like you would hit, almost like you would hit cruise control on your car. Car will not go any quicker, and you will be safely behind that in that code 60 limit. The theory is that safety work can go on, cars can be recovered, and without the need of a safety car. It also means that the field will never be bunched up back together. So it's actually a very pure way of doing things, because if you look at other championships where you get a safety car, it can completely change the complexion of the race.
Or if you get other championships that run a more sort of virtual safety car, which isn't the same as a code 60, where they run to a time delta, you can see the opening and closing of gaps.
I don't like
as
those
well.
at all,
I
I'll
don't
be
like
honest.
those
No,
either. No.
no.
I prefer something like this where it goes code 60. Everybody has to go the same speed.
And then of course, you've got to think about the people who are doing the work on the circuit.
Yes.
A car that needs recovered, they need to know that everybody's not going faster than 60 kilometres. They can do their work safely. That's critical in motorsport. Pit stop going on at Bagheera Motorsport. They're in their GT4 Mercedes, putting on new Hankook tyres. So we have, BMW Italia Cicciato Racing there at the front. And actually, after the cycle, so it looks like 3 cars have not taken a pit stop during this code 60. They are our race leader, BMW Italia Cicciato Racing, the E2P Racing Porsche, and the Kessel Racing Ferrari. Now, will they do so? I think they'll have to try and be careful and not get caught out and be still in the pits when the track goes green, because I think if there's any track, Paul, where you don't want to get caught out with a code 60 going green, it's here at Monza, because the average speed is just so high.
Yeah, you think going down towards turn number 1, it's one of the highest speed parts of this track. 1 minute remaining before we go back to green flag racing, so the car has been recovered. And so that will mean that those 3, as we actually have the race leaders onto pit road
Still
into the
fuel
fueling
pump.
areas.
Still in the fuel pump. So that this race is going to go back to green. BMW Italia Cicciato Racing could get caught out big time here, because they're still going to be in the pits when we go back to green.
And only get 50% fuel as well.
Correct. 50% fuel. A really good point, Paul. Absolutely. So nearly ready to go back to green flag racing with just under 5 hours and 34 minutes to go all of the race part 1 today. Remember, 5.5 hours racing tomorrow. Green flag in the air. We're back racing here in the 12 hours of Monza in the 24H series. And the car's now back to full speed as the BMW Cicciato racing car still at the fuel pump, Paul. Still at the fuel pump, Paul. If they feel they need to put tyres on, which I think they will after an hour of running, they could go a lap down here.
It's incredible. So yeah, it's incredible to see how that is going. We have got our pit reporter Lewis McGlade standing by down there. So Lewis, what are you seeing down there from the pits?
Yeah, I'm just overlooking it. I'm surprised the car came in. It was literally with about 30 seconds left to go before we went back to code 60. They rolled into pit lane. They've come to a stop, obviously, to get the fuel. We've got an entire pit stop ready to go, 4 tyres and all. I'm not sure it's the right call. I think it's a bit too late.
Okay, thanks for that, Lewis. And, well, we'll have to see how that one pans out. As we say, the important thing of this first part is staying on that lead lap. That is the most important thing that you can do in this race.
That's what it's all about. Really feel for the number 967 crew, HRT performance. Stefano Monaco looked absolutely crestfallen in pits there. So what it means is the Antonio Chinero for E2P Racing, I am speed. Well, they are speed at the moment. The I am speed, like the McQueen quote on the back of the car. This racing school from Madrid in their Porsche they are leading the race now as well. They were one of only 2 cars not to take a pit stop there. It was Kessel Racing who did not take a pit stop either in their Ferrari. Autolando Cicciato Racing BMW on the way. And where they filter out in the order, we'll give you an update on that on just a moment. Well, take a breath here, Paul. That was quite exciting little phase of the race there.
Yeah, it's all got a bit exciting there. Getting that code, obviously we don't want to see code 60s happen. No driver change for the BMW Italia Cicciato racing outfit. So yeah, deciding that they won't do a full service, they'll just do fuel and tyres.
So on to the outlap goes William Thomas Frere, still in the car. So he's just been in the car for just around an hour, about to hit the top of the first racing hour here in the 12 hours of Monza. And BMW Italia Cicciato Racing, they've come out in 6th overall. And they are just waiting for the classification to come across the line. They're well over half a minute behind in the running. So yeah, really interesting stuff there from BMW Italia Cicciato Racing. It could come back to them though. It could do, but all the other GT3 teams were in the same position there, and they got their pit stops done and out before the code 60 was over.
Yeah, all bar the E2P Racing and Kessel Racing.
They just decided not to. Yeah,
they've just said, do you know what? Let's not take the pits and do it when we plan to do it. And we've got a plan. Let's stick to that and just see how things pan out. So obviously feeling that they're happy to pit under green flag situation. So yeah, we'll have to see how that all pans out. Lewis McGlade down on pit road.
Jonas Holmgaard here, of course, the lone TC in this TCCR sort of crossover. The GTs as well, the GT4s. What's it like out there at the moment? It looks pretty hot, looks pretty testing on the tyres.
Yeah, we can't follow them on the pace for now, but we need to manage the tyres and driving longer our stint, and yeah.
Now, a few teams have struggled on tyres, obviously, in the GT side of things being rear-wheel drives. It's normally the rear left that's been the problem. Have you noticed any tyre troubles in your car?
We have a little more damage on the left front, but nothing dangerous. So.
And what's it like being in a category, again, racing with GT4s whilst you're the only TC, you've got your own thing to do, you're running your own race, or are you still trying to battle with them?
We're only driving for the victory in the GTCC. So, yeah.
Cool. Right, I'll let you get back to your team and have a bit of a debrief. Right, cheers, mate.
Jonas Holmgaard down there with Lewis McGlade, getting all the scoops in the pit lane. Interesting that they unsurprisingly, are seeing that a little bit of extra wear on the front left tyre, but nothing to be concerned about at this stage. Jonas Holmgaard there, Paul, looking very Scandinavian relaxation there, really.
Yeah, he seemed very sort of chilled and happy to talk to Lewis and give us his thoughts. And yeah, it looked nice and comfortable after being in the car in the opening here. But yeah, this race, we're at 1 hour of racing gone, and certainly it was nice and steady away. And then we've just had that flurry of excitement, haven't we? And that's really spiced things up in these fields and mixed things about.
So, looking to see where our former leader settles into proceedings, and trying to tell whether they've actually dropped off the lead lap or not. Have they have Paul dropped off the lead lap?
Yeah, so they're showing us 28. They're what? A minute 44. So they're just on the cusp.
Just.
Yeah, they're just on the lead lap right now, because we're talking 1 minute 52 for our leader across the line. So it is within 10 seconds of falling off the lead lap. So they are still on that lead lap. That's a crucial thing for them. But they can't afford any mistakes that drops them back towards that overall race leader.
The thing is, they don't necessarily. It's not as if the pit cycle is going to come back to them, because all of the drivers in front, bar the E2P racing car in the lead, took a pit stop. So they're fueled up, they're ready to go, they're happy. Okay, yes, they only could put 50% of fuel in, so maybe that's what they're. But then again, that's what Chitato were as well. So it's not as if they've got an advantage of anybody in front of them to be able to cycle the way back up the order. So maybe a little bit of a miscue there on the strategy. But the thing about strategy is you can be surprised, you can be bluffed into thinking something, and that's kind of you're almost trying to deceive your rivals in a way. So it's E2P Racing who lead at the moment in their Porsche 911 GT3R 991.2, which is, for more of a simpler way of explaining it, just the outgoing model, not the very latest 992, which hit the track at the beginning of this year. So it's E2P Racing Porsche who lead from the number 8 Kessel Ferrari. Those two leading cars have not taken a pit stop yet. They won't be far away from needing one, Paul, because these GT3 cars, they run for around an hour. Yes, they can run a bit longer if you've got some Code 60 in there, but only a little bit, as Herbeth Racing making moves on the Land number 34 Audi. So it's Ralph Bonn who's at the wheel of the Herbeth car, and the number 34 is Elmar Grimm, who's driving the Land Motorsport machine at the moment.
And that was third place overall as well. That was position. They're the first of the two that have pitted in GT3. So when the pit stops happen, that could effectively be a race-leading move.
Yes, absolutely is. It really is at this stage. In 992... 7th overall, so we're creeping closer. Our pole sitter in 992 is 9th on the grid. 7th on the order now is Martin Ragginger from Neuhofer Rennsports. Martin Ragginger, the driver who's racing all over the world. He was at the Nürburgring 24 Hours for Falcon Motorsport a few weeks ago. He races in Carrera Cup Asia for Porsche Holding, and then now he's back again over here. Here's raced Porsche Cup cars for 15 years, Martin Ragginger, so he knows the platform so well. So Neuhofer, they're really putting themselves into a very strong position early on in 992. They lead by 27 seconds from Red Ant Racing. Good start.
It's a roaring start, isn't it? But it's not so much about how you start; it's how you finish in an event like this. And they'll be happy to have that little bit of a comfort gap, a little bit of a space there, just so that if they do have to just back off the pace a little bit, maybe preserve tyres, which we've seen is, I think that might be a talking point with these curbs around here and the forces that are going through these cars. That could really be an issue for some of those teams. Worth pointing out, we were under Code 60 for just under 10 minutes. So that was 9.5 minutes, 9 minutes and 36 seconds that we were under Code 60 in that period. So you'll have saved a little bit of fuel for those two race leaders at the moment, but not an awful lot, though.
Yeah, and you got to think that the teams, they can use that code 60 time as the designer of the car, was what I'm trying to get at, is, and how you run the electronics, being able to save every milliliter, every teaspoon of fuel under that code 60 can make a difference. That was, back in the American Le Mans Series days, back in the late 2000s, the Porsche RS Spider, Team Penske, were absolute geniuses at that. The DFI engine that they introduced was where it really made the difference, was how little fuel it could use under the pace car. And they still use that. The reason why FAF Motorsport took the Porsche 992's first big win in IMSA back at Sebring was because they did an hour and 45 minutes on a single tank. Yes, there was a lot of full course yellow in that, not code 60, so you're going faster than 60. These cars now, they're so evenly matched, they're often balanced. Well, in every GT3 category, they're balanced together, where you can maybe get that edge is just saving that fuel under the code 60. How much, we'll find out in a short while.
And you see it in some vehicles as well, with some of the engine tech, that they can drop half the cylinders if they want to, and just run it off of half the cylinders for extra fuel saving under certain circumstances, and to preserve the temperature of the engine as well, because when you're running at a lower speed, you've not got the air coming through all the air input intakes to get that cooling effect on the car, so it can help things in that matter as well as all the lean burning technology that there are on these cars as well. So definitely it's how you play it and how you manage the cars in these situations.
I want to talk a bit about Kessel Racing and their incredible Ferrari. It's the latest model Ferrari 296 GT3, and it's taken the game on. When you get up close to this new Ferrari 296, it is like a prototype. It's got this amazing bodywork, amazing chassis. The whole rear section can just come off and be clipped back on. I think it's going to be a real world beater. It's already got its first 24-hour race win under its belt. Speaking to Felipe Lazar a couple of weeks ago, Paul, he was saying it's like the chassis. He says it's like driving an LMP3 car. The chassis is that good. It's that nimble. Kessel Racing, understandably, have got it in a beautiful kind of navy blue colour with kind of cream accents. Looks gorgeous as well. But this car, is this the first car that takes on a new era, like the Ford GT did in GTE? Is this the future, what we're seeing on track this year with this new Ferrari 296, do you reckon?
Potentially, and of course they'll be looking to next year as well, with sort of GT3 coming into events like the World Endurance Championship, bringing that in. So this is maybe a first look at what we're potentially seeing going into the future. Although it wasn't without the drama at the Nürburgring for that that Ferrari, was it? It was bouncing its way to victory, wasn't it?
It did, yeah. The dampers were starting to go out with 7 hours to go, and they were completely gone by 4 hours to go in the rear. And so the car, they were just on the springs and the tyres, and the rear was pogoing around yesterday. Speaking to Adam Christodoulou, who was in that race, he said, I was following it and watching, you could see it, but still was fast. Kessel Racing at the moment, that number 8 car is driven by Marco Freza. Silver graded driver in the FIA rankings, but he's had a lot of experience in multiple race winner in International GT Open, Spanish GT. He's won here in the 24H series. He raced single-seaters before moving to GT, like many drivers do. So a very strong pair of hands. And perhaps the idea not to pit was to, make sure that they could keep they're ready to hit the ground running when the Code 60 was out, with Marco at the wheel of the car. 5 drivers named against the Kessel car, so they'll be able to keep their drivers nice and fresh throughout these 6.5 hours today, 5.5 tomorrow.
And at that point as well, you don't need to worry about maximum driver times if you're getting all of those drivers in the
minimum.
car. Yeah, it's the minimums, yeah. But, it's a tremendous team, the outfit that they've got there. Kessel, renowned in the world of endurance racing. So they've got a good outfit there. That they've put together a nice motor vehicle, and certainly they'll be wanting to do well here, finish on the podium at minimum, I would have thought.
And Loris Kessel, a former F1 driver, and the business is over 50 years old now. His son Ronnie leads the company now, and they're a prestige car dealer as well. And I think we saw one of the cars that they'd perhaps supplied in the paddock yesterday. There was two gorgeous cars, one a V12 Maybach Mercedes and an Aston Martin Valkyrie. First time I've seen one in the flesh, Paul.
Yes, it's the first time I've seen one in the flesh, and it's also it's also the first time that I've seen one of those cars attempt to be reversed as well. It wasn't the most how shall we say it
elegant.
Elegant, that's the word. It looks like it's a car that likes to go in a forward direction at a very high rate of speed.
It's one of the most incredible cars I've ever seen up close, both racing car and road car. The Venturis are like brought straight off a 1980s Group C car. Quite remarkable. Big move there from the number 985, Martin Ragginger, our leader in 992, going past one of the GT3 cars. That's the number 1 of Michael Doppelmayr for Sherrow Sport PXX. So Martin Ragginger is really pushing on, and at the front of this number 985 Neuhofer Porsche Cup car, they appear to have done a bit of work to the front of it to keep that hood from popping up and moving around, Paul. So yeah, they want to try and eliminate any possible thing that's going to really halt this charge, because they are on such a charge at the moment. Neuhofer up to 7th overall.
Yeah, and I was wondering, there must be a problem with the number 1, but no, it's just it was just fine. Obviously, just the absolute speed that we're getting from them to be able to move on. Kessel Racing have gone on to pit road for their first fuel stop, so that's about as far as they got. That was about an hour and 23 minutes. No, an hour and 13 minutes.
An hour and 13 minutes. Not bad. So how much longer will the E2P Porsche be able to go? Michael Doppelmayr, who's driving that number 1 Sherrow Sport Audi, just getting his driving time done in that car as well. He's got a really cool business. He has a cable car company. He makes cable cars.
It's a lucrative business, is that? I watched a video on YouTube. You know, when you get into one of those rabbit holes of you just get recommended YouTube video, and it was about the logistics of cable cars and getting them to and from the resorts, and it is very much dominated by a small number of businesses who provide those cable car systems. So yeah, it's quite a lucrative business to be in, as E2P Racing are now onto pit road for their first fuel stop.
Well, and Lewis McGlade is down in the pits at the moment, keeping an eye on things. He's going to have Kessel Racing and E2P Racing coming in the very short moment. So they fill up under green. How is that going to cycle them back out there as well? And indeed, will they be getting driver changes going? Lewis, if you've got a copy from us, what have you got down there?
We'll see how this side of things works. Yes, I've just seen the Kessel Racing car go down pit lane. Everything seems fine for them. But I do remain at HRT, because we've got the 967. It came back into the pit lane. There was no observable damage on it. And when I've chatted to some of the engineers, I'm not an engineer, so let's just clarify that one straight away. It does seem as though it's something to do with the battery, and it's what's caused more of an electrical problem. So the car, from a physical standpoint, is absolutely fine. They're working hard to get everything set and sent straight back out again. They are absolutely in this to try and stay in this race. So keep your eye on the 967. And also in a few moments' time, I'm going to try and go and grab Adam Christodoulou.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you, Lewis, down in the pits, getting the call from the teams. HRT then, Paul, a battery. So you hope that that's going to be, if it's, you just hope it's not an alternator. You can change an alternator, you can change the batteries. Quite a lot. You can change what you like in the garage as long as you've got the part.
Yeah, a battery would be a nice, easy fix.
Yes.
for the team.
I think even we could manage that, I think.
Well,
maybe.
Depends on where the battery is located on the car. But the alternator, we saw this last time out at Spa. One of the teams ended up having to change their alternator, and it was right in the bowels of the engine bay. They had to attack it from below, and it took them quite a while to change that. So they'll be hoping that they're not having to change an alternator.
Let's hope not. Let's hope not. I mean, for them, it's more just get out there and keep plugging away. So Kessel Racing back out onto circuit. They have had a driver change, so it's Marco Tallarico who is out on track at the moment, the bronze-graded driver. One of the drivers who started racing in Ferrari Challenge with Kessel. That's the thing that Kessel have got a great client base who they can take through the Ferrari racing pyramid, where really now, theoretically, you could start at Ferrari Challenge, you could go up into GT3, and who knows when, the hypercars, they might be able to come into collector hands in time as well. In the E2P racing car, Antonio Siniero is showing us still in the pits. So a longer pit stop there for Antonio Siniero and E2P Racing. So perhaps deciding to, maybe they're taking more tyres, or we'll see. Maybe Lewis will be able to get a view on that one of whether Kessel just kept going on the same tyres. I'd be surprised in these conditions though, Paul.
Yeah. I mean, we are actually still a little bit overcast here. The sun has disappeared once again from us, so we are a bit overcast, and it's just meaning that it's helping control that temperature, which compared to yesterday in qualifying, it was you could feel it that it was hotter yesterday than it is today. What you can feel is that the humidity is higher than yesterday. As I said at the start of the show, we did get a rain shower last night that would have just given a little bit of a clean of the track as well, but over an hour into this race, that won't be a problem for those now. They will have laid enough rubber down to give them the grip that they would expect. But yeah, so it's how it goes on into the later hours of this opening part of the race as to how teams work strategically.
So Kessel Racing, they were in at the pit stop for 4 minutes and 13 seconds. E2P Racing, I'll find them on where have they gone on our timing screen? For E2P Racing, they were interesting. They were 4 minutes and 35, so a little bit 20 seconds lost there in the pits, Paul.
Yeah, so not the most loss of time, but still 20 seconds.
You need to push hard on track.
Yeah, yeah. If you do that each time, then you're going to be having to work that one back. GTX leader, by the way, the Vortex V8 is out there rotating on track. And it's Lionel Amoroche who's behind the wheel of that car, and yeah, he's currently leading them. He's got about 7-second lead over his next GTX rival.
E2P Racing have just completed their pit stop, and Lewis is down with Antonio Siniero.
Now, Antonio, you just got a massive round of applause from the team coming into the pit lane. Clearly, spirits are quite high in the team. Talk to us about your emotions right now.
Well, I feel a little bit tired because Monza is a physical place, heavy braking, and I'm a little bit tired, but that's racing.
You had fun though? I mean, it looks amazing out there, chucking GT3 cars around such a historic circuit. It's great. Yeah, I have so much fun. So this circuit is amazing. This track is beautiful, and the car is quite good. The team is working good, so I'm happy. I'm happy with the work. Was your pit stop slightly slower? Did you have to take on more fuel, or was it because you might have lost a little bit of time to Kessel Racing and such? Yes, we had to take some fuel now, and penalty because of the start, I think, and that's it. It was a penalty, yeah. Okay, well, best of luck for the rest of this then, mate. Great stuff. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lewis. Of course, the penalty. Yes, 10-second penalty. That was a penalty incurred from the being out of position on the start. So that penalty had to be served. Only a 10-second penalty, but you've got to go in and out of the penalty box as well. So great work there from Lewis McGlade, speaking to Antonio Siniero from E2P Racing, who are still ahead of Kessel Racing after it's all shuffled out. In fact, they're just behind, excuse me, but only by a handful of seconds at the moment. Pablo Burguera at the wheel at the moment. Now, our leading car in Porsche 992 category, the number 985 of Martin Raginger for Neuhofer Rennsport. Still that front bonnet or hood if you prefer, a frunk if you like, it's still flapping away, so the air is just getting underneath and it's flapping up and down. It is remaining secure for now, but that's got to be a concern for that team, for the leader in class. They're 5th overall, so they're getting further and further up the order, our Neuhofer Rennsport, and ahead of a couple of the GT3 cars in that 992 category. Neuhofer Rennsport, they hold an advantage at the moment of 38 seconds, and I think with about an hour and 22 minutes in, Paul Smith, that's a result right now. That's a really, really good start.
It's a comfortable position to be in, and certainly one that the team will be delighted with that. But we were discussing before this weekend as to whether we would see a 992, if not take a podium, maybe even get an overall win. If ever there was a track that they could possibly do that, it is this venue at Monza, because there is so much of it is just all about the top speed of the car. They could potentially pull this one off with a little bit of strategy at play as well. That could work into their hands. But certainly that Neuhofer Rennsport car doing a fantastic job right now.
Superb performance so far. Yannick Redan is in second in that number 903 Redan Racing car, and Luke Breukers in the 909 Red Camel Jordans. So there's been a driver change in the Q1 track racing car, the bright purple machine, the car that Rubens Barrichello started off, and Eduardo Minozzi in car number 950 there. He's taken over from Rubens Barrichello, so I'm sure Rubens will be doing a bit of a debrief with the team. And it's pretty fierce in the mid-pack there in 992. It's our most populated class, Paul, and Rubens, he was getting his elbows out and getting himself involved in it all.
Is there any other way to drive these cars, though?
No.
I mean, we see them
drive it like you've stolen it.
Well, we see them in the Super Cup, drive it like a so. The problem is they're only about 30-minute races. This is a 12-hour race, so you've got to be careful. Yes, drive it like you stole it, but also be careful as well. The teams will be saying, yes, good, you're moving forward, but also look after the tyres and think about the fuel mileage as well. And we need to make sure that we don't strain the car too much in the early going to have any issues later on in the race. So it's all good. Let's fight, but also let's be sensible about it.
Sergio Nicolai for the number 955 Willie Motorsport by Ebby Motors team started at the very back of the right, almost at the back of the whole grid, and they're working their way through up into 5th in class now. Sergio Nicolai for that team. They've got real spirit. They had a quite nasty accident at the Ascari chicane yesterday, and it's great to see them out at all today. And Fabrizio Broggi, he is here. He'd had some injuries to his back, but they're hoping. Sergio told us on the grid earlier, they're hoping he's going to be ready for Estoril. They don't know for now, but that's what they're hoping for at this stage. Nick Jonsson for the number 907 Krone Racing team, RPM Racing. Up into 4th position right now. So there's not only have we got depth in this 992 class, Paul, we've got quality. There's some really, really quick drivers in this class.
Yeah, speaking of quality as well, Luke Breukers as well, doing a superb job in the 909. Up in 3rd place in class for Red Camel Jordan's NL. So they're doing a superb job in class in 992. And Luke, he is certainly one who's got his main experiences in those TCR cars. He has had experience in this series in the TCRs, but has come across to the 992 class and has really taken to it.
Hugely. I mean, look, he's still in his early 20s, and to be taking on the responsibility to start the car in a long race where you cannot make mistakes of any kind. If you want to win, that is just non-negotiable in a field of this depth. And to be able to do that, and Evo Breukers told us just before the start of the race, says they put a completely new setup on the car. We don't know how it's going to work, and yeah, Luke's going to have to take it on. Rick Breukers, who we'll see in the car later on, his older brother, a winner at the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona with real pedigree in Lamborghinis, particularly, a real CV behind him. So they're a strong crew, the Red Camel Jordans. Haas Racing Team into the pits. Now, they're off cycle, of course. Haas Racing Team had to stop early because of damage to the rear left tyre, so they are back into the pits again. Mika Panu took over from Max Hofer, and I tell you what, Haas RT, a really good lineup here, Paul, and having them a bit off strategy, that's going to, we cannot forget about this car. It's going to sneak up the order through the day.
Yeah, it's one of those where they're off cycle, they're off strategy, and they're going to be in and around come towards the end of this 6.5 hours. So yeah, it's definitely really just an opportunity for those drivers and the team to be able to maybe just try and get about up that field once again after having that issue with the tyre. Fortunately, so far, we've not seen any other issues with tyres at this time. So we are seeing cars being able to have a lot of green flag racing. And that's been a real positive of today so far, is it's been a lot of green flag racing. So these teams can really just get into the meat and bones of this race.
Ralph Bond is putting together some superb pace at the front of the field. He's a AM-graded driver in the car of FIA bronze, and he is making big moves, is the number 91 Herbert Porsche driver. So he's got great experience, an Asian Le Mans Series champion, and is lapping in the sort of mid 1 minute 50s. That's very strong pace for an AM driver. And we talk about this a lot in endurance motorsport, where you often have an AM driver and a pro driver sharing the car. And the pro drivers, they're separated by minute amounts of time, milliseconds in many cases. The AM drivers, there can often be a bigger variety of experience and therefore a bigger variety in lap time. So having the top AM is a secret weapon, and Ralph is really putting Herbert in a superb position at the moment.
Yeah, tremendous job up there, and that Herbert team at the front, it's paying off for them. Of course, not only overall lead, but Pro-Am lead as well. So they will certainly be hoping that this can all pan out towards the end of this first part, and to basically then take it into part number 2 of this weekend's action here at Monza.
So Haas Racing Team completed their pit stop. They're coming for fuel again. They are off cycle at the moment. Matteo Detri will make the third driver being in that car. So they're fairly cycling through. It's Max Hofer and then Mika Panu, and now Matteo Detri out on his outlap at this stage as well. So they put on new Hankook tyres and back out onto the race. They're a car that they've just got to try and make sure they're on the lead lap. Currently they are showing they are not on the lead lap, but they are, all the cars in front of them, of course, owe a pit stop. So that's the kind of difference there. So just coming up to the top of the hour. It's going to be 5 hours to go here in the 12 hours of Monza in the 24H series. You're watching around the world and listening to Sound and Vision on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Thank you very much for company. Another racing hour starts right now. So, under 5 hours to go, an hour and a half down. Paul, thoughts so far?
It's been quite an intriguing race to start with, it must be saying. You know, strategy play is coming into to this with when people made those pit stops, whether they chose to dive onto pit road, get a load of fuel in under code 60 when we had that code 60 period for the HRT performance car being pulled over at the side. It's great to see the Neuhofer Rennsport team up there in the top 5 overall in the 992 category class. So, you know, fighting it out with the GT3s and holding their own up there in the 5th overall at this stage. The TCR, our sole TCR Home Guard Motorsport. Yeah, guess what? The leading TCR class. Shock horror. But they are legitimately ahead of one of our GT4 class cars. They are currently about half a minute, just over half a minute behind the Bagheera ZM Racing outfit.
So they are just on the lead lap in class. The GT TCE class, which is a combination of TCR and GT4s here this weekend. The TCR, and remember this, the more we stay green, the more advantage they're going to have, because that TCR can go longer, harder, maybe not necessarily outright speed, but they can just plug away, and the GT4s are going to have to come in and take on more fuel. It's going to be fascinating to watch how that plays out. GT4 led at the moment by the Atlas Motorsport team, but there is a very short amount of time between them at the moment. Going back to Alaya Koloc in second position. So just 3 seconds between them at the moment. Excuse me, 54, excuse me, I'm reading the time screen completely wrong. 54 seconds, so there is a little bit of a gap appearing. So yeah, Atlas BX are really getting a good old march on at the front.
And they showed that pace in qualifying yesterday, and they set the stall out. And what I found really interesting about qualifying is some of those teams deciding, let's not bother with a qualifying setup. Let's just qualify under race setup, get used to how the car feels under race setup, so that then when it comes to the race, actually they might start moving forward from where they qualified, because the other teams have then had to change setup, put on a race setup, and they're not quite used to it to start with, but they might not have the edge that those teams that qualified with race setup do over them. So it's movers and shakers in the race. CP Racing actually getting themselves up into second place now ahead of Land Motorsport. So change of position for them overall.
It's a big stint for Charles Espenlaub as well. He's been in the car for 1 hour and 35 minutes. That's going to be hot in there. But Charles is so experienced. He was the pace car driver on the very first Petit Le Mans back in 1998. So Charles has been racing a very, very long time, and he's won at the Nürburgring in 24-hour, and he's won 2 races last year along with his CP Racing colleagues in the 24H series. But they were another crew, and Shane Lewis told us yesterday in qualifying, he's saying, you know, we are going in qualifying with our race set up on. So they were just say, this is what we're running, what we've brung in. That is working. That little investment that is really working, but they qualified on the second row overall. Yeah. You know, with their race setup on, so that's ominous.
Yeah, and that Mercedes, it's got a bit of grunt, hasn't it, as well underneath the hood, so it can really go down the straights here and really show us some speed. Good to see in the 992 class, by the way, that Willie Motorsports by EB Motors, after their incident in qualifying at the exit of the Ascari chicane, are up in 4th place in class, and they're actually closing up to the Red Camel Jordans.nl outfit. So Luke Broiker's going to be under a little bit of pressure now at this stage of the race.
Sergio Nicolai is an incredible driver. He's not necessarily a big household name. He's not in the Super Cup. I'd love to see what he could do in the Porsche Mobil 1 Tag Heuer Super Cup, because he is such a fast driver, Sergio Nicolai. And at the moment, 9th overall, but marching up through the field in that machine. And at the moment, just sitting around a minute off the class leader at this exact point in time. So, yeah, the class leader, Neuhofer Rennsport, sitting in 5th overall at this time. So very, very tight there. Well, very, very, very impressive from Neuhofer, but it's tight further down. Those positions are being hotly contested over the number 955. Sergio Nicolai putting big pressure under Breukers, and he's going to make a move up towards Lesmo number 1, up the inside. Then at Lesmo 1 are the Willie Motors Motorsport team by Ebby Motors. Are they going to get the move done? Yes, they are. With the multicoloured wheels on the car, they get by. So super move there from Sergio Nicolai, who goes by Luke Breukers and takes the position in class. So that moves him up into 3rd position in class.
I don't know if it's me or whether the front splitter of that car is just drooping a little bit. Maybe
no, it's not just you. You're right. Well spotted.
Yeah. So it might be a little bit of fallout from what happened yesterday, and getting that car rebuilt overnight. So yeah, it is drooping as that front splitter. Could that potentially be an issue when it comes to the end of the race with scrutineering ride heights? That's a question. We don't know.
Front bumper, you know, it is a replaceable part. It's a part that they could quite easily replace under a code 60 pit stop. I wouldn't think it's too much to concern, and clearly there's nothing wrong with the pace. That's the thing is that if the pace were dropping off, you'd think, oh, that's causing a problem. Right now, not an issue, not an issue at all for the Ebby Motors run squad. Brilliant to watch. They've now got 16.1 seconds up to the next car, which is the Red Ant Racing car number 903. So Herbeth Racing lead with Ralph Bond putting together a stellar stint at the front of the field. He's opened up the gap to Charles Espenlaub to 17.8 seconds. Espenlaub in the CP Racing number 85 Mercedes. The first of the Audi is the number 34 Land Motorsport car at the moment, which is driven by Elmer Grimm. Then it's the number 15 BMW of William Thomas Frere. So just when we were thinking they were out of it in terms of the strategy with not pitting under the code 60 or the track going green while they were coming out of the pits, they're about 57 seconds off the lead at the moment. So yes, they having led the race, that's a painful one. But most importantly, Paul, they are on the lead lap.
Yeah, and after that pit stop cycle with the E2P car and also with the Kessel Racing car having their changes, that's helped them out to get that a little bit closer. We have got the Herbeth Motorsport car onto the fueling point, so they're onto pit road for their second stop of the race. So Ralph Bourne right now getting into pit road. I was just having a look at the penalties tab on the live timing.
It's filling up.
There was a number of cars, that's 7 cars, who all got 10-second time penalties issued to them for not respecting refueling regulations, and they're all around the similar time. So is that when we saw the big queue of traffic under code 60, people not behaving themselves?
Very curious. Very, very curious indeed, and none of those have been served yet, of course, as well. So, right, why don't we run through them?
Well, another one as well. I was just pointing out the Vortex also got caught for speeding in the refueling area as well.
Silly.
It's only 20 kilometres an hour is the speed in that refueling area. It is really slow, and we joked, sort of, can racing cars actually go that slow by choice? Well, they have to be able to observe the penalties, but we're just having a look then through the rest of the penalties that were issued out. So the 930, which is the Toro Racing by HRT Performance, they were one of those given that penalty. The 967, which is, of course, the HRT Performance team, well, they're currently sat on pit road getting repairs. Yeah, so they're not worried about that. The 719, so that's from our GTX, that's the 911 Racing. I see. I can even do German.
Very
Peter.
good.
I don't know if you
9-0.
realised that. The 977, which is in our 992 class, that is the 977. That's the Rabdan Motorsport outfit. They got that penalty for refueling. 903 as well, which is the Red Ant Racing outfit. The 421 of the Team ACP Tangerine Associates GT4. And finally, the final taker of that is the 981 S1 Racing in the 992 class. They all got 10-second penalties, all those cars, for not respecting refueling regulations.
So a lot of people, picking up that penalty. CP Racing, Charles Espenlaub near the end of his stint as Herbert Motorsport, a really, really well-drilled team. Straight away there, as a proper professional pit stop there. Car off the jacks, gone in a flash. Fantastic work there from the Herbert mechanics. It was Ralph Bond who brought the car in after, I would say, stint of the day so far. Really brought that, and that's what these hero stints do. They bring the car up the field, and that's exactly what Herbert have done. Car gets back out into the race, and over the timing line, Ralph Bond stays in, doubles. So even more hero stint material from Ralph Bond. Charles Espenlaub, we expect, will bring the CP Racing and Mercedes in from the lead in a lap or two's time.
What's the maximum drive time for Ralph? Because he's a semi. It's a pro-am team.
He's more worried about minimum.
Yes.
as an am. Oh, a little bit of a squirrel. Oh. A squirrel running onto the road and nearly getting under the wheels of the CP Racing Mercedes. The little squirrel. Oh, quick reactions there as well. And Lewis McGlade went kind of see if Charles Espenlaub noticed the little critter nearly ending up underneath this little CP Racing. We don't want to see any of that. No. That's good. Oh, that's.
See, I'm used to seeing like at Silverstone with deer. Not deer, with deer.
Deer?
With,
that would be a problem.
No, that's more Alton Park. No, it's hares.
Hares?
Yeah, the hares usually end up at Alton Park as CP Racing into the fuel box for their second pit stop here right now. So Charles Espenlaub done a sterling job in that car.
He's got to be tired at the moment after that one. Oh no, the number 950 Porsche 992 Cup car. This is Ruben Barrichello's car. He's not driving it at the moment. The driver in at the moment of the 950 is Eduardo Menozzi, and it's another rear left puncture. So it's happening on different types of car. It's not one car specific. So we've got a rear left tire damage then for the Q1 Racing. The purple Porsche is the number 15 Cicciato Italia BMW, comes out from its pit stop just ahead of the E2P Porsche. What this all means, as this is all going on, the car number 985, Martin Raginger for Neuhofer Rennsport, Porsche 992 Cup, leads overall.
It's a
It's
good
pretty
day
cool.
in Monza.
It's pretty cool, isn't it?
It's a good day to see a 992, Porsche 992 Cup car up at the overall lead. Yes, there are pit stops going on, and yes, they do owe us a pit stop, but certainly, if you're the team, you take a screenshot of that timing screen and send that off to the sponsors.
Well, and that's what happens when you put a Martin Raginger in your car. I love Martin Raginger's driving position in the car as well. He gets really close to the steering wheel, and it's almost like his elbows out, like kind of wacky races style, and he's like, "Come on, go faster, go faster." He's a super driver, Martin Raginger, and but that front hood, it's got to be a concern. It is bumping and wrapping around. They just want to make sure they keep on top of it and it doesn't pop open under stress and under pressure. So Espenlaub in the CP Racing car had been in the lead briefly, but brought the car in for fuel. Meanwhile, the Porsche 992 Cup cars in their own class march on. And Lewis McGlade will be down in the pit lane with CP Racing in a minute. Paul?
I was just noticing down the back straight, the accumulation of tyre rubber now offline. It's really picking up, but there were huge chunks of rubber coming off of the tyre of the Q1 track racing car as it's trying to limp its way back with a flailing left rear tyre. So again, it's one of those 992s. We're trying to get back as quickly as possible, but maybe just coming back a little bit too quick because that tyre was starting to throw parts all over the parts of the tyre all over the track.
And that's when bits of tyre go in, that's when you start damaging bits in you can damage the suspension, you can damage the whole rear bodywork. Really important to avoid that. Is a little bit of miscommunication in traffic there. The number 8 of Marco Tallarico in the Kessel GT3 Ferrari trying to get through on the Rabdan Motorsport number 977 car in the 992 class, but makes a way through eventually. And I tell you what, the 992 Cup cars, because they've got less aero, less downforce, they really are quick down the straight. They've got very similar power to the GT3, but with less drag. But the bit where they lose is the braking. They're seeing 10 meters difference in braking zone between a 992 Cup and a GT3.
It helps having that extra bit of aero on the GT3 cars to help slow it down. Yeah.
So Lewis McGlade is down in the pit lane, and he's beside Charles Hespenlaub, who's just put in a mega stint. Let's hear from him.
Yeah, certainly so. So Charles, Putman's got in the car, Espenlaub's got out. Talk to us about that stint. It was a mega start to the race. Your pace is looking excellent right now.
Yeah, you know, the CP Racing guys, again, gave us a great car. Obviously, we've been working around, trying to get a good long stint, good pace in the stint. Obviously, the tires are working really hard here. After the first stint, we thought we could pick the pace up a little bit. Obviously, a little bit too much for the tire, but we made it to the end of the stint, but it was really close. So obviously, it's a tire management thing. A lot of people are having problems, so we're going to do what CP Racing does and be consistent and keep on going.
Now, the thing is, when it comes to the tyre management, we've seen quite a few teams, like you say, struggling, particularly with the rear left around here. Have you changed how you've been driving to kind of accommodate for that? Was that something you were aware of in qualifying and free practice?
Yeah, for sure. We've been aware of it since first practice. And for us, with the Mercedes, with the front engine, it's actually the left front. So a lot of the guys with the rear engine cars are having left rear problems. We're having left front problems. Hankook makes a great tire. Extreme conditions here for these cars. Lots of downforce. The track's really pretty abrasive, and it puts a lot of heat in the tire. And so we've been trying to drive around it. We've done a lot of setup changes, trying to see what we can do to make the fuel stint with the tire. And so far so good.
Now, mega stint, obviously, to start off with. You've got 4 drivers in the team. Does that mean that you're done for the day? Are we not expecting to see you back in the car?
Yeah, probably not. We got Joe back finally for a race, so 12-hour. We don't run normally 4, but he's part of the family. It's great to have all 4 of us here, and we're driving doing our thing.
And when are you going to grow sideburns like Shane?
I'm not a sideburn guy. I'll do the mustache again in November, but I have never been as cool as Shane, so I can't grow the thing. Foster, you ought to ask him, though, because he used to have the chops just like that. They were kind of in that clique back in the 80s, 90s, and Joe chopped them off mid-2000s, and he hadn't grown them back yet. And we've always you need to grow them back, you need to grow them back, and he hasn't yet, so maybe you guys can get him to do it.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, cheers.
Cool, thanks.
The Sideburn Appreciation Society here in this paddock. Fantastic stuff there from CP Racing. They're such a great crew, brilliant drivers, and I love the fact that they can they appreciate our sense of humour as well, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. If anybody can appreciate our sense of humour, it's fine. So, that's the main thing. Whilst we were talking down there to the CP Racing outfit, Neuhofer Rennsport have come onto pit road. So they have got themselves down onto the pit lane and trying to get their fuel strategy into play. But I tell you what, that was a hell of a run from Martin Ragnar in that car to really push on and to do well to push that team up into the overall lead for a while.
Question is, do you leave him in? He's one of the absolute guns in that car. Do you leave him in and risk him getting worn out and indeed burning up his drive time as well, because he's a pro? So driving time in 992, he can do half of the race maximum time. So he could do 6 hours across today and tomorrow. So do they burn it up now? How much ragging do you? And how much can he do tomorrow? You want to make sure you use all that time. You're giving away time if you don't use all those 6 hours.
Yeah, that's. I don't think you don't. I mean, I love the strategy play, and I love how the regulations do allow us to have that strategy play for the drivers with their minimum and maximum drive time that's available to them. For me personally, you try and keep. I would personally try and keep the majority of his drive time for tomorrow. I think tomorrow is the important day where you get where the prizes are given out. But you want to put yourself in a strong position, which is what they've done now at the start of the race. Let your other drivers take us through to the end of today, and then tomorrow get him in. And let's see what he can do. But of course, as soon as he jumps out the car at any time, he's then got to have half of his time spent driving as rest time. So they've got to take that into account as well. So it's not easy as the strategy play here in the series.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. I mean, the Red Camel Jordan's team, they occasionally rely on the services of our very own Paul Truswell. But he's a bit busy this weekend. He's up in a race in France somewhere. So he's not available for Red Camels to rely upon. The TCR car, TCR against Goliath in the GT/TCE category. The Sonax sponsored Home Guard motorsport car in the very patriotic white and red colours of Denmark. And that car is competing against the GT4 cars in a combined GT/TCE category. And at the moment,
it's leading.
It leads that category. And again, it has had a pit stop less than its rivals, and that's what it's going to come down to. So in GT/TCE, Sonax, Leon Cupra, Home Guard Motorsport, they lead. Exciting. TCR against Goliath. They got on class pole yesterday, and they were so excited about it.
We could tell when you were getting the chats from them. We could really tell how happy they were down there, and it was great to watch. Just the lap times coming in our timing screen, so it was really good to see sort of how it was coming in, and really just come in and we're able to get those lap times in. It was fantastic to watch.
Lewis McGlade is down with Atlas BX, who are the strongest running GT4 car so far. Lewis, what have you got?
Yeah, so I've got Stephen Cho alongside me, obviously driver, team manager. You've been busy behind the scenes, but great start to the race, right?
Yeah, it's still early days, of course, but it's a good start, and we're still, we kept the lead from the start. I think we're a little bit on different strategies now, so it's tough to say who's going to be ahead at the end, but so far so good.
Now, when it comes to starting, obviously you're keeping an eye on the gap between yourself and Bagheera, because they're the tightest in the championship. Has that been the focus today, or is it just run what you're running?
Yeah, I think we're just focusing on our own race. You know, still got over 10 hours to go. Of course, they're a really strong team, and you know, they're in it with us for the championship. So we're, of course, having one eye to see what they're doing. But they're a good team, and they're going to be quick to the end. And so we're just going to focus on what we're doing, and then see how it plays out by the end of the day.
And also, quick thoughts on where things have gone with the GT/TC, having the TCRs effectively in a non-championship, sort of the same class as you. Good, positive, or what are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, we're open-minded. It's a shame that there aren't more entries both in GT4 and TC, because it's a great event and the facility's great and everything's been going very well. But you know, if it's good for the teams and it's good for the show, then we're happy to support Creventic in whatever decision they make. So.
Right, perfect. Cheers, Stephen.
Thank you, Lewis. So, Atlas BX, just as we were closing off that that chat, their car was driven by Taekun Yang, went straight on at the Prima Variante at the first chicane, and thankfully without any additional incident. And most importantly, Paul, they didn't scratch that beautiful chrome paintwork.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. That's
Most
the most important thing. Yeah, not picking up any sort of damage or anything like that. It's the paintwork that's
Yes,
important.
don't scratch the paintwork.
I mean, to be fair, we've got a little bit of damage to the rear of the K1 track racing team, and that must be from when they had that puncture.
Do you know what? You could be right, Paul. A sort of delayed bit of damage. There's stuff going on in the rear of that Porsche 992 Cup car. Damage to the rear left. Eduardo Manozzi, poor old Eduardo. He's had all of the drama happen while he's been at the wheel. They've had a drama-packed weekend. Rubens Barrichello having an off in qualifying yesterday, and luckily it doesn't appear to be damaging the tyre. And unless you get a black and orange flag to be called into the pits, I actually think they could probably just crack on here, Paul.
Yeah, you just stay out.
Yeah,
stay
until
out
you're told
to. Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, you can see there's a lot of duct tape on that on the back left quarter of the car. So obviously that flailing tyre, I said it was throwing tyre rubber down the back straight. It's obviously done some damage to the bodywork that they've had to quickly just tape up into place, but that tape's not held, and it's now flailing at the back there.
They need to change their gaffer tape supplier. And stronger gaffer tape required, unfortunately. So at the front of the field then, Ralph Bon is circled back through. Just as we say that, we'll come back to Herbert in a second. Black flag with orange disc, also known as the meatball flag. That means come into the pit lane and repair the damage that you have got. That is a pit immediately for car number 950, Q1 track racing. So Eduardo Manozzi will have to bring the car into pit lane for a costly pit stop. It's been a dramatic day for the Brazilian crew. But the other Brazilian crew, the number 15 BMW Chichato Racing, they sit in 8th at the moment after a couple of pit stops. So the Q1 Racing team go to work, and they're going to actually try and rip this bumper off here, Paul.
They've got the hacksaw available as well, just in case they do need to do that. Now, has that got any? Yeah, that's fine. The diffuser seems to be okay on that car.
I don't know. There's quite a lot of aero work under there. I'm not worried about the engine. The 911, the engine's at the back. You don't want to be knocking off pipes and all sorts.
Yeah, and this is what we discussed yesterday, me and Lewis, when Rubens had that incident with that car. Any sort of, it might just look like a little bit of scuffing, but any pipes or anything that could have been knocked, that could have dire consequences.
Curious, very, very important battle going on, not for position, but for the lap. Our race leader, Ralph Bon, who is, for me, driver of the day so far for Herbert Motorsport, is about to put, or is trying to put, the Chichato Italia BMW of Leonardo Sanchez down a lap. That is critical in this race because we're split into two parts. We've got 4.5 hours to go of racing today. We have 5.5 hours of racing tomorrow. Today is all about finish on that lead lap and you get to start on the grid on the same lap as the leader, and it's effectively reset. If you finish a lap down, you're really disadvantaging yourself. And Ralph Bon is trying to put Leonardo Sanchez under as much pressure as possible. Now, Sanchez, Secudinho, he's a bronze-rated driver as Ralph Bon is, so this is a very equal battle here going on. Although it's not for position, it's really, really important here, Paul. Sanchez has got to try and hold off Bon with everything he's got here, well, at all costs.
We've heard about how quick that BMW is, though, haven't we? About how quick it is down the straight. So that could be something that goes in as a positive, as the Q1 track racing team are back out of pits now. So they've obviously done whatever repairs that they needed to do whilst it was in the pit box, and they've got back up and running. But yeah, this is crucial. This is key for the race. That Herbert car, the typical Porsche way it does, so good under braking, and well, are we going to be seeing that go past? We'll have to look as they come round, but more pit stops are ongoing out there as well. The 903 Porsche, which is of course the Red Ant Racing, they've been onto pit road and they've had a service. So
they're after 2 hours of racing. The Porsche 992 Cup car starting to cycle through our front runners, and Herbert Ralph Bond has put the BMW Italia car down a lap. He's flashing his lights at one of the HRT Porsche Cup cars saying coming through, and that Herbert car is solid under the braking. That is, again, you're absolutely right, Paul, it's such a Porsche characteristic to be very strong on braking and out of corner acceleration. Interestingly, as the organisers around the world are getting used to this new 992 GT3R, apparently, even though it's got a slightly bigger engine, it's got a 4.2 litre engine, apparently it's not got the acceleration. Now, there could be a variety of reasons for that, but of course it is still a 911. The engine is technically rear engines, but it's still more to the middle than it used to be. So also with that naturally aspirated engine, if you're in the draft of another car, when you get up to that really high rev, that's when that car really can step into its own as well. Lewis McGlade down in the pit lane. Lewis, what have you got for us?
So I've got Marcus Vinicius Neves, obviously here down at the 950, the Q1 Racing. Now, talk to us about the damage that we've just seen on the car, the rear end. Where did that come from?
Unfortunately, we have a tire explosion that damaged a lot the structure. So we tried to tape it at the first time, but not working. So we have to lose more time again when we stop it. So it's a difficult time for us right now, but for sure we will recover.
Is there any potential other damage to the rear of the car? Or is it just like a bumper, etc.?
No, I think we are fine. Now we grab the data for the car, and we will look for something that we can improve to better the car with that condition.
And finally, the big question, what's it like driving with Rubens? I mean, he seems pretty relaxed. He's walking around in sandals at the moment, but still, it must be amazing.
Rubens is amazing. We are learning a lot with him. Rubens keeps us calm and do a good strategy for us. This is an opportunity for us driving with a record guy in this track. So Rubens is the best one for us. He's my boss.
Can't make any mistakes as a team. Cheers, Marcus.
Thank you.
Rubens is the boss. There we go. Fantastic stuff from our pit reporter, Lewis McGlade. 4 hours and 27 minutes to go in this Monza 12-hour race. And let's run through the standings. The number 91, Herbert Motorsport Porsche, leads the way in Pro-Am and overall after 59 laps of racing. Ralph Bond putting together, for me, the stint of the weekend. But just 46 seconds further back, we have the number 34 Land Motorsport Audi, which leads in the GT3 AM category. Elmer Grimm at the wheel there. Then about 46 seconds further back, we have Charlie Putman for CP Racing in third. So that battle in AM, very, very close between Land Motorsport and CP Racing, two heavyweights of this championship. Then in fourth, it's the number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari. Marco Tallarico at the wheel there, just 9.7 seconds behind. Then it's Haas Racing Team. Matteo Getri at the wheel of that Audi at the moment, just 3 seconds behind. But critically, we know that that car is on a little bit of a different strategy after a tyre issue earlier on. BMW Italia Ceccato Racing, they've just gone off the lead lap. They're in 6th, with E2P Racing in 7th, and Scherer Sport PHX are in 8th at the moment. Elliot Earhart at the wheel of that Scherer Sport machine. Then it's our hero car, the Porsche 992 Cup, Neuhofer Rennsport. Markus Neuhofer leading the way at the moment. They're 9th. They were leading overall, but they've just taken a pit stop. They're in a really strong position. They're being hunted down, though, by the RPM Racing Team in 992 AM. They sit in 10th place overall. Red Ant Racing are in 3rd. Then it's Red Camel Jordans with Rick Breukers at the wheel, who's been at the wheel for quite a while. Excuse me, it was Luke who started, and then Rick again. Then in 13th overall, it's the number 977 of Rabden Motorsport by HRT Performance, Saif Alameri driving there at the moment. And then it's Willie Motorsport by Ebby Motors, with Sergio Nicolai driving alongside Sabino De Castro, and Fabrizio Broggi unfortunately not driving today after that accident yesterday, but great to have him here on site at the circuit today, and we wish him well. S1 Racing, the Estonian team, Alex Ryman is at the wheel of that car at the moment in 15th overall. Then leading in GTX, who've snuck their way through the field, 9 und 11 Racing. They had a big repair to do overnight. They didn't know if they were going to be able to get that repair done. They have done. Brilliant stuff. They lead GTX. Then it's Toro Racing by HRT Performance. Since G has just got out that car, Eric Zhang is now on board. Second place in GTX is the Vortex V8, the all-French lineup. Gilles Courtois driving at the moment. Then it's the recovering RD Signs Cialali Racing Team GTX Lamborghini Super Trofeo, which had a puncture earlier on, but is back up and going again. Alaya Koloc leads in GT4 for Bagheera ZM Racing, the Dakar racing team, truck racing team, here in circuit racing now, doing a top job in a really fierce battle with Atlas BX Motorsport, Tae Kun Yang driving that car at the moment. Then it's the dramatically filled garage of Q1 Track Racing. They're in 22nd overall, 9th in the 992 class, back out on circuit again with Eduardo Manozzi at the wheel. Then in 23rd, it's Team ACP Tangerine Associates with their BMW M4. They're in the pits at the moment getting some service. Then it's the HRT Performance number 967 Porsche Cup car. Stefano Monaco is unfortunately ground to a halt earlier on, and didn't unfortunately had to get service, had to be recovered to the pit garages. At the moment, Stefano Monaco is showing us in the fueling area, so perhaps we might have that car ready to go back out onto track, but that could just be a glitch on the timer screen. The TCR, leading in TCR and in GTTC right now, is the Cupra Leon competition of Holmgard Motorsport, the Sonax liveried machine, the white and red car. It's the only TCR in the field, battling away with the GT4s and leading in that combined GT-TC category. So that's how they line up then. That's how they roll at the moment here in part 1 of the 12 Hours of Monza in the 24H series. 4 hours and 22 minutes to go. And I'm going to say it because I'm not a superstitious person, Paul. Just one Code 60 so far, and we're now starting to get in a bit of rhythm of the race.
So you heard it here, folks.
10, 9, 8.
Peter Mackay has cursed us, and we'll be getting the Code 60 at some point. Yeah, the 967, the HRT performance car, it's been in pits now for an hour and 12 minutes. It's not looking the simple sort of battery change, perhaps, that was a problem, and something more sinister going on there. But you will imagine that they will still be trying to do the best to repair that car and get back out there. As I said earlier, if nothing else, it's just a chance to give some of your drivers a bit of seat time.
Now, we've not just had the man of the moment, we've had lots of the men of the moment and drivers of the moment here in this 12 Hours of Monza race. Martin Ragginger is one of them, and he is down with Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, certainly. So I've got Martin with me. Talk us about your stint. You looked incredibly fast, obviously leading the 992s at the moment and getting involved with some of the GT3s as well.
Yeah, well, our team is doing an amazing job this weekend, all weekend. Car is fantastic. Me and Felix did 2 good first stints, and obviously now we try to stay in the rhythm, doing consistent lap times.
Now, obviously, with it being a race in 2 parts, it's kind of like not what some people are completely used to. What are the goals on Saturday? Is it just keeping on the lead lap, keeping towards the front, or are you still even eyeing to lap maybe even a few more from the contingent so they're out of trouble tomorrow?
No, I think the main goal always in endurance racing is to stay in the lead lap, to be competitive and try to bring us in a good position for the last stint tomorrow, obviously. And this is only possible if you're in the same lap. So I think this is our main goal, to maintain there and try to push at the end as hard as we can.
Now we're seeing a couple of the 992s, but then generally people struggling when it comes down to brakes, when it comes down to tyres. What's the hardest thing about racing around Monza?
I think obviously you have to look quite good after your tires. The stint is very long. As we could see, there are already some tire failures. So far we had no issues with that. We did 2, I would say, safety stops. We pitted a little bit earlier to check our tires, because we never run a full stint under these conditions. So it seems to be good for us, and now we can extend our stint until the end.
All right, cheers, Martin. Good luck.
Thank you, Lewis. Yeah, Martin Ragginger, one of the top drivers of the day, really driving well. And yeah, he'll have to, doing a single stint there, so he'll only need a very short rest time. He could get straight back in the car, Paul, if the team desires to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we talked about maybe just sort of keeping your powder dry on some of your really quick drivers and save them drive time for tomorrow. But as we mentioned, part of that strategy, if you fall off the lead lap, you get the quick guy in and get them to put the laps in to try and get you back onto that lead lap. I've just noticed that the TCR, the Holgard Motorsports car, is onto pit road in the fueling area, so they are finally going to be taking their second pit stop with 4 hours and 19 minutes remaining in this race. They've actually gone quite long compared to everybody else, but that's the benefits of that TCR. We said that it's going to be able to go that little bit longer than the GT4s out there that they're competing with in this GT-TCE battle.
Gap at the front of the field continues to grow. It's now up to 50 seconds at the front of the field. Ralph Bond for Herbert Motorsport he's on fire. He's just done a last lap by this, just gone over the line, and a lap which is maybe a little bit traffic interrupted, but the lap before that, a 149.5. Remarkable pace from Ralph Bond, matching the pace of Alfred Renauer, who started the car. Unfortunately, the number 34 Land Audi has got, guess what, a rear left puncture. So the Land Audi is going slow. It seems like it's happened further along the lap. He's going along the back straight at the moment, up towards Curva Alboreto, so not far to limp it back. So at the wheel of this car at the moment, it's Elmer Grimm from second position overall. And Elmer doing exactly the right thing, going not too fast, not too slow, and trying to get that car back ready to get a replacement to that tyre. Meanwhile, TCR, the Sonax TCR for Holgard Motorsport comes in. New tyres going on, all 4 new tyres, interestingly. Sometimes with TCR you see just the front, because that's what really gets the pounding around here, around any circuit, because you've got around 350-ish horsepower going through the front wheels that's also having to steer as well, and the rears are obviously a lot less stressed. But what a really smooth pit stop there from Holgard Motorsport, family team. And
you say that.
I say that.
And
off they go.
To pull away.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the number 34 Land Audi keeping it in third gear and just going along a steady third gear. What will feel like walking pace here for Elmer Grimm. The netting inside the car, the driver's protective netting, shaking around. That must feel horrible. The vibrations of that tyre flapping around. Oh. Monza's biting.
Not just through the wheel as well, though. It's through your backside as well, where you're really feeling that vibration. We'll probably see him pull off into the fueling area first, just to get a top up of fuel, and then head down onto the pit box to get that tyre changed. But that is a big moment for them. Kessel as well are onto pit road for a pit stop, so they're just getting to that point at the end of their stint. And we've been green flag racing for quite a while now, so teams are being able to get a full stint out of the cars under green flag racing and know where they stand strategy-wise.
We've been talking, Paul, about strategy, about how keeping on the lead lap is the name of the game. I think for Herbert, the name of the game may have changed. For them, they might want to put a lap on everyone else, because with the number 34 Land car having that puncture now, that potentially gives an opportunity for Herbert. Remember, Robert Renauer, their fastest driver, has not driven a metre yet.
No.
So he's waiting in reserve. So do they then deploy Robert? He can do 6 hours potentially. Do they then deploy him and put their rivals a lap down? I mean, can they play the strategy right to be able to do that? Is that the question now for Herbert?
That would be a tremendous position to be in. That would be such a dominating position to be in if you were.
You'd enjoy your dinner with that position.
Oh
wouldn't
yeah,
you?
you would stroll into catering and be there saying, "All right, everybody,
Hi guys."
hi."
2 portions of ice cream, absolutely.
Not for the drivers though; they've still got a job to do.
So Haas Racing Team go up into 2nd place. Again, they are the anomaly. They had to come in after 35 minutes early. They had to come in early from their first stint with some issues on the rear left. It's Mathieu Detruy driving that car at the moment at 151.5 last time by. So he's on a very similar pace to Ralph Bon at this stage. And Charlie Putman in 3rd overall for CP Racing. And he was, so for Charlie, his minimum drive time in that car is 1 hour. So that's effectively a stint. So if once he's done that 1 hour, his driving time is over. He is allowed to do more, of course, but his minimum drive time is then complete. And every team has to make sure that they're on top of that, because if you don't complete your driving time, forget any result.
Yeah, absolutely, and that'll be put into the sort of strategy spreadsheet, and they'll have worked that one all out. It's we've just seen a shot of that Haas RT car coming into the Ascari chicane. And I actually saw a good vantage point for some of the fans, which was up on the banking, looking over the straight going into Ascari. That's quite the vantage point there.
Beautiful vantage point, yeah, beautiful vantage point. Well, Lewis McGlade is in the leading team's garage. He's just a glory hunter, isn't he, Lewis McGlade? He's down at the number 91 garage, Herbert Motorsport, down with Daniel Alleman. Lewis.
I just follow where the success goes, thanks. Yes, obviously down with Daniel Alleman right now. The race at the moment's going brilliantly for you. You've got a strong lead in a strong position. What's been the strategy and the methodology so far?
Well, the strategy is every time the drive on the look what's happening, to be careful with the car.
Now, we were kind of wondering strategically, with the issues that have gone the way of the Land Motorsport car and things like that with some of the punctures, are you looking to try and get a lap on basically everyone, as many people as possible? Is there a red flag out?
Code 60.
Yeah, no, we're going to send this straight back up to Peter and that.
Thank you, Lewis. Yeah, Code 60 has just come out. So Daniel Alleman, I think, is going to get his helmet and hands on, because he's next in the car. So Code 60 has come out around the circuit. We do not know why yet, but we will tell you as soon as we have information on that. So Code 60, now that is... you got to feel for Land here, Paul, because they had that puncture, that number... it could just be to clear up debris, that's true, so it could be quite a short Code 60. But the number 34, Land Audi, who had that puncture there, Paul... they went in, got that, they took their medicine, took repaired the puncture, and back out onto the circuit, and then there's a Code 60. They're thinking, come on, what do we have to do? For Herbert, I mean, Ralph Bon had been in that car for an hour and 20 minutes. This could work out perfectly for Herbert. It does appear to be just for debris. We're not seeing anything else. So, fueling going on for the number 977 Rabden Motorsport car, fueling up under Code 60. So unless they got in before the Code 60 came out, which is unlikely, they will only be allowed to fill up 50% of their fuel load. Neuhofer, number 985, they are at the moment, they've just done a stop. So maybe they might have they suffered from that? Have they not? We'll only really see when we get back to Green Flag Racing.
I just wonder if the race control have seen, with a number of punctures that have been with flailing tyres, throwing bits of... maybe they're thinking, do you know what's a good idea, is just to pick up the bigger pieces of damage that's on the track, just so at least then it reduces the risk of further punctures. That could potentially be what they're thinking here. So we don't know that for sure, but we did see on the pictures that we are given here on the world feed, one of the marshals recovering a decent sized piece of car, piece of bodywork that had obviously come off of a car.
So Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff took over from Elmar Grimm, so they came in with that puncture. So I hope Dr. Johannes was ready to go. We saw Daniel Alemans there in the pit stops speaking to Lewis about getting the rushing off to go and get the helmet and hands device on. So for Herberth, do they then take this opportunity to go in and fuel up and do a driver change? That's the question. Only 1 minute until the end of this code 60, so I think you've almost got to, it's like stick or twist, it's like blackjack almost, isn't it? You have to go, no, actually, okay, no, as tempting as it is to jump into the pits, you need some cool heads on the pit wall.
Yeah, cool heads prevail, and you can almost get a bit excited of, oh, we've got the opportunity here, let's jump in and take the opportunity to get fuel and tyres, but as we said, if it was just for debris on the racetrack, then it was a relatively short code 60. We should be going green flag racing any time now. So we're getting set for that. And do we see that Herberth Motorsport car come onto pit road? I don't think they are coming onto pit road.
E2P, the Spanish crew with their Porsche, they took a pit stop. Javier Morchillo has gone on board that car. He's the team owner, the team boss, and a very, very experienced driver. Been racing for a long, long time. Back to green flag racing then, here at the 12 Hours of Monza. We hope you're enjoying the coverage, live in sound and vision around the world, both here on our live stream and on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, RS3. So if you need to get moving, do take us with you, RS3. Go onto radiolemans.co and go onto there, and there's a watch live tab, hit it and click RS3, and you can listen to us wherever you are in the world with a internet connection. So back to green flag racing then. Let's run through our class leaders as things stand. We have to be so quick on top of all this. Ralph Bon leads for Herberth Motorsport Porsche after 69 laps of racing, with Matteo De Tri in second for Haas Racing Team. Then it's the BMW Italia Cicciato racing car of Leonardo Sanchez. Then in the 992 category, it's an AM-class car that leads for now, Philip Hamprecht for RPM Racing. Then it's Marcus Neuhofer for Neuhofer Rennsport, and then Red Ant Racing's Arnold Neveling, the South African driver, in third. In GTX, that's led by the Vortex at the moment by 13 seconds, so it's very close in GTX. Second place in GTX is Martin Schulter for 911 Racing. In GT4 and in GTTCE, it's the Atlas BX Motorsport, the Korean squad, with their Mercedes. They lead by just 4 seconds from Bagheera Racing. Alaya Koloc, in fact, who's just come into the pits, so that will allow Atlas to move into a more commanding lead. Then in our only TCR car, and sitting third in GTTCE, is Homeguard Motorsport, their Cupra Leon competition. They have not long taken a stop, so they are fueled and, more importantly, tired for a good, solid run. They'll be hoping, Paul, for a very long run of green flag racing, so they can use the advantage of that.
Yeah, you've got to try and get that advantage where you can, and be able to work that to your favour. That is for sure. I'm just having a look, and some of the teams in the paddock, I was looking on the 24-hour series at social media, some of the teams in the paddock have actually got little pools set up for the drivers to cool themselves down. That is just how hot it has been in those cars, and you know what? It's a great way of getting them get their core body temperature cooled down for them after spending that time in the car.
We see that a lot at the Suzuki 8-hour motorcycle race, one of the biggest races in the world for motorcycle racing, and it's a huge deal in Japan. But you're racing at the end of July in Japan, and it's 40 degrees and huge humidity, and that's exactly the trick they use. A big almost like a kiddie's paddling pool full of ice water, more or less. Jump in and get that. Like you say, it's all about core temperature, and they can do that. You can have little rubber ducks floating around in it as well for a bit of fun. Now, driver change in the Kessel Racing Ferrari car number 8, LMDV, is an acronym for that driver's name. Some drivers do prefer sometimes a degree of anonymity, and we shall respect that. So LMDV is, and that's what it says on the side of the car as well. It's quite unusual to see just initials on the side of the car, but he should be referred to as he has entered the race.
Yeah, it says it on the timing screen as well. It says it on the entry list, so that's how we shall refer to the driver. But certainly jumping into that car, and well, we'll see how he gets on in that outfit. And it is a stunning car. I really do like the look of the 296. I think it's quite striking. Although one of my favourite Ferraris was the 355.
Oh, great. We're of a similar generation, yeah. 355. Was it Outrun 2? That was one of my favourite games. You could slide it around. That was very good.
Actually had Ferrari 355 Challenge.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yes, and you could get the matching wheel for it as well. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't get the wheel.
Neither did I, but you could. I mean, I looked at it in the shop. Pit stop for Haas Racing Team, and it's going to be a driver change there as well. So that was Mathieu Detry who brought the car into the pits. And Mika Panu. So it'll be Max Hofer getting back in again. So Max Hofer, definitely the hot shoe in that number 21 Haas Racing Team car. The young Austrian. And we'll see now. That car, of course, has been off strategy for a couple of hours now. And is it going to filter out in their favour? There is a lot of unknowns. There's quite a lot of things that are out with their control, Paul, where we get a code 60 or whatever, and where can they get to the end of the race when we back time it? Can they get there without making an additional pit stop? That's what it's going to come down to, I think.
I'm sorry, I just heard the V10 power up out of pit road of the SRT. It's an incredible noise that it makes. It does reverberate around here. Stunning noise. And SRT come out around about 11th place overall in the race, 6th place in GT3. But they are the leading GT3 Pro car out there.
Interesting. So, yes, because at the moment we've got a GT3 Pro-Am car in Herbeth Motorsport Porsche leading. Then it's an AM car, BMW Italia Cicciato Racing, who have got to be due a pit stop very soon. They're currently classified in second. They're 2 minutes off the lead. So actually, yeah, Herbeth are a lap ahead of everybody right now. So they have put the field a lap down as things stand. They are due a pit stop soon, but they have put the field a lap down at this stage.
Oh, very, very deep into the second chicane from the number 34, the Land Motorsport Cup. And just got very deep on the brakes, and the Herbeth car has just lapped them, actually. Of course, the Land Motorsport car, the latest to suffer with a left rear puncture. So trying the recovery drive, but Herbeth, yes, they do always a pit stop, but they have been on fire all race.
Flawless. Absolutely flawless. Well, Haas RT, they've had a few issues with the tyre earlier on, but they are fighting back, and Lewis is down with Mathieu Detry.
Certainly. Talk to us about your stint. Did it go well for you, or kind of average?
Yeah, the stint was good. I had no problem. We had a puncture at the very beginning of the race, so now we just have to push and wait for the mistake for the other guys. But my stint was good, no problem.
Now let's talk about that a little bit, because obviously you've kind of been dragged a little bit off the normal strategy. There's 4 hours and 2 minutes roughly left to go. Are you going to have to make an extra pit stop?
Honestly, I don't know. I have to see it with the engineer. But me, when I am the car, I just have to push as possible and close the gap.
Is it quite fun though? I mean, you get to still throw an Audi R8 around Monza. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. A lot of speed and great brakes. So yeah, I enjoy.
I assume we're expecting you back in the car at some point this afternoon.
Sorry?
Are we expecting you back in the car at some point this afternoon?
Yeah, I hope so.
All right, we'll let you get back to it. Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to Lewis McGlade down on pit road. But with 4 hours of racing remaining here in this, the Hankook 12 hours of Monza. It's part 1 of this race. And well, it's certainly been an intriguing opening to 2.5 hours of action here in this one. And we've got another 4 hours remaining of racing action. So as things stand right now, it is Herbert Motorsport who do lead this one. They are absolutely walking away. It is a mammoth gap. They've got 2 minutes and 9 seconds over the second place BMW Italia Cicciato Racing outfit. So Ralph Bourne doing a sterling job in the Herbert Motorsport car. Leonardo Sanchez, though, is in the car in second place. And third is CP Racing. Charles Putman is in that car for them, and that Mercedes is going well. So, fourth place in the standings right now is that Shearer Sports PHX Audi. And that's currently Elia Earhart, who's behind the wheel of that particular motor car. And then it's B Racing in fifth place overall in their Porsche 911 GT3R 991.2 car, the slightly older model. They are down there in fifth place overall. Javier Moschello currently behind the wheel for them. In 992 class, it is RPM Racing currently leading that one. Philip Hamprecht behind the wheel, and that's not just a lead in 992, it's also a lead in 992 AM class as well for them. Next, it is Red Ant Racing with Arnold Nevling behind the wheel for that outfit. They are the leading 992 Pro car in second place in 992. Third place it is Neuhofer Rennsport with Marcus Neuhofer behind the wheel for them. They've just dropped down to third place in class. Next, Rick Breukers for the Red Camel Jordan's team in fourth place with the Willie Motorsports by EB Motors with Sergei Nikolai behind the wheel for them. But let's go down to the pit lane. Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, I've got a really cool Italian next to me, David Fuminelli. Now, you've done plenty of driving, plenty of racing over the last few years. How does driving the brand new Ferrari 296 compare?
The new car, it's amazing, especially the platform of the car. The aerodynamic is a big step forward compared to the 488. Here in Monza, we are struggling a bit with the BOP at the moment, especially in acceleration. So compared to the other cars, we are lacking in top speed and acceleration out of the corner. So not the easiest place because Monza is such a high-speed track. So we are doing our best. We've been very unlucky with the first two Code 60. So we are a bit down now, but we are pushing hard to try being a bit more luck in the second part of the race. And we are trying to do the best in our home race.
Yeah, of course, you know, a brand new Ferrari here at Monza, it's always a little bit extra pressure. Is that always like the hardest bit with driving a brand new car? You've got to learn like the little intricacies of it, how it slides, how it drives.
Yeah, exactly. For us, of course, we are here to do our best, but it's also our real first race with a new car, and we are using it as a testing base to discover the car on an endurance race, see how it evolves with the tire degradation, reliability and everything. So it's going to be very important first step for the next races. And but we are glad that we could have the debut of our new Ferrari in Monza, in Italian track, Italian brand, so that's nice.
Of course, tyre wear's been a bit of a talk of the town at the moment. CP have been saying they've been struggling with the front left. Other teams have very visibly been struggling with the rear left. Any difficulties on that side for you?
So we did a test 2 weeks ago, and we discovered these big issues. So now we are running quite conservative with the camber of the car to save the rear tires. So we are losing a bit of performance, but of course we want to look after the tires, and this is going to be a key for the race. We saw already many cars having issue with the rear left. So hopefully maybe we can get some time compared to the others on this aspect.
Well, cheers, mate. I'll let you get back to it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Lewis, for that. And it is worth pointing out there has been a number of drivers, if you are just joining us, there's been a number of teams struggling with getting left rear punctures. One of those to get a left rear puncture was, of course, the Haas RT outfit in their Audi R8 LMS car. Also, enough for one of those teams to get that left rear puncture was the Q1 track racing outfit in the 992 class. That's the car with currently Eduardo Menosi behind the wheel. And then the number 34 Land Motorsport car, that was the latest car to get itself a left rear puncture. It has been a talking point of this race. It has been an issue for some of those teams. Interesting to hear that some of those teams deciding to ease off on the camber on those rear tyres just to give it a little bit more of help. And, well, it is a bit of a worry for Land Motorsport. They're currently in the garage, so they've wheeled the car. They've got it up on the trolleys, wheeled the car back into the garage, and have got themselves... they were looking under the front bonnet of the car that we saw in our pictures here. So whether it's something in the front, whether it's something in the rear, I don't know. Hopefully Lewis McGlade will be able to go down and visit Land and see how they are doing and what the issue is down there for them. They are fourth in class in GT3 AM as at the moment. As I say, in the garage in pit road, so issues for Land Motorsport. Of course, that was one of the most recent team to get the left rear puncture, so maybe issues following on from that puncture. And maybe a little bit of damage to the car. We'll have to wait and see what happens with them. But Herbeth Motorsport doing a sterling job at the front, and Ralph Bourne doing a sensational stint behind the wheel right now. He's got a lap on everyone. 2 minutes 12 is the difference between them and second place overall. So we kind of had a little bit of conjecture as to whether it would be try and lap everyone to put themselves in a really good position for tomorrow. Well, that's how things stand right now. And well, down in the world of Land Motorsport, the front bonnet is up, the tyres are off the car, the driver's out of the car as well. Can't quite see what the issue is, whether it's at the front end or the back, so hopefully we'll get a report from down on pit road. Just quickly to go through some of your other standings as they are right now. GTX is currently led by the Vortex V8, and that's Gilles Courtois who's behind the wheel of that one. He has currently got, looks like about a lap. No, it's just updated as my timing screen. 15 seconds is the gap between him and the second placed GTX car, which is the 911 Racing car with the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, the 991 version. That has to run in the GTX because it doesn't come in the 992 category anymore. The Lamborghini Huracan, who was another one of those cars to have a left rear puncture. They're on the recovery drive in that Super Trofeo car. That's the RD Sainz Swillier Racing team. Third place, 18.8 seconds back from the 911 Racing outfit. In your GT-TC category, the GT4s and TCRs all together, Atlas Motorsport currently lead in that class in their Mercedes AMG GT4. They've currently got about a 42-second lead over the Cupra Leon Homeguard Motorsport car, and we've got another puncture. It's another left rear puncture for one of our 992 class cars. Didn't quite catch which number that was, but we will. I do believe it might be the RPM racing car. Oh, and it is. And what's more, they were our leading 992 car. So from the lead of 992, RPM Racing, left rear puncture once again here. And that is, and they're only at the Lesmos. They've only just exited the Lesmos right now. And that tyre is rubbing against the bodywork on the left rear of that Porsche 911 992 GT3 Cup car. And Lewis McGlade down in pit road has an update on what's happening with Land Motorsport.
Yeah, certainly so. So I've had a quick chat with the team. They were talking about where the puncture had come from, because they were saying throughout all of testing they'd never had any issues with the rear tyres with any puncturing like what we've seen from others. They'd already adjusted for that in their setup. Now what's happened is they've picked up a bit of debris which has clearly punctured the rear left tyre, and from that they think there might have been a brake problem that came with it, because when they sent the car back out they were saying that there was some issues with potential loss of brakes, overheating of brakes, and so potentially something on the brake line which they're investigating now. That's why the bonnet came down, the bonnet went back up, tyres came off, and once again the investigation continues, but it's a believed brake issue for the Land Motorsports cars. A very big shame.
Big shame indeed. Thank you very much, Lewis, for that. And if ever there was a circuit where you do need your brakes to be at optimal condition, well, it is Monza. The Herbeth Motorsport team are finally down onto pit road. They're getting fuel right now. So Ralph Bourne, I would imagine, will be jumping out of that car, because he has done an absolute mega stint behind the wheel. But he's just getting the fuel into that car. We've had quite a bit of green flag racing, it must be said, here today. So far, we've only had 13.5 minutes of Code 60. The first one was for the 967 car pulling over to the side with an electrical issue on the exit of Lesmo 2. They are still on pit road. They were hoping it was just a battery issue for that car, but unfortunately it is still on pit road. So the problem with electrics is you can try one thing, and if that doesn't work, well, it might be an alternator, it might be a wiring loom, it might be whatever it is. You've got to hunt around, find out what that problem is, and then hope that you've got the parts to fix it as well. So the HRT Performance team are still in the garage on pit road. That was what the first Code 60 was for. And then the second Code 60, that was for debris. The race control saw that there was a bit of debris out on track, called the Code 60 just to allow the marshals to be able to clear that. And it's a great set of marshals that they've got here at Monza. Herbeth Motorsport, they are into their pit box now. It's going to be a full service tyres. They've taken fuel. They're also having a driver change as well. So Herbeth Motorsport now having the chance to get that change of driver. And well, it was a great effort from Ralph Bourne in that car to be able to get themselves to be a whole lap ahead. Car gets dropped from the jacks and pulls away from the pit box. Smiles in the team. They're delighted with how things are going out there right now. So they're going to come off of pit road, hit that pit limiter button, and then get themselves back up underway at racing speed. And where will that put them out of pit road? Well, it looks like to be coming out around about third place. So that 2 minutes and 10 seconds that they had over the BMW Italia Cecchetto racing team. It's not actually put them that far back, has it, Peter Mackay?
No, not too far back at all. It just shows you the work that had been done earlier on there by Herbert Motorsport, and they've proven themselves so many times in this 24H series that this doesn't come as a surprise. Krone Racing, RPM Racing come in, and it's another complete delamination for our drivers out there, for the tyre out there, and it doesn't seem to be particularly exclusive to any type of car. It does seem to be exclusive to the rear left. Interestingly, CP Racing was saying it's the front left they've got to worry about, which of course they've got a massive 6.2 litre V8 in the front of their car, so perhaps it's more with the way that the weight is distributed in that machine. So of course, a 992 Porsche Cup car, the engine's right at the back, that's where a lot of the weight is. So RPM Racing get it fixed, and they're back going again and back out onto circuit. But it's been one of the storylines of the day, Paul, I think.
Yeah, it certainly has, and it really has been the talking point is that left rear tyre delamination for a few of the cars, and damage to that left rear. We did get word, of course, from Land Motorsport. They're still on pit road at the moment, brake issues for them after their puncture. So it's a case of trying to get to the bottom of that, try and quickly fix it. But as I said, after we heard from Lewis McGlade, it is one of those things where you need brakes to be working around this venue.
You certainly do. You certainly do. I mean, that was what Rubens Barrichello told us yesterday. That's even with everything working, that is the one aspect that is the key to going quick here at Monza, is the braking performance. So back into the overall lead, Leonardo Sanchez for BMW Italia Cecchetto Racing, but they are due a pit stop. So Lewis McGlade is down in the pit lane with the man of the moment, the Iron Man, Ralph Bond.
Yeah, certainly. So it was very much an Iron Man stint right there at the start of the race. Talk us through it. I mean, it's hot, it's sweaty, it's hard work, but you've done brilliantly. The car's in contention. How's it feel?
Well, like a first stint is feeling. It's a good feeling to the car. Also, not so many cars on the track, so let's say kind of easy to drive at the moment.
Now, there was a code 60 that came out there, obviously quite late. You've had to deal with a couple now. That one, was it like in a decent time for you, or not really, like just kind of nothing?
In the end, the refueling station was busy, so we decided to stay out. And I think it was the only decision to take in that situation.
How much communication do you get from the team about the refueling station? Obviously, there's only 6 slots down there, so you've got to keep up to speed with it, right?
Well, the communication in general we take to the necessary. And so we don't speak so much, and we don't tell about the weekend or something like this. We just come in or stay out.
Now, with a stint like that, I'm going to take a wild assumption you're not in at all today anymore. You've done your bit.
Sorry, once again, please.
Have you finished for the day? You've done your bit for the day?
Well, we decide out of the situation. Now Danny is going, and we see what is the situation giving, and then if I'm jumping in or not, we will decide spontaneously.
Right, perfect. I'll let you go a breather. All right, cheers, Ralph.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Thank you.
Perfect.
Bye.
Thank you, Lewis. And Ralph Bond keeping, if I've ever seen a driver keeping their cards close to their chest, that was it, not wanting to give an idea of what Herbert's strategy is, because remember, Robert Renauer, the fastest driver in their car, he has not driven a single minute yet. So and he can run an ultimate time of 6 hours. So, but of course, the maximum stint time is 2 hours, and if you've done 2 hours, you have to then break for an hour. So they can't leave it all until tomorrow. So I don't think it'll be long before we'll see Robert Renauer getting behind the wheel of that Herbert Motorsport machine. Of course, Alfred and Robert are the team owners of Herbert, and also their owner drivers. So very exciting. Daniel Alleman, who we heard from earlier, who we had to cut his interview short because we thought he might have to jump into the car. He's just got by. He's just got it by a huge chunk of traffic there. As Javier Mortillo in the E2P Racing Porsche making his way up through traffic. So E2P, where have they got to at the moment? They are sitting in 5th overall, with Javier has been at the wheel for quite a short stint so far. He's sitting about 28 minutes he's been behind the wheel, so about halfway through his stint at the moment, and he's in a big train of Porsches led by the Herberth car. Then there's the S1 racing car in the middle, with Javier Morchillo in the Porsche 911 GT3R 991.2 edition, to give it its full name. So 3 hours and 40 minutes to go in this first part of the 12 Hours of Monza for the 24H series. 82 laps are complete. And it's the number 15 BMW of Leonardo Sanchez who leads the way by 12 seconds from Charlie Putman for CP Racing. Charlie's done a fair stint at the wheel there. Just as I say that, he moves into the lead. So CP Racing move into the lead because our former race leader, BMW Italia Ceccato Racing, are into the pits. They're in the fuel station at the moment. So remember, the teams come into pit lane, go to the fueling station, fill up, and then go on to their pit box where they can fit new tyres or change the driver if they wish. Now, that is where the teams do need to wear fireproof clothing because of, obviously, the risk with the fuel. And in the actual pit stops, in the actual pit garages, they do not need to wear those fireproof overalls. So the number 85 CP Racing Mercedes leads the way here at Monza. The 4 American drivers always smiling, always having fun, and always driving quick. They got 2 overall wins in the bag last year, and they're an AM-graded car, remember, and at the moment they lead overall at this point. However, they are in a big battle with the BMW Italia Ceccato Racing car, which is also an AM-graded car. Those are the 2 kind of front-running AM-graded cars at this stage. And also don't write off the E2P Racing car, again, an AM-graded car. So that big Mercedes with a massive V8 engine. We had a little look down in the pits before the grid walk earlier, and the CP Racing team were running the warm-up cycle of that car, and it's an imposing machine. It's a loud machine, and it's certainly a fast machine too. Car number 950 in the Porsche 992 Cup class. This is the car with Rubens Barrichello in the driver roster. They've had a difficult weekend so far. Rubens unfortunately having an off in qualifying yesterday, and unfortunately they've suffered a rear left puncture during the race today, and the damage of that puncture has just created a little bit of damage on the rear left of the car. They've had to come into the pits a couple of times to try and get that sorted. The hacksaws were out, and the car appears to be running okay now. The team didn't believe that it's done any additional damage that's much to worry about. At the moment, lapping in the sort of mid to high 1:minute 55s, which is about a second or 2 off the ultimate hot pace at the front of the field. In 992, it is the Red Ant Racing team who lead the way at the moment, with Arnold Neveling driving at the moment, the South African driver. Then it's Rick Breukers in the red Camel Jordans .NL machine. There's just 6.5 seconds at the front of the field in the Porsche 992 Cup category. And get this, last time by, the 2 leading cars set an identical lap time down to 1,000th of a second. So with all the traffic and all the potential for delays, and okay, it's the same car, but 2 different drivers, nothing to separate them on the timesheets, down to the nearest 1,000th of a second. Remarkable. We've got a brilliant entry this weekend in the 992 category. This Porsche Cup car built for a variety of championships around the world, built for the Mobil 1 Super Cup, various Carrera Cups around the world. Those are sprint racing championships, but the car can do endurance racing, no problem at all, and it's been a really popular choice for teams around the world. And in various iterations in the last 30 years, that car, they've sold over 5,000 Porsche Cup cars. Now in GT4, GT4 and TCR, we have a combined category this weekend. It's called GT-TCE, and the Bagheera team fighting away. They've just dropped behind the Holmgaard Motorsport TCR crew, who in turn are 44 seconds behind Atlas Motorsport they with their Mercedes AMG GT4. However, the Atlas team, they're over an hour into their stint, whereas the TCR, the Holmgaard TCR, only 41 minutes into their stint, and the TCR can go longer on fuel. And also, if we get a code 60, the Holmgaard Motorsport TCR can fill up 100% fuel load, whereas the GT4s can only do 50%. So this is where strategy, the 24H series provides a huge variety of strategical options of what you can do, whether that's what drivers you deploy and when, if you come in under a code 60, and it's different to the safety car that you might be used to in, say, Formula 1 or IMSA WeatherTech or whatever. A safety car will gather all the field up and effectively reset the field. Here we have a code 60 where the drivers are all mandated to go at 60 kilometers an hour, but they stay in position around the track. They go around the track. They can go into the pits if they wish, or they can decide to carry on. But of course, under a code 60, cars are going nowhere near as fast as they would before, so sometimes it's good to go in and get a cheap pit stop while you can't go any faster than an average of 60 kilometers an hour. 3 hours and 34 minutes to go in this race, and we'll have to start the conversation soon about back timing to the end of the race, because staying on the lead lap is vital today, because we've got 5.5 hours of racing tomorrow where we carry over our order of racing from today into tomorrow. So if you are not on the lead lap, you give yourself a way more difficult job tomorrow. If you can stay on the lead lap, you get to start on the grid virtually. Even if you're just on the lead lap, you get to start on the grid on the same lap. So it's really, really important to stay on that lead lap. For Herbert, their target may well be to try and put everyone in the fields more onto a lap behind them. So really interesting in GT3 at the front of the field. A few drivers in the pits. The former class-leading Porsche 992 Cup machine, the 985 Nohofer Rennsport car, has just come into the pits, as is the number 930 Toro Racing car. That's the Chinese team who have paired up with HRT Performance. Toro Racing dominating the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia at the moment, and several of their drivers in the crew are driving in Carrera Cup Asia as well. And it's great to have them here in the 24H series. It's brilliant, brilliant stuff. Paul Smith, this is, we feel like we're just building. Now, just as Paul's just ducked back in here, Rabden Motorsport have had a spin.
Yeah.
Not that believing. I'm not.
Well, you have to just step it aside just for a few moments, come back, and what happens is we get somebody spinning. I mean, I'm saying much. I don't know if that's saying much about my ability as a driver, because generally, if I try and sort of drive these cars in simulator, at least, I struggle to keep the cars pointed in the straight line. So I don't know if that's saying something about my ability. The fact that they decided to do that in my honour.
Well, you'd be saying the same about me too. You're better than got a higher I rating than I do, so you're clearly the superior human being, let alone driver. Of course, Creventic do have. This is while we talk, we've got a penalty coming in for the number 950 Q1 track racing car. This is for not respecting start procedure on the starting grid. 10-second penalty, and off they go. So 10-second penalty for the number 950 Porsche Cup car for Eduardo Menozzi and co. So we've got a warning from race control coming in as well. The car number 8, that's the Kessel Racing Ferrari. Driving behaviour on track. That could mean a variety of things. That could come down to track limits, or it could come down to maybe being a bit too physical with your fellow racers. But coming back to the virtual motorsport thing, Paul, iRacing, of course, a series sponsor here. You see iRacing logos on the rear quarter panels of every car in the championship. And Creventic, the 24H series, have their own iRacing series as well. So you can compete in both the virtual and the real sense.
Yeah, and it's a really competitive series as well as the Creventic 24-hour series in the simulation world as well. So it's not just here in Full Metal Racing. that we get to compete in these ways. There was, I did notice actually, a penalty, and this could be an interesting one. Herbeth have been given a penalty, a 10-second time penalty for an unsafe pit release.
Oh.
So that lead that they had is going to be eroded ever so slightly.
Ever so slightly. That 10 seconds could prove pivotal because they're in that ballpark of being able to put people up down, and the 10 seconds can make all the difference. Our former race leader, number 85, CP Racing Mercedes, is coming to the pit lane. Charlie Putman bringing that car in, is done the fuel just in the middle of fueling up us at the moment. So that big 6.2 litre motor's used up the whole fuel tank, and time to go and get some more service. Interesting, there's quite a flurry of activity here in the pits. Maybe that spin for Rabdan Motorsport prompted a few knee-jerk pit stops, and maybe not.
Well, I mean, it has been, what, 3 hours of racing now, so whether teams have been... the Audi that was just coming through then, the number 1 car of Shearer Sport PHX. There was a car leaving pit lane, and they darted down the middle of them and another one of the GTX cars, the 900 Elf car. So, yeah, that was a moment that just made me take just not a sharp intake of breath, but an intake of breath nonetheless. It was like ooh.
It was enough. It was a drying of teeth anyway. It was enough to dry the teeth. So this is a change of driver going on with Charlie Putman getting out, and according to our, well, I'm going to say according to our pit lane reporter and according to us, King of Sideburns is getting in. It's Shane Lewis with the go faster chops. He's hopped into the car. We had a great chat. We've had a great chat with him a couple of times over the weekend. Such great spirit in that CP Racing crew, and they're not just in the hunt for class win. They're in the hunt for overall as well. For Herbert, that 10-second penalty, that'll just be a niggle. It's not a disaster, but it is a niggle.
Yeah, it's something that they will not have wanted, and they will have sort of seen that penalty come up and go, really unsafe release? We wouldn't do that. But the race control have deemed it. It's so. Now, we're getting an interesting sight of the Vortex trying to outdrag the Herbeth Motorsport Porsche. The Herbeth car only just gets ahead of the Vortex going into the Ascari chicane. So it shows that Vortex has got a bit of poke behind it. But then again, with now we've got the 981. Number 981, that is the S1 Racing team in the 992 class. They are beached in the gravel trap at Lesmo 1. I would imagine that this will be a code 60 because that car is not moving and it is in the firing line there.
So critical strategical point here with 3 hours and 27 minutes to go until the end of this part 1, and indeed we do have a code 60 around the circuit. So the drivers have to slow down to 60 kilometers per hour. And what it means is if you go into the pits, you are, depending on your balance performance, but in most cases you can go in, but you can only take 50% of your fuel capacity on, and then go, if you're serving penalties, they are doubled under code 60. So this number 981 S1 Racing Porsche beached the team from Estonia. The Estonians are one of the best rallying nations in the world, best roads and drivers. And I think all the rally skills in the world aren't going to get you out of that deep gravel trap. So this could work very well for Neunund Elf Racing because they're leading in GTX, but they were getting reasonably towards the end of a stint. So actually, this could be a really good freebie pit stop for them in GTX.
I was going to say not even Marco Martin would be able to get you out of that, that gravel trap. Either or. They would not be able to get you out of that gravel trap. I mean, it's basically dug itself right in. It's sat on the floor of the car. Is that car? So they're having to get the recovery truck and get that lifted and put onto track. Now, the one thing that you don't want is them putting it out onto track and then the car immediately dumping a load of gravel all over the place.
No, but that's what the marshals will be keeping a close eye on. So just looking at the stint times, this could work out very well for Scherer Sport because they have had a stint length of 1 hour and 15 minutes. So Elliot Earhart has got to be running on fumes in that car. Daniel Alleman is in the pits in the Herbert car, so they've not long come out, but they're in the pits at this stage. Javier Morchillo has brought the E2P racing car in. That one, we've not got a stint length there. Redan Racing, 1 hour and 4 minutes they've been there. They're the leader in the Porsche 992 Cup class, car 903. That's a good time for them to come in and get a stop, and they're going to get a real edge here, I think. Haas Racing Team, 37 minutes, so no, not ideal timing for them. Rick Breukers, Red Camel Jordans, the Porsche Cup again, 1 hour and 6 minutes. So there's a few cars who can really make an edge here.
The Herbert car we just saw in our pictures take a full set of tyres as well.
Okay. I don't think it went into the fuel though, because they've got quite a lot of fuel. I don't think the Herbert car.
Would you serve your penalty? You've got a 10-second penalty. Would you serve it?
But they could have potentially done that. We've got Lewis McGlade who's down in the pit lane. Lewis, what have you got? We'll look down to Lewis in just a second. So there's lots going on down in the pits, of course, during a Code 60. So see who's going to put fuel in and take tyres, etc. Remember, most teams can only have 50%, but the TCR car did come in. They can go up to 100, of course. So we've got Lewis McGlade now, who is down in the pits.
Yeah, down with Collock down in the pit lane, of course, here for Bagheera. The team that's running second at the moment in GT4s. You had a stint a bit earlier on. How did it go?
It went really good. It was a double stint, so I went out and refueled and went again. So it was long. Now Adam, he's in the refueling now. But we're in second. The other Mercedes is really fast, so we're hoping for a good fight.
Now, I see some teams, Code 60 obviously at the moment, some teams are panicking, trying to sort something out. Everything's very calm in here, as if it's just sort of like, yeah, it's one of those things.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to deal with what we got. We're so far keeping cool. It's a long race. We still have another long, 5.5 hours tomorrow or something like that. So it's still a long race to go.
Yeah, indeed, 5.5 tomorrow. You say that your stints are done for now. Are you expecting to get back in the car at all today, or is this you over and done with, just relaxing?
So far, I don't think I will go out again. So far I have time to relax, but of course anything can happen. We will see. I'll be ready in case of anything.
One final question. Now, we've spoken about some teams that might be back-timing their pit stops, obviously preparing for what will be the end of the first half, so making sure that their last pit stop, they're not having to do a splash and dash. Is that kind of where you and the team are at the moment? Has that already been prepared, or is that above your pay grade and you're just here to drive?
I mean, depending on the race, the strategy always changes. So I think we'll focus on now, and then we'll deal with what comes tomorrow.
All right, perfect. I'll let you get back to it.
Well, the Alia Jolic there, she should be on the World Poker Tour. She's Lewis McGlade was asking every question, trying to find out what the strategy is, and she answered that. She batted it straight back over the net every time, saying, "Try again, McGlade, try again." Good effort, Lewis. Good effort. So the S1 Racing Porsche 992 Cup has got going, and you mentioned it, Paul. The there's gravel going all over the circuit, just as the belly pan shakes free, but not too much. Shouldn't be too much of a worry. But
well, I did notice that actually they dropped the car off in the grass rather than directly on the track,
clever.
So it would have got rid of some of that gravel from the car. So that the first time it hits the brakes, it will still throw a load of that gravel on track, but not as a greater amount.
So Ivo Breukers is now at the wheel of the Red Camel Jordans car, the family outfit. And Ivo, he's man after my own heart. He's got the rally-style open-face helmet as well. He prefers the Vision with that. Klaus Abelin of Fricadeli Racing does the same with the open face.
You see, I'm a bit torn. You see, I'm like you. I always think of if I go back in time a bit, Joe Winkelhock, smoking Joe Winkelhock. He used to wear the open face helmet back in the early '90s touring car days. Me personally, if I was to be racing, as we're going to be 1 minute away from the end of the Code 60, me personally, I would want to wear a full face helmet.
Oh, with a face as nice as yours, Paul, how you wouldn't want to get it damaged, that's for sure. Not that Evo Broikers doesn't have a nice face. I've got myself in a tangle here. Atlas BX Motorsport, they could get caught out a bit here. They've come in under Code 60, as much of the field have, but we're now got well under a minute to go until we go back green again. The mechanics having to work as fast as they can to try and get this car out. Driver change being done, the drivers doing their ratchet guns. Of course, a lot of GT4 cars don't have a centre lock wheel. It's 4 or 5 separate nuts, and they have to do them all individually. I think they may just sneak out at the exact right moment, perfectly timed, back up to speed under green flag. So that really worked out well for Sherisport PHX, I think, because we saw Elliot Earhart bring in the car from the front of the field, the number 1 Sherisport PHX car, just when he was needing a pit stop. Back to green we go then in the 12 hours of Monza, and for some double effect, Sherisport PHX have put in Pierre Caffer, who is by far the superstar in that car, the man from Arvila, just up the road from the Nürburgring. He's won that race outright once, he's won it in class, he's won Le Mans in class, he's won Sebring overall alongside Alan McNish and Frank Biela. So to say that Pierre Caffer is qualified to lay down some hot pace would be an understatement of the day.
He's got a bit of ability there, a bit of a CV to work off of.
Yeah, let's take a deep breath for all that. Yeah.
But yeah, no, if ever you want, after a little bit of a disruption like that, and we are coming up to around about the halfway point of today's first part of the 12 hours, the Hankook 12 hours of Monza. You want somebody, if you're thinking, right, we need to get a bit of hot laps being put in here and to get us a bit of time back, get him into the car and say, away you go, fill your boots, get some get us some time.
Well, I think it was just that they were about to pit. They were right on the, and very unlikely to see a car going that far into the stint, and then it was, yeah, perfect. Let's fill up, and they effectively got a stop for free there. Have Sherisport. The only thing is, so they're in the Pro-Am class, so their fuel stops. They actually, yeah, they should be. They'll only be allowed 50% under Code 60 because it's only the AM that get the quicker refill there. So, ooh, interesting. Sherisport PHX just sneaking their way up. It's not a team we've mentioned much today. They've just sneaking their way up the order, and they've decided to deploy a bit of their star driver. It's like you've got that golden bullet, and it's when do you use it? When do you deploy that speed? And Sherisport have decided to do that. The PHX of that comes from Phoenix Racing, a huge name at the Nürburgring, just one win behind Manthey Racing in the overall win standings in the 24-hour. But we'll often see them here in the 24-hour series. And great to have them here. Sabina De Castro for Willie Motorsport by Ebby Motors, part of a now 2-driver lineup after an incident in qualifying yesterday, where unfortunately, driver Fabrizio Broggi has had to sit it out today. But they are fighting on. Are the Ebby Motors Run crew, and with a two-driver lineup, 2 semi-pro drivers in there, and yeah, they're going to be tired tomorrow night.
I think they'll earn a well-deserved cold drink of their choice.
Yes.
To say, I mean, if it was John who was here on commentary, I'm sure he'd mentioned about a G&T would be the drink of choice.
He's got a variety of tastes and choices, as we all do. Yeah,
we all have. Right? You're
I don't.
like a fizzy beverage.
I do not drink alcohol, so it would be a non-alcoholic drink that was chilled to the correct temperature for me.
Nice cold, refreshing beverage. 3 hours and 15 minutes to go then. Shera Sport lead by 40 seconds from Herberth. Now, where is the strategy gonna play out? Who is gonna get on top here? It is so unknown at this stage. Shera Sport they have come into pits. They will only have about 50% fuel in that car. Now, getting word that there's a penalty which could really play into a penalty for both of our front-running cars. Both are the same penalty, so it's even Stevens. In fact, no, it's not. We've actually got one that needs to be served from earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, number 91, Herberth Porsche, who's sitting second right now. They have a 10-second penalty for an unsafe release. That was administered earlier on. It has not been served yet. They have also got another 10-second penalty for crossing the white line at the pit lane entry. So that's quite a typical Monza penalty where where you dive in at the last minute. That could have been something to do with the code 60. Not respecting pits regulation, that is the number one, our leading car, Shera Sport, 10-second penalty there as well. So the end result of that is when those penalties are served, that's going to be a 10-second boost to our leader, Shera Sport, over Herberth.
Yeah, Herberth, not serving that penalty, choosing not to serve that penalty under code 60. My question to you is do you lose, by having that penalty doubled under code 60, do you actually lose more time than if you were to serve a 10-second penalty under green flag conditions, given the speed differential between pit road and the racetrack? But now, they've now got 20 seconds worth of penalties because of getting that second penalty. So Herberth, who were basically looking like they were in a really comfortable dominating position, suddenly, they've accumulated 2 penalties. They're sat in second place, and they're going to be losing 20 seconds.
I think like for like, if you think about it, the average speed here at Monza, it's got to be more than 120 kilometers per hour average for a GT3 car. So in theory, if you've doubled your time under a code 60, it's worth it like for like, but it's never really like for like. It's whether you're going into the pits anyway. That's what it comes into. How could you be a strategist? My brain is just not big enough.
I don't have enough spreadsheets in the world to be able to work that one out. Unfortunately, we haven't got. We haven't got Paul Trustwell to give us a little bit of clues, but I think he's a bit busy.
We need a Trustwell. We don't have a Trustwell, but we do have a McGlade, and Lewis McGlade is down in the pits.
Yeah, certainly so. Joined by Leonardo Sanchez. Talk to us about your stint so far. The team started out really, really well earlier. Things dropped down the order a bit.
Yeah, unfortunately, in the early we are actually very in the first. We gained like 2 positions to be, actually 3 positions to be the first, and then we had the code 6, and unfortunately that have a big line. It was really busy to fill, and then you have to stay in the track. Then we lost a lot with that, and then I come back to the car. I came to the car the first time. William Freddy was doing, and is now back doing a very good job, and I tried to reach the other cars faster than I could to don't have that empty fall to correct the fall. But I think that we have chance. We have more. It's 12 hours race, so it's a lot. So we have the strategy. We now is our first time here in the GT3, and here in Monza is our first time too. So now we actually are learning about the code 6 and everything to solve to the next.
Yeah, the strategy is very hard in this with, like you say, the code 60s. You've also got all the way the tyre works. The fuel, there's only 6 spots to fill up fuel. Obviously, you're a driver. Do you get involved in the strategy that much, or do you just kind of do what you're told?
No, when I'm in the car, they just send me the order to do, because I am more focused in the race. But when we are here back, You are involved with the strategy. Actually, discuss have been 2 days. Have been discussed, and even right now. That's why, for example, we in this code 6 we just put 10 liters, but in 5 code 6 will be half tanks. So yeah, I like, and we are very involved.
And the BMW M4, good fun to drive. It's quick, yeah.
No, it's quick. Actually, I have one in Brazil. I participated in the Championship of Endurance Brazil, and the only car in Brazil, the BMW GT3 M4. So actually, it have been 2 years that 1 year and a half I'm driving. Me and Attila Abreu. And actually, we love the car. We really like the car. It's fast. It's very fast. And that's good to adapt here for this competition because it's the same. Everything's the same. The system, software, and everything. So yeah, we enjoy a lot.
Well, thank you so much, Leonardo. We'll let you get back to it.
Thank you, thank you.
So Leonardo Sanchez there for BMW Italia Ceccato Racing, and sitting in 8th overall at the moment. And of course, remember, they're fighting for the GT3 AM class as well, with CP Racing particularly. And well, there's only 3 seconds separating them on track at the moment, Paul.
I thought a really good point that he made in that interview is the fact that because he's racing this car out in Brazil, he knows exactly how that car works, where all the buttons are that he needs to be able to change settings in the car or change his dashboard if he needs different information and things like that. There's a lot to be said about familiarity in the car that will just make you feel more comfortable in the car. When you're more comfortable in the car, you get quicker. And I think that's really telling here.
It'll be like, you know, having the same brand of shoes. You just got the same brand of shoes. You have them in your European house and you have them in your Brazilian house. Pardon me.
Well, as we focus on, we've got 3 hours and 9 minutes remaining in this race. And yeah, certainly that this race has been going well for some. Now, we have got a little bit of action out on track as well. This is for 5th and 6th place, and that is the Red Camel Jordans and Red Ant Racing team. They are both changing positions, so switch positions for them into the first chicane. Nicely done down the inside. And that's the 903 now of Red Ant Racing to the head of the 992 class and 5th place overall.
They're getting closer. They're getting closer to that podium position. Big move there from the number 8 Ferrari, Alessandro Cotrera, taking over from LMDV and moving by the 911 MR GT3. That now, where does it sit in GTX? GTX at the moment, yep, 911th, leading in GTX, and what a story that would be, Paul. After there was no guarantees. In fact, it was really hanging in the balance where they were going to make the race today. They were bringing a part in. They did not know if that part was going to solve the issue, and they've had a proper overnight job to get that sorted.
What was it, 4 a.m. this morning?
4 a.m.
They got that part, you know, that's you got to feel for the mechanics, because they'll have been right. Just get a little bit of sleep when we can. Get that part right. As soon as that part's there, we go to work. We get that part fitted. We test to make sure that actually fixes our problem, and then great, wonderful. When's breakfast?
Yeah. Oh, it's finished. Smith, McGlade, Mackay have eaten all the smoked salmon. Yeah. Oh, great. Yeah. No, it's brilliant. And Neunadel for a specialist Porsche service, restoration and sales company, and they do classic racing as well. They've done the Nürburgring Youngtimers race as well. So yeah, and we spoke to Jürgen, the team manager, yesterday, and he says, you know, we do this out of passion. We drive the truck ourselves. We're here to really enjoy ourselves and compete, and that's exactly what they've done. Battle for the lead in the GT3 AM category between the big BMW and the big Mercedes. It's the big front engine German machines, and the BMW Italia Ceccato car goes past into the lead in class. So it's a switch for position there, up to 7th overall for William Thomas Frere, and back to 8th overall for Shane Lewis.
but he does have the power of those great sideburns that are gonna power him on. He'll be able to try and tuck in behind that BMW and just try and see what's what, because they are really locked in a battle together.
They certainly are, and yeah, I don't know. Is no, that was for second place in class, wasn't it? Because E2P Racing, they're the leading AM.
To apologise.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just, to be honest, I only just noticed that myself on the timing screen.
yeah.
So, it's because of the two 992s that are in between them and the E2P car.
Well, E2P have done an amazing job in their Porsche 911 GT3R. It's the previous generation, the 991.2 generation, and they've got written on the back, "I am speed," as Lightning McQueen said, and they have been speed. And they've got a real combination of youth and experience in that car, have E2P. They've got team owner Javier Motillo, alongside, who's the owner of the group. He's been racing for 30 years. And then they've got young Antonio Sinero, 21 years old. So there's a real combination of drivers. Also Pablo Berguera in that machine as well. So Rabdan Motorsports, car number 977 in the 992 class, running strongly, and Lewis is down with Saif Alameri.
Yep, certainly am. Saif, talk to us about your stint, because you got all the way up to P3. That's an amazing job.
Yeah, keeping away from troubles and keep the pace. And thanks God we reached a P3 from P9 to P3. And about the performance that my teammate he did, and we keep maintaining it.
Now, obviously, Rabdan Motorsport, they run in partnership with the HRT Performance. So we've got 3 cars in the garage. Obviously, one of them is still there. Unfortunately, a retirement for the race, the 967. Do you talk much with the other teams? Do you kind of like discuss strategies, setups, what you're learning out on track?
Yeah, for sure. First of all, thanks for HRT giving us this. They are giving us the know-how, the knowledge, because we are on a new team. So we choose to go with HRT because of the knowledge and the services that they do. Yeah, we exchange. I'm not here just to race and leave. I want to learn from the data, from coaching, from the mechanic side, to know. Once you know the car, you know how to drive it very well in the racing circuit.
Now, at this kind of level, you're obviously still getting your odd bit of like driver coaching here and there. You're also getting like little bits you're dishing out yourself. How much does that make a difference?
Learning is you have to learn till the death. So it's learning anyway. Always we have to keep because it's a new track for me, and first race as well in Monza. I need to be coached by expertise. So I get the know-how and I deliver it to the new drivers as well. Will come from UAE as well.
What is it like racing around somewhere like this? Obviously, it's a circuit you've seen on television, etc., time and time again. To actually come here and learn the speed of the circuit.
To be honest, changing the atmosphere from hot circuits to a Monza, which is like, it has a history of racing. It would be a shame that if I have a racing career without passing by this kind of circuits.
What's your goal in motorsport? Where do you want to end up? Obviously, you know, Le Mans, wherever, whereabouts?
Yeah, it's like everyone saying I want to be in Le Mans, whatever, but it's easy to say, hard to implement. So I have a long-term vision. I want to increase the racing skills on me and to deliver it to the Middle East and to encourage more motorsport in the Middle East. It's not an easy job. We are doing exactly what the pilot's doing. How much hours you are racing, you will compete. You don't race too much, it's useless. So you have to race, keep maintaining practices, encourage more people into it. In the Middle East, they love the motorsport, but you have to go deep inside and know how hard it is. It's not an easy job. You have to keep learning, and this is what I want to learn and to deliver to my colleagues and my teammates.
Well, you're showing that it's working, because that was a mega stint earlier. Right, we'll let you get back to it.
Thank you.
Brilliant stuff there, Saif Alamari.
really enjoying his first time at Monza. Great to hear there, Paul, as well, the journey that drivers go on to race at this level and always learning. That was the key thing about that particular chat there with Saif Alamari. So, and there is a lot happening in a Porsche 992 Cup car around here, but that was really inspiring to hear that as well, about how you get involved and push yourself out the comfort zone and go up the motorsport ladder. Yeah, and it's been a great to see him competing here, and the team doing so well, moving up through the field, as he said in that interview. And I would love to see the more people we can get involved in motorsport and to get themselves into top-line motorsport from throughout the world is just all the better for motorsport here in this one. The number one, by the way, the Shearer Sport PHX, our leader, has been getting a little bit loose on the exit of the Scari chicane. Pierre Caffer has been told to open up the afterburners, and he has. He's opened up the gap to 53 seconds at the front of the field. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to land a punch here on Herbert. Interestingly, Haas RT in their Audi, the Antiguan team, they're into the pit lane and are fueling up. Now, this is interesting. 3 hours to go. They can get home on just 2 more stops. Yes, they can. Mm-hmm. So Haas RT are back in this. You look at the other crews, they're all going to need 2 stops as well. So like for like, Haas RT are going to drag themselves back into it wasn't necessarily an issue of their own making. They had an issue on the car front in the rear left corner on the tyre. So this is really interesting. It was always going to be a question mark whether they were going to get caught out on the sequence of strategy, having gone off strategy early on. That answers our question. 2 more to go for Haas RT. 2 more scheduled. Yeah, 2 more scheduled. The first pit stop wasn't scheduled, remember, of course. It was that vibration from the damaged tyre that really caused them the effect there. So, that's why they're off cycle. So we're just gone after 3 hours to go here in the 12 Hours of Monza, part of the 24H series, in a warm, muggy day here just outside Milan. 3 hours to go, and another hour of racing starts right now. CP Racing in a hot battle for AM honours with BMW, Ceccato Italia and E2P Porsche, the Spanish crew. Who's going to come out on top in that AM class? And I think whoever wins that AM class, they could find themselves on the overall podium overnight. They could well do. Yeah, absolutely. It's been a really, really hard-fought category as well, has the AM, GT3 AM. It's been great to watch and to keep an eye on how that one has been going. So with CP Racing coming back out and getting out of the pits and just getting themselves into position, they are certainly in the place. But E2P Racing, they are onto pit road right now for their fuel. So we're right about that. Yeah. So they again will look at another 2 pit stops. So the teams have positioned themselves now to get themselves in on these hours. And their plan A is effectively there's no more code 60. They'll have a plan B in the event of code 60s on whether they take that opportunity or whether they, what kind of fuel do they put in for that. So Haas RT and their Audi with Mika Panu, the Finnish driver, back out on the circuit now, being chased by the number 8 Kessel Ferrari that sits in 12th overall at the moment. A few Porsche 992 Cup cars between the Kessel car and the rest of the leading GT3s. But that's now Alessandro Cotrera on board. That machine, that gorgeous sort of, it's like a kind of matte navy blue with kind of cream accents on it. It's a gorgeous machine. You just can't get yourself over the Kessel car, can you? I can't. No, I can't. But I tell you what, though, equally, the outgoing Porsche 911 991.2 GT3R of E2P Racing is a gorgeous machine. It's coming for pit stop. Javier Morchillo gets out and takes the radio cable
out of the position of his teammate's helmet, and we'll plug it in to make sure that they're all ready to go. So new Hankook tyres going on all 4 corners of the car. Brand new slick tyres. That's the best feeling in the world for a driver.
They dropped the car off the jacks before that tyre was fully tightened on. That could be a bit of it'll be an extra 5-10 seconds to the pit stop, and they've had to rejack the car up, reposition the tyre, get it tightened up, now drop it down. Somebody a little bit eager to get the car away from pit road.
That's frustrating. That is frustrating. Like I say, it will just be a little loss of time. Hopefully wouldn't be any damage or anything to worry about. Wouldn't that mean you're talking really tough, really tough metal there. So meanwhile, Scherer Sport PHX continue to lead. They're continuing to open up their gap too. Last lap by, they pulled 1.1 seconds out of Herbert Motorsport. Daniel Alleman, the Switch driver, is in at there in second. Herbert, that last code 60 really did not play in their favour at all.
No, it did not at all. It sort of came at the wrong time for them, didn't it? And it's come back to bite them. But there's plenty of time left. There's still 2 hours 55 of this part of the race, plus another 5.5 hours tomorrow.
It's easy to forget that, isn't
it?
Yeah.
I've never commentated on a split race before, so I mean, it's been a while for yourself, hasn't it? So.
Do you know? Actually, I don't think I have either. I've commentated here in the 24/8 series before at the Dubai 24-hour and the Sebring 24-hour, but they were continuous round-the-clock races. So. Yeah, really, really interesting. So maybe Herbert now they're going, okay, we've done our, we're just going to make sure we stay on the lead lap. That's what it's all about now, and we'll be okay. But definitely that code 60 didn't work in their favour. But remember, they have Robert Renauer, their hot shoe, just waiting there with his feet up, waiting to sing, ready when you are, guys. Just let me know when you want me to go out and lay down the law. Whereas Pierre Caffer, he's kind of like Robert Renauer's. If what Robert Renauer is to Herbert, Pierre Caffer is to Scherer Sport in terms of speed. So Scherer Sport, they're playing their ace card now and using up some of his driving time.
Now the question is Robert going to be sat in pit road with the sandals on like Rubens Barrichello? Because I've heard him be relaxed, but as long as he hasn't got sandals with socks on.
Are you going to tell Rubens Barrichello that he's committing a fashion crime? No, I didn't think you would. No, I'm glad
of course not.
Glad we cleaned that. If he wants to wear socks with his sandals, he can go for it. He can go for it. So, speaking of Rubens Barrichello, his car number 950 out on track at the moment. The rear left, it looks a bit dog-eared. That was a damage incurred earlier. They had the hacksaw out as well. The car looks to be running fine, as Pierre Caffer's in a hurry. Pierre Caffer at the front of the field. He's opened up the gap to a minute to the Herbert car, and he has yes, he's being quite brutal there in traffic, pushing one of the GT4 cars out over to this cane. You've got to be careful not to be too heavy-handed, because you can pick up penalties.
He bullied the Bagheera ZM Racing car out the way there.
He's picking a fight with the Bagheera. That's not a good idea.
No, not at all. But yeah, we talked about that Q1 track racing car on Rubens Barrichello's team. It's not so much the outer coating of the rear bumper. It's the inner part of the bumper that seems to be flapping a little bit, but it's not as bad as it was when they got given the black flag with orange disc.
When it looked like it could have detached at any moment. Yeah. They appear to have secured. It won't be a problem with cooling, I don't think. No. With the rear engine will be breathing nicely. It's Rabdan Motorsport in for their next pit stop. We spoke to Saif Alamari a moment ago. Seems very happy with their progress. So they're filling up the fuel before heading down to the pit stops, down to their garage to get some fuel and tyres. Adam Christodoulou at the wheel of the number 930 Porsche Cup car for Toro Racing. So Adam looked very relaxed on the grid earlier on, and he's waited patiently. And now it's his turn to get things done at that Toro Racing car. They did start on the class pole,
but they have a difficult start to the race, so they've got a bit of... Adam's got a job on here. He's got to try and get up the order a bit.
Yeah, they did sort of move backwards a little bit, didn't they, in the early hours of the race, and they really did sort of fall back, but they've got back up under control and are working their way forward through this one. So, yeah, be interesting to see what Adam can do behind the wheel and get himself a good run there. I've just seen the message come up on our timing sheet. Car 8 team manager to report to race control.
Interesting one. But down in the pit lanes, we've got Joe Foster, who's down with Lewis McGlade.
Now, certainly I am with Joe Foster. Now, first question, I've been told that you used to have some very good sideburns. Where have they gone?
Oh, you know what? I think that was in the mid-2000s. Obviously, it's hard to compete with Shane, so you want to make sure that Shane, if anybody's going to carry our banner for sideburns, it's going to be Shane now.
No, he's doing well on that one, to be fair. Obviously, bringing the focus back to today, you're the only driver that's not been in so far. Things are going really, really well for the team, strategically and stuff. The pace is really, really strong. Does that give you an extra bit of confidence boost getting into the car?
Well, I think obviously we have a plan, which is just to do our pace and manage the tires. We've had some good luck and bad luck. Obviously, the pit stop just now when Shane got in, he got in under green, and as soon as he left the pits, it went code 60. So that one was definitely bad luck for us. But we've also had some races where we get to catch those right too. So you never really know. But we're still sticking to the plan. Right now, it's the heat of the day, and so the goal is to preserve the tires, preserve the car, and just keep ourselves on the lead lap as best as we can. And get in a good position for tomorrow.
Now, the thing is, obviously, when it comes to track time and such, we've had one free practice session, we've had qualifying yesterday, so you've not exactly been out on the track very much. How do you already kind of know roughly what to expect from the tyres and such? Is that what the teammates have told you?
Yeah, no, I think the tire is a known quantity, and we've obviously been on it for several years, so we're used to kind of managing its good points and where we have to be careful with it. And the good thing is everybody's on the same tire, so we all have the same challenges to manage. And I think that it's part of the whole strategy of endurance racing.
Now, I've been up and down the pit lane. I've seen into various teams, some serious, some a bit more relaxed. This certainly has it's quite relaxed. It's quite comfortable. It's almost like a family-run sort of vibe. I love it.
Right. Well, we'd like to be the best of both worlds. Obviously, we're a professional, successful team, but it's motorsport. We want to enjoy ourselves, and it's definitely a family. We've had the same crew and the same drivers and the same team for many, many years at this point. So we definitely enjoy being with each other.
Well, Joe, good luck for your stint. All right, you look after yourself.
All right. Thank you very much.
Brilliant to hear from Joe Foster there. And maybe though, of course, Joe used to drive with Patrick Dempsey. So maybe with the side, when he did have the sideburns, he thought, I can't show Patrick Dempsey up, so I'm going to have to shave them off.
Yeah,
I think that was what happened there.
I mean, Patrick Dempsey. I always found it really interesting how much attention that Patrick got when he was driving, and everybody else seemed to be forgotten about in that team. But it is a team. Endurance racing is all about the team, and you've got to work well together. And certainly, Joe Foster did a really good job partnering with Patrick in that outfit, and they really did sort of complement each other.
They did, yeah, they did. I mean, Joe's got so much experience. He's been racing for 40 years. He used to race in British F3 in the 80s, which was British F3 in those days. That was what F2 is now, global F2. Yeah. If you did well in British F3, you were on the conveyor belt to Formula One. Herbert Motorsport, former leader, come in from second position to fill up with fuel. 2 hours and 47 minutes to go. So this will be their, now let me get this right, they've got 2 more stops to go, including this one. So now, can they get home on 2 more stops from here? Yes, they can, but Haas RT, they pitted 13 minutes ago. They've only got 2 more stops as well. So,
But let's not forget as well that you're almost counting back to the end of the 12 hours, because once we finish this part of this race,
Parc
the
Fermé.
car's going to Parc Fermé.
Yes.
They cannot. They can ask permission of the race control to work on the cars if they need to, but they would lose 5 laps. So you go into Parc Fermé, you're allowed to put a cover on the car, and then that's it, really. Then we've got a little bit of a kiss with the number 21.
It's more of a Glasgow kiss than a romantic one.
Yeah, Hassar T overtaking and lapping the 911 racing car, and I think you're right. Glasgow Kiss is certainly the one that's happened there.
That was and it was a wheel-to-wheel contact there between the Haas RT GT3 car and the 911 GTX Porsche. Both cars will do well to get away with that, maybe a bit of bent steering or something like that. And doesn't that go perfectly to your point, Paul? If you bend the steering today, you're going to have to put up with it till the end of the race tomorrow. So really interesting. We've spoken to a few teams in this race who are new to the series and are getting used to the Code 60, the strategical elements, and seeing what to do in those situations. Herbert are not in that situation. They know exactly what to do, and they've just gone for a driver change there as well. It was Daniel Alleman who brought the car in. We'll see who got in. We didn't quite catch the shot of who jumped in the car, but the timing beam will tell us as Herbert work their way out of the pit lane and then gun it, open up that 4.2 litre flat 6 and head out into the pits. Into the circuit. So it's Alfred Renauer who's back in the car. So still no Robert.
If ever there was a case of keeping your powder dry, that is certainly
That's
what
some very
Herbert
dry
are doing.
powder.
Yes, there's dry and then there's arid. Oh, and the Q1 track racing car has taken a trip to the kitty litter on the exit of Lesmo 1. And behind the wheel of that car, that is Marcus Nieves. And so they'll get back up and running, and they've gone and showered the track with a bit of gravel on the exit there of Lesmo 1.
Marcus did very well there to keep the car going, to not beat you in that deep gravel at Lesmo 1 and 2. And actually styled it out quite nicely with a big spray of gravel. It was almost like almost this kind of rally style there for that 950 car. Well, you know, we sometimes get criticised in the media for, you know, if there's a big has he got a punt? No.
Oh, is that rear bodywork?
That rear bodywork is starting to flap though. How's that trip through the gravel dislodged the rear left corner of that number 950 car? Once we get a look at it again, we'll try and report a bit more on it. But yeah, we get criticised in the media for, you know, if there's a high-profile driver or a high-profile person, all of the attention goes to them. We mentioned Patrick Dempsey, a perfect example. Rubens Barrichello, he's an 11-time Formula 1 winner. He's won 3 times here at Monza. When he comes to race with us, we're going to talk about it. But actually, Rubens Barrichello has not been the main story in that car. No. They've had crashes, they've had punctures, they've had the hacksaw out, they've been through the gravel. It's all action in that garage. They've got sandals.
Got sandals indeed. The thing is, I don't think they would have wanted to have been all action in that garage. They would have wanted it nice and quiet, steady away, working their way through the field. Unfortunately for them, right now, they're 9th in class in the 992 class. So it is a little bit of an issue for them at the moment. Are they even on the same lap? Although they have pitted, whereas the leading 992 hasn't. So we'll have to see how that pans out after pit stops.
One battle that's going to come down to pit stop strategy and potentially even how Code 60s play out is the GT TCE category, which is a combined category for TCR and GT4 machinery. And the Holmgaard Motorsport crew, the Danish squad running their Cupra Leon competition TCR car, they lead that category by 11 seconds from the GT4 Mercedes AMG of Adam Lacko and Bagheera Racing. So it is game on at the front. Now, lap time wise, last lap by for the Holmgaard car, a 2:01 flat and a 2:07, 2 flat 0.7 for Bagheera. So there's not a huge difference in lap time. So at the moment it's Jonas Holmgaard who's at the wheel of the Sonax machine, and looks brilliant out track. Looks really planted, really well set up by that Holmgaard crew.
I, as you know, I'm a big proponent of touring cars, be it TCR or other categories. They are fantastic race cars and certainly do give us some great action as the leader is on to pit road. That's Shearer Sport PHX.
Well, while Shearer Sport PHX take on fuel, Lewis McGlade is down in the pits. Lewis.
Yeah, certainly so. Down with Nyland Ulf at, of course, with Leonard Ohm. Now, talk to us about the stint you've just done. Obviously, the pace of the car's looking really, really good. You've had to work up from the back of the field. Obviously, the repairs last night. It's been a difficult couple of days.
Yeah, exactly. I started from the back of the pack, and I don't have any experience here in Monza, so it was my first lap. So I decided to take a look what the GT4s are doing, and after one lap, I decided to pass then, and then it was full push and until the code 60, and then we decided to come in the pits, which was quite lucky. So we gained some time on the pit stop, and yeah, I think now we are leading the class, and it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, what are the goals for the day? Obviously, it's just winning in class. It's just getting to the end of the race. Is that where you're at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, the goal is always to finish the race, but yeah, first place would be awesome. But I think we have to be realistic and have to see what the time will bring.
Now, what was the feeling like overnight with obviously the repairs and stuff that were going on? We weren't really sure how things were going to stand, but quite tense, but now relief?
Yeah, I always say it, quite tense. Until 8 o'clock in the morning, we didn't really know if the car would be running today. So you don't sleep very well, but hope for the best. And fortunately, the team did a great job and managed to bring the car back on track. And now it's looking pretty good, and we'll see what we can do.
You jumping back in the car today?
Yeah, like after Georg is now in the car, and after him I will do my second stint. We have a bit of problems with the tires because the track seems to be quite, doesn't seem too good to the tires, so we have to see.
Now, the temperature outside has kind of risen up a little bit over the last sort of hour or so. Does that mean that your stint coming up is going to be harder than the stint before, do you think?
I'm not sure. I will have to see. So the first stint was quite hot in the car. We don't have air conditions, so all the fresh air that comes into your face is from the outside, so it has 30 degrees. There's nothing, it's not very cool, and I was sweating a lot, but that's racing.
Yeah, we'll let you get back to sitting down then. All right, cheers, Leonard.
Thank you.
Goodness me, yeah, that's most of the modern day GT3 cars do have air conditioning or have a form of cooling. For Leonard Ohm in that slightly modified 911 GT3 Cup MR, Paul, it gives a great idea. It's like being blown in the face with a hairdryer for an hour.
That is not something that I would feel particularly enjoyable, is having that done to me. What I will say, I love how the engineers get around the issue of having air conditioning in these race cars, because air conditioning in cars, it takes power away from the performance of the car to power that air conditioning. So the way that you get around that is whenever the driver gets off throttle, going into, say, a braking zone, that's when the air conditioning kicks in, and it just gives you that little burst of cooling air to be able to then just help with the cockpit temperature and manage the cockpit temperature of these cars. And it's an ingenious way of doing things to help not affect the performance of the cars as well.
That was what Corvette Racing did in the very early days of when the very early iterations of balance of performance came in between the Corvette C6 and the Aston Martin DBR9 in American Le Mans Series competition. And Corvette came up with a great idea that they said, well, if we're going to get balanced anyway, let's put the best, and it was, of course, Pratt & Miller, a very high quality team. They thought, well, we better put the best air conditioning system we can possibly put in, and if we give away 10 kilograms or whatever much weight or give away a few horsepower, doesn't matter. because we're going to get balanced in anyway. So let's put the best air conditioning system we can put in. And the Corvette racing drivers at the time, I think, were very happy indeed to have that.
Why wouldn't you be? Especially with the temperatures that the cockpits get up to, especially in these conditions. It has got hotter, as Lewis has said in that interview, because it is sunnier out there. And so, yeah, it's definitely interesting to see how that affects the cars and the drivers. In fact, I can see a little bit of blue sky from our commentary box. So, yes, it is definitely clearing up out there.
Now, interesting word coming through from race control. The 2 penalties that we mentioned early on for Herbert Motorsport, the number 91 Porsche that sits in 7th at the moment and has taken pit stop, interestingly has not served the didn't serve the penalties. That's curious. Still has 20 seconds of penalties hanging over it. That's the long and the short of it. Herbert have 20 seconds of penalties hanging over them. Car number 1, the Shera Sport car that leads the race right now, they did have a 10-second time penalty. They haven't served it. They've had it cancelled. They've had it rescinded. So they do not have to serve that 10-second penalty. So that's very interesting.
I wonder if somebody's gone up to race control and gone, are you sure that that was a correct decision?
They've obviously got, I think it's a bit more advanced than that. I think you will have to bring some sort of evidence that's quite compelling. But yeah, that's the general idea. Yeah. Yes, I think so. I think so. GT4, Bagheera lead by, they lead in the number 416 Mercedes, but the gap is, the gap is, we've just actually seen Atlas BX Motorsport take a pit stop, so we're a little bit off cycle in the GT4 category. In the GT TCE for GT4s and TCR cars, still it's the TCR that leads, the home guard car. We dubbed it yesterday in qualifying, TCR versus the world, TCR versus Goliath. Well, at the moment, they're taking on Goliath and they're beating.
Yeah, and they're looking good for it as well. It's not like they've done it on pure luck or catching a code 60 at the right time or anything like that. They've got the pace. Their pace is matching. I mean, their best lap time of today is a 2 minutes 0.7. The best lap time of the Bagheera car is a 1 minute 59.1. So you can say, well, that's 1.6 seconds faster that the GT4 is going. But if you're consistently going at that 2 minutes and the others aren't, then actually you look good for it in the TCR.
Well, that's what Jonas Holmgaard is doing. He was 4/10ths quicker than the second place car in that category, the leading GT4 of Adam Lacko for Bagheera Racing. And Adam, he's got quite a pedigree, not necessarily in this type of racing. He's an absolute legend of truck racing. He's a European truck racing champion. They did win their class back at Spa, of course, but very much truck racing is Adam's background. David Vrasecki, who's in that car, I don't think we've seen him out yet. No, actually, yes, he took the start, the Czech driver. He's a former national jet ski champion. He's a former world record holder for speed runs for trucks. He's a 3-time Chinese truck racing champion, a double European truck racing champion, and an Indian truck racing champion. It's an alternative CV, but that is a big CV.
As we'd say in Yorkshire, champion.
Champion. He is champion. That CV is champion.
Yeah, a bunch of accolades that you could only wish for, really, there. But yeah, definitely, they've got quite the team there at the Bagheera outfit, and it has been certainly an intriguing round for them to get involved in a few battles and to get involved with that lead battle with the TCR car. It's given them a different dynamic to work against.
Totally, yeah, totally. And if anything, sometimes you could say, oh no, we're focusing on our thing and our championship, but actually, it's impossible to keep racers down. Absolutely impossible. Well, one team that are really fighting hard are the number 1 crew, the Shera Sport crew, and one of their drivers, Elliot Earhart, is down with Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, certainly, sir. Down with Elliot Hart. Obviously, you're going to get back in the car fairly soon, but I mean, spirits are quite high within the team. You're running quite well at the moment. Strategy is also looking quite good.
Yeah, we had a little bit luck with the Code 60, but also our strategy is to take care of the tires because it's very hard here for the tire. And yeah, that's the reason we are in a good position at the moment. We are on P3, and yeah, we will see.
Now, Pierre Caffer's extremely fast at the moment. You're using him quite a lot in this race at the moment. Is that all part of the plan?
I think he have now driving 1 hour. I did 2.5 hours, I think. And now we change to me, and we will see what... It's a long race, yeah. It's 12 hours, a lot to do. Also, Michael did a very good job, and yeah, we will see.
Yeah, pace is looking like I say, really, really good within the in the team. I'm going to assume that you're feeling really, really strong for tomorrow as well. Are you leaving enough in the bag with like Caffer's pace, with yours as well, to be strong tomorrow?
Yeah, we hope we are strong tomorrow. We will see. Oh, it's a long race, and yeah, 2 hours now to go for today, and then yeah, let's see what happens. Yeah. Also, Sven, our fourth driver, is in the hospital. All good for you, Sven. Take care of you and come back very soon. Yeah.
Well, I'll let you get back into your preparations, all right? So good luck on your stint.
Bye-bye.
Great to hear from Elliot Earhart there. Fresh off his victory in the SPX class in the Mercedes AMG GT2 car as well. And again, we echo that sentiment. We wish Sven Herberger very well. If you're watching, Sven, get well soon. BMW Italia Ceccato Racing lead the way at the moment. We're in the middle of a real mixed pit cycle at the moment. CP Racing are in second with Shane Lewis at the wheel. Then it's Scherer Sport PHX sitting in third with Pierre Caffer right there in third spot. Haas RT are in fourth as things stand, with the fifth place going to Herbert Motorsport at the moment in the Pro-Am class. Alfred Nauer at the wheel of that Porsche as this thing stands. In E2P Racing's Porsche, it's Antonio Señero. They sit sixth in class. And then in the lead of the 911 GT3 Cup class, the 992 class for those machines, Kai Rilert leads for Team Redan Racing at the moment. And then in eighth, in car number 8, is Kessel Racing Ferrari with David Fumanelli at the wheel at this point. Ninth is Willie Motorsport by Ebby Motors. They sit second in class. So Sergio Nicolai and Sabino De Castro, they started deep in the back. They're working their way through. Could they go into this evening in the lead of the class? What a story that could be. Red Camel Jordan sit third in class and 10th overall. Then it's Neuhofer Rennsport and then Rabden Motorsport by HRT Performance. It's Anthony Lees who's there in 12th overall, 5th in class. 6th in class is Adam Christodoulou for Toro Racing by HRT Performance, the number 930 car. Then it's Tracy Crone in his RPM Racing number 907 911 GT3 Cup. 9 Udelf Racing in the GTX class. They lead with Georg Goder on board right now, with Leonard Oim sitting very patiently ready to go in the GTX class, but they're being hunted down by the previously delayed number 720 Silai Racing Team car, the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo car. They're just a lap down in class, but after a big delay earlier, that's a great fight back from the Lithuanian squad. In 17th is S1 Racing, the Estonian squad, Alex Ryman at the wheel. They did have a brief delay in the gravel track, but they've got back going again. They're circulating out on track. 18th, it's the number 701 Vortex in GTX. Then your leader in GT4 and in the GTTC category is Atlas BX Motorsport. Roloff Bruns is leading that class in the Korean-entered Mercedes. Bagheera ZM Racing and their Mercedes are just behind. Then it's the 21st placed Q1 Track Racing Porsche number 950, Marcos Neves at the wheel at the moment. They've had a fairly adventurous day out there. Team ACP, a few laps off the lead in their class. The Tangerine Associates car, Ken Goldberg driving just now. Land Motorsport, a difficult day for them. They were in such a strong spot, but braking issues and a tyre damage brought them down the order, and unfortunately they have not had the weekend that they would like. And likewise for the number 967 of HRT Performance, who had an electrical issue very, very early on in the race. And then in TCE, it is the Number 102 of Homeguard Motorsport. They're the only car in the class, but they are in the new GTTC class, racing against the GT4s, and they are right there in the hunt. They lead the GTTC class at the moment. And Jonas Holmgaard at the wheel of that family team machine at the moment. Well, we have 2 hours and 26 minutes to go before the end of part 1 of this race, and we've got 5.5 hours to go. And when we come back tomorrow, so let's take a look at the highlights then of what we've seen out there today. So, 2 hours and 25 minutes to go, and it's Peter Mackay here, up in the commentary box, alongside Paul Smith. We've got Lewis McGlade down in the pits. Paul, I just don't know what's going to happen with this strategy, and it's so important at this point. What happens, where does the strategy fall, and how we go into the intervention break tonight?
Yeah, it's also how your strategy falls and how it then takes you into tomorrow's second part of the race. If you're working to the hour of the actual race, then you should have about half an hour's worth of stint time coming the start of tomorrow's part. If, however, you're working it to, say, like with some that were back-timed it, perhaps, or like the Haas RT team who had to pit after about 35 minutes with that puncture, they're out of sequence, and if they were on that half hour and they come to the end of this part of the race, they're going to have to pit very early on tomorrow, if not do the splash, do the fuel today.
That's when you're maybe hoping for an early code 60, and you think, oh, we'll just jump in and get some service then. That is the tempting thing, is to forget about tomorrow almost, isn't it? It's like, just get in on the lead lap, and that's great. You almost want to get in on the lead lap, but also get into tomorrow with the best race car to roll onto the grid tomorrow, i.e. with the freshest tyres on it and with the biggest amount of fuel, particularly in that car. A totally different dynamic to other forms of endurance racing, but I love it. I really, really like it. Like, every series has its own style, and that's really important. If we all ran to exactly the same rules, my goodness me, we'd be in a more boring place.
Yeah, wasn't the line from the song, if everybody looked the same, we'd get tired of looking at each other. That's what we're getting.
Some people really do like they're looking at themselves in the mirror. Anyway, that's another discussion.
but it works with the racing as well, though, doesn't it? How you've got these different forms of racing. You know, if endurance racing isn't for you, there's sprint racing. If you want to watch something which is an endurance race but in 2 parts, well, this is perfect. If you've got a busy lifestyle, you know, if you're a really sort of well up on the social scene and that, you've got a busy lifestyle going on, and you've only got time to watch 6.5 hours of racing on one day, perfect series for you.
It is. Or if you're one of our drivers and you've got a very important dinner to attend on Saturday night, well, that's a good way of doing it. Also, you don't need to be sleep, and you get to go and sleep in a proper hotel room as well. That's a big thing. Having slept in a car, on a floor, in all sorts of places for 24-hour races, being able to go to the comfort of the hotel room is very much a bonus.
I've actually, in a 24-hour sim race, fallen asleep in my seat.
Not at the wheel, I hope.
Not whilst at the wheel,
Yes.
no. But yeah, one race, yeah, just fell asleep in my seat and woke up and went, oh, I suppose I better go to bed then.
Yes, that's when you've got a comfortable chair. It's difficult not to. So BMW Italia Ceccato lead the way at the moment. They are quite a reasonable way into their stint. Although they have done 4 stops, CP Racing have only done 3. So CP Racing can't be a million miles off coming into the pits as well. They're 33 seconds off the overall lead. So we've got 2 AM cars in the lead at the moment. Then it's the Pro class, the Pro AM class car of Pierre Caffer, who continues to lay down some very hot pace indeed. And then in 4th it's Mika Panu, and 5th Alfred Renauer for Herbeth Motorsport. And who's got the pit strategy? Because when we get to more or less the 2 hour to go mark, that is where you then, if you're pitting at that point, you've only got 1 stop to go after that. But again, as you rightly mentioned, Paul, do you then compromise what you go into with tomorrow? So I think there'll be teams that, if they've got that ability to be able to fill up and to be able to be in a good position tomorrow, they can. One thing that you cannot do on the split race is the pits close 10 minutes before the end of the race, of this part of the race, excuse me. So 10 minutes before we close up tonight, you cannot go into the pits, and if you do, it's a 2-lap penalty. So a pretty hefty penalty for that. The cars go into park for me. Immediate repairs can be done at the discretion of the race director, very minor ones at that, and the teams can apply to bring their car out of the parc fermé, but again at a penalty of 5 laps. So it's ideally you don't want to be touching it. You want to throw the cover over it and head off for dinner.
And I think that's pretty much what the plan would be for most of those teams. If it was a team that's got a serious issue, then yeah, sure, I could understand doing that and to get themselves repairs done to the car. Speaking of repairs done to the car, by the way, I have noticed that Land Motorsport are back out on track. And they've been out for about 19 minutes, so they're an hour and a half in the pits. But whatever the braking problem was that they had, they've gone back out on track, and the fact that they've been in stint for nearly 20 minutes tells me that they've, maybe not if it's perfect, but certainly well enough to be run at speed.
Well, that's a true endurance racing team, isn't it? To go out there and get out there and get the track time in and pick up some points, because with the GT3 car you can carve through the overall order quite quickly and gain laps back on those in front of you, and you never know the attrition that happens ahead as well. Starting to get even brighter here at Monza at Circuit Nazionale, and that is going to really cook the track up, and it's going to make those track temperature really start to climb. Oh no, car going slow in Sector 2, and it's the CP Racing Mercedes, and I hate to say it, Paul Smith, it looks like it's a rear left tyre failure.
And they were worried about the front left. Don't forget, it was the front.
Is it the front?
It might be the front left. Yes. So they were worried about that front left tyre. With it being a front-engine car on that Mercedes, I got my eye drawn to the timing sheet saying slow car in Sector 2. Well, that is what it is. And it's another puncture that we've seen here today at Monza on the left side. It just shows how brutal this circuit is on that left side tyres.
Hugely so, hugely so. And the number 15 BMW Ceccato car that they're fighting with for class honours is in the pits at the moment. Maybe thinking, oh, maybe there'll be a code 60, but no, it looks like the CP Racing Mercedes car number 85 will be able to limp back to the pits. So that is Shane Lewis, who's going to have to really, Shane, a very experienced driver, he'll be able to pull that car back to the pits. really not ideal. You're keeping account there, Paul. Have you got a number on how many we've seen? Or?
I was just keeping a track of sort of like timings as to when these punctures. We've not actually had a puncture for about an hour and a half, so it's not like it's something that's wrong with the tyre. I think it's just the condition. It's just the conditions that we're in. The track's got hotter. Because the sun is baking this track right now, and so that will be putting extra strain on those tyres out there. So that might be why we've seen them get that puncture.
This circuit, more than most in the world, you are putting the left-hand side of the car, the left-hand side tyres, through immense stress with the weight, the power, the temperature, everything. And if you and of course, there's points where you're loaded up where you can't hit a curb at that loading point, and that can just cause the damage. So this circuit is a test. It is really on both man and machine, and that's such a shame for the number 85 CP Racing crew. When Lewis spoke to them earlier on, it looked like it was going to be Joe Foster who was going to get in next. So Joe will be quickly throwing on his helmet. Notice in the CP Racing garage, they've got their helmet all in particular positions with their name below it. So there's Charles Putzman, Charles Espenlaud, Shane Lewis, and then there's Code 60 Joe. There's a story there. We'll try and find out why that is. But heartbreak for CP Racing.
Land Motorsport are back on pit road as well, I noticed, so they've been a minute and a half, so that might just be a plan. Let's change tyres and fuel. We don't know at this time, but they are back on pit road, so they tried to get out there and see whether they'd fix that brake problem that they had on that vehicle. But yeah, CP Racing, they're just in the fueling area right now, as you say, the BMW Italia Cecchetto racing team as well. They're on pit road.
Well, let's go with some upbeat news for a moment. Car number 955, Willie Motorsport by Ebby Motors, started deep in the pack after an incident in qualifying yesterday. Fabrizio Broggi, unfortunately, having to sit out of the race, and we wish him well. Sergio Nicolai and Sabino De Castro have fought their way up through the field bit by bit between the two of them, and they are up into the lead of the 992 class. Superb stuff.
That's a tremendous effort. Absolutely tremendous. From starting at the back of the pack, having not completed qualifying after that damage. Yeah, that's really good, and it's a real positive. And I don't know, is that going to be somebody's choice of? I'm not putting thoughts in people's minds, but it's a contested category today.
They're referring to the Spirit of the Race Award. Do let us know through the 24/8 series social media or ourselves here in the booth at Mackay Podcast at Smiler Bull, and let us know who your award for Spirit of the Race would be. There are a lot of front runners. I mean, definitely Willie Motorsport by Ebby Motors are definitely in there for a shout. The TCR versus Goliath, that's another story as well. Do you want to throw any others in there, Paul? I mean,
911,
of course. Yes, the overnight parts. I was going to say overnight parts from Japan, but no, that's Fast and the Furious. No, overnight parts from Germany. So, yeah, it's there's loads of great stories up and down the field, and the great thing is plenty more to come. So, 2 hours and 12 minutes to go, reaching a critical point of the motor race, or certainly this first part of this 12 hours of Monza. As a problem, problem for one of the Porsche 992 Cup cars going down towards the Seconda Variante, the second chicane. It was the red and black car. I wonder if it was the Toro car going through there. It looked like it was going very, very slowly indeed. It could have been on an outlap, but I'm not sure.
No, not an outlap.
No, it's not an outlap, and that was Adam Christodoulou. So you wouldn't imagine Adam Christodoulou guys going by him like they're in 3 gears above. So something can't be right there at the wheel of the number 930 Toro Racing Porsche.
Am I correct? If that's a puncture, wouldn't that be their second puncture?
Yes. Yep.
And
it's
it
rear
is.
left and same corner. Same corner. Toro Racing, their second tyre damage of the race. Oh, and with Adam Christodoulou on board, and he's doing exactly what he needs to do, just getting it over to the right-hand side of the road.
Oh, it's a long way.
And it's a long way home, and that tyre looks very badly damaged. It looked like, so he was coming basically between the first and the second corner, out of the first chicane, and it was already starting to go by then. So he's just missed the pits, and he's having to go all the way around this 5.7 kilometre circuit on a tyre that's about to separate itself entirely from the wheel.
Oh my goodness! That team, it seems, just can't catch a break at the moment, can it? And they've fought their way back up the field. You know, they've been trying to fight their way back up through the field, and it's just knocked them back. It has been, by the way, Joe Foster has indeed got into the CP racing car, so a driver change for them. So that's them having their service and that puncture repaired. But Hassar T, currently in second place, 19 seconds behind. They're not catching at the moment. Their last lap was about 1.1 seconds slower. So they are in second place, but they're trying to push on. They are the leading pro team, though, in GT3. So not bad for the Antiguan outfit.
Not bad at all. After it just shows you that if you're going to have an issue in an endurance race, have it early. So their issue, and it wasn't. It didn't necessarily delay them very much. It wasn't like they had a complete tyre failure. It was a vibration, and they sorted it, and they went for that. Now E2P Racing, they are in 4th overall and are trying to stay in the lead lap, but Pierre Caffer is trying to make that as difficult as possible. As Antonio Sinero, the young Spaniard who is at the wheel of the Porsche for E2P Racing, and this is a bit of a clinic here for young Antonio, with a really experienced hand in Pierre Caffer trying to get by. And do you know what? Antonio's not going to let him have it easy, because staying on this lead lap is so critical. What point are they in their stints? Pierre Caffer's been at the wheel for 1 hour and 8 minutes, and Antonio Sinero's been at the wheel for 45 minutes as things stand. But this really matters, Paul. You've really want to try and stay on that lead lap if you can.
And they've lost it. They've lost that lead lap.
Yep.
So E2P have dropped down. In
fact, that's 2 laps down.
Yes, you are correct. 2 laps down.
So Scherer, mind you, it really depends where Scherer are on their fuel strategy. I mean, that code 60, that was Christmas Day, birthday, Father's Day, the lot all in once for Scherer Sport. And they played it perfectly. You have to be able to make the right calls. It's all very well getting a break, but you've got to take advantage of it. And Scherer Sport have just nailed it on that last code 60.
Thank you for reminding me about Father's Day, by the way. In the UK, that's next week.
Thank you for reminding me. Yeah. Hi, Dad, if you're listening.
So about that model shop that's here at the circuit, shall we pay a visit there?
Would your dad appreciate something from there?
My dad would appreciate
My
it.
dad wouldn't, you see.
Okay.
He's clearly not got the sophistication and taste of your dad.
Well, you see, it was my dad who got me into motorsport, because he had been following motorsport since the 60s, going down to Alton Park and Brands Hatch and places like that. So that's how I got into motorsport. So I think he would actually appreciate it.
He would. Well, funnily enough, the person who got me into motorsport was my mum. And she used to drive me around at high speed in her Skoda Fabia VRS. And there's a Skoda Fabia VRS rally car in the model shop, which I think I might be acquiring to take home for her. So, hello, Mum, you listening? Alessandro Cotrera there in 7th position for Kessel Racing. So they've kind of pogoed up and down the order today, have Kessel. It has been a bit of an up and down day, but they do have a quite wide driver roster. They've got the biggest driver roster of any team. They've got 5 drivers listed on their car.
They certainly do, and that's the thing. They'll be able to keep their drivers fresh, whereas you've got these outfits who have got 2 drivers either coming into the event thinking that they were going to have 2 drivers, or due to unfortunate circumstances having to drop one of the drivers so far. So it's going to be difficult for those teams. They'll be feeling the effects of this a lot more than that Kessel Racing team. With that wide selection of drivers, you could just basically go, as long as you meet all the minimum drive time for all of those drivers, then there you go, fill your boots, choose who you want to be in that car.
2 hours and 6 minutes to go then in this first part of the 12 hours of Monza, part of the 24H series. We've got lots coming up. We've got a really cool calendar, as always, here in the 24H series. We kicked off back in Dubai. We've been to Abu Dhabi. We've been to, I mean, you think it's a proper honour roll of circuits. We've been to Mugello. We've been to Spa. We're here at Monza. And then we head off to one of the real fine circuits in Europe, Estoril, coming up next. Very, very excited about going there. And then a couple of weeks after that, we go to, the next week after that, we go to Villarreal. 6 hours on the streets of Villarreal. That's a test of concentration, if I've ever heard one.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't imagine having to drive these cars through the streets at high speed for so long and to keep the thing on the grey stuff. That certainly is a true challenge for those cars out there. And of course, don't forget that they finish off at Barcelona as well, don't they? The circuit de Barcelona Catalunya for the last round of the championship, the 24 hours.
Big way to finish, yeah. And then, of course, we go to Kuwait for our kind of winter event, the 12 hours of Kuwait, which at a circuit where the 24H series hosted the first ever professional race at that track. So we do, here in the 24H series, we do two things. We go to really cool, interesting new venues, but we also go to the historic special places as well. Circuits like Monza, Mugello, Spa, Villarreal. I mean, to do any endurance race on a street track is an incredibly unusual thing to do, and therefore very, very special opportunity to be a part of that. So do join us on the Radio Show Limited network of channels and our live stream, our live video stream. You get all the details there on the 24H series website. Brilliant website, just so much info of past races and driver biographies and all lap charts. There's all sorts to get delved into there. It's a commentator's dream, actually.
If you ever want information about the series, then that's the place to go, because it is just a veritable smorgasbord.
Treasure trove.
Yeah, of information on there, and you can even find out what the regulations are. It's very easy to find the regulations of the series. Some series, they're hidden in subsections of websites of down a dark corridor, turn left. No, you found a locked door, so you have to turn right, and then it's in a locked cabinet that's labelled "Beware of the Tiger." You know, that sort of thing can happen with some series, but this is nice and open. It's clear. This is what the series is about, and here's how you can get involved as well.
Gap has come down quite a bit at the front of the field. Alfred Renauer is running down Pierre Caffer. The gap is now just 34 seconds. It was up close to around a minute earlier on. So is Pierre Caffer maybe running out of tyres? Because with this intense heat, this hazy, muggy heat, I mean, it's been hot all day, but the now direct sunlight hitting the track is going to be really heating up. That's not going to help the tyre wear. Is Pierre Caffer starting to fade? I mean, last lap, nothing wrong with the lap time, 150.6, it was 150.5 for Renauer, so it doesn't seem so, but that overall time is coming down over the last few laps.
If you are watching in vision, and you down the back straight, especially on that camera shot, you do get to see the heat haze has ramped up throughout this race, especially in the last hour or so. I don't know if Lewis can tell us how it feels actually to be down on pit road and see what it's like down there conditions wise, but it has notably got hotter out here. I will say I've noticed just how bright it is here at this venue today.
Well, we do have Lewis McGlade down in the pits and the paddock. He's down at CP Racing. And Lewis, what have you got?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully you can hear me and all that, because I can tell you it is very hot down here. The temperature's gone up by around about 5 or 10 degrees over the last sort of half hour or so, and one team which did feel the heat a little bit too much was CP Racing. I'm joined by Shane Lewis, who you were just in the car there a few moments ago. You had a bit of a front left puncture. We were hearing from the team that you needed the temperature to stay quite low. Alas, it didn't, and now that's where the prices come from, right?
Exactly. It's probably a good thing you don't have a camera down here right now to see, one, how sweaty I am, and second, how really disappointed I am because I was actually scheduled to pit the very next lap. You know, we went through the tire stint, and sure enough, even when I was out there, the inside temperature of the car got hotter and hotter and hotter, and all of a sudden, I realized the sun's shining even more, and I tried my very best to take care of those tires, you know, the best I possibly could and just be consistent. And wouldn't you know it, it failed on the last corner coming onto the front straightaway. I had to do an entire lap under green at 40, 50K, so I'm super disappointed.
Now, you were saying, you were telling me that it kind of went going around the parabolic, or obviously you couldn't hit, so you had to stay out, which is just doubly awkward. How do you kind of know that it's gone? Is it like, what's the feeling like in the car?
Well, fortunately, we've got some telemetry here in our pit box, so they've been watching pressures very consistently all the time. We've also got pressure indicators inside the car that we can look at, but you know, when you're hustling through the parabolica, the last thing you're doing is looking down at the dash. You are looking forward, you are making sure you're staying on track, not track limits, just, you know, really, really taking care of the car. So it must have happened directly after that. They called it this time before I felt it. We've had a tire go in practice, and I actually felt it before the pressure really went down. This time, it went quickly.
Now, coming to a circuit like this, you kind of expect a little bit of that Italian heat. I don't know if you were keeping an eye on any sort of like weather radar or anything like that, because at least for us, it's been all over the place. Sometimes some people have said it's going to be raining, some people have said it's going to be sunny. Same as going into tomorrow, what the weather conditions are like. You know, it's a 12-hour race. It's a long run. So yeah, the conditions will change. Maybe it'll favour you tomorrow. So it's got to be spirits high, surely.
Yeah, let's just hope that we didn't go too far down with that entire lap with the tire down. If we can get back on the lead lap, at least in our class, then I believe that tomorrow's weather is going to be a little different. You know, obviously we started today with the cloud cover. Yesterday in qualifying with the cloud cover, that was to our favor. We knew that was going to be good. But now, I haven't looked at it recently, but you know, when I woke up this morning, there was a chance of even rain tomorrow. So sure enough, it's very interesting here that it can go from that temperatures change a little bit. So for me in Fahrenheit, from like the 70s to the 80s is unbelievably different on the car. It really affects the car greatly. So I could use a little snow right now. How's that?
Well, we'll never know. One final thing, obviously, around Monza, it's a circuit that's been around for a very long time, 101 years, in fact. Jackie Stewart's run here with sideburns. Emerson Fittipaldi with sideburns. Maybe it's you with sideburns. Who knows?
That's what's got to be. If I would have actually known those stats, I cut them back before I came, and they were really big. So maybe it's my fault that I cut them back.
Oh, dear. Well, yeah, cheers, Shane.
Thank you.
That's with them cut back. My goodness. Yeah, I could probably do with some snow right now as well. I'm quite feeling the heat. But yeah, it's that was great to hear from Shane Lewis. And yeah, disappointment in the lap before coming in. Coming out of the final corner, but not in enough time to pit and under green. You know, that's 3 heavyweight hits straight in the nose there. Yeah.
Getting close out there was the race leader when lapping the number 907 RPM Racing into the second chicane. So the race leader is feeling the need to keep the push on here at this stage of the race, because, I mean, the last lap was a 1:50.2. That's only half a second off of their best lap of the race.
That's, looking at what everyone else is doing, that is amazing pace from Pierre Caffer. I was surprised. Well, no, not really. It's Pierre Caffer in this baking heat. He's been in the car for an hour and 20 minutes. So we're going to run out of superlatives. I know we are. But you know, this is a driver who's been trusted by the very best to win endurance races. I mean, think about that, to win Sebring with McNish and Biela and an Audi R8, that's proper all-star Hall of Fame stuff. Boys' own stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to actually briefly meet Frank Beeler.
John's been clubbing with him.
Yes.
Why
does that not surprise
Our colleague
me?
John Hindhoff has been clubbing with Frank Wheeler. Yes.
I mean, it was a very briefest of sort of, oh, hello, nice to meet you, I'm Paul. And that was sort of it, really. But it's like, for me, growing up, it's Frank Beeler.
Yeah.
Multiple touring car champion, Le Mans winner. My goodness, I've met Frank Beeler. I couldn't believe it when I bumped into him.
I would be the same with Alan McNish. I've met him through a screen. I've interviewed him a few times through the screen, but never in person yet. Haas RT, they're the question mark here. The car number 21. They sit in third at the moment. They're 3 minutes, so it's 3 minutes and a bit. Yeah, 3.25 minutes behind second place. So they are a couple of laps down at the moment. However, they are a kind of pit stop ahead of Scherer and Herbert. So that is going to come back to them. That gap is not as... that gap is a little bit misleading at the moment. Haas RT are closer, Paul, I think, and much closer than that the timing screens are showing right now, because I think Scherer and Herbert are going to have to take an extra stop over what they need to do.
And a 150.4 last lap, so even they're putting in the lap times as well. They're matching the race leader in terms of lap time. So don't write out Haas RT. I think it'd be a fool to write them out of a race like this, because there's plenty that could still happen, including you never know. The leaders might get a puncture, they might get a penalty.
Well, it's more about thinking who hasn't had one at this stage. So, well, very exciting. Very, very exciting. In the GTX category, we've had a change for the lead there. The RD Sainz-Suela racing team, Lamborghini Super Trofeo crew, the Lithuanian crew, Nicola Michelon is at the wheel at the moment and is leading GTX by 7.6 seconds from Leonard Ohm in the 911 Racing car. And yeah, lap time wise, there is quite a bit of time. That Super Trofeo car is very fast, and its fastest lap time is up there with some of the GT3 best lap times. So about 4 seconds a lap quicker on ultimate pace, but did lose a lot of time with the puncture earlier on. They're up in the lead of GTX, but you know that 9 and Elf are not going to give up. Neither are Vortex, who sit in third.
The Toro car just having to get out the way of our race leader. They had the left-hand indicator on, and still the race leader was there going, no, I want as much of the slipstream as I can possibly get heading into the Stagari chicane. Any amount that you can do to save yourself fuel for your strategy is key in an event like this. And Adam Christodoulou in that Toro Racing by HRT performance. They've had a difficult day.
Very.
They were the most recent team to have a puncture, but getting someone like Adam into the car is well, that's a pair of safe hands to we need to go fast and get us some time back.
And don't forget, they've got Lokai Lo waiting in the wings. He's really their secret weapon, actually. I mean, Adam Christodoulou, no one's going to be surprised to see him going quick out there. His last lap was on track was a 153.2. So yeah, he's going significantly faster than the class leader by a second and a half to 2 seconds. So Adam Christodoulou on class leading pace at the moment, but Lokai Lo showed that he can be within a couple of tenths of Adam, having never seen the place. So yeah, the Carrera Cup Asia Championship leader. Now this is a cool prize. Carrera Cup Asia, the 3 classes, Pro, Pro-Am and Am, the championship leaders were given a prize. They were flown over to Stuttgart to pick up a car each, an air-cooled Porsche from the Porsche Museum, to drive down to the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And I guess this is a stop off on the trip for Lokai Lo.
That's a tremendous prize.
It's a great idea, isn't it?
That's
great
fantastic.
Idea. If you've got heritage like that, use it. And the amount of you know, Porsche have an incredible museum with, I think, around 100 cars at any time, but they have 10 times that in their actual overall collection. It just sort of rotates. So, yeah, very, very cool. But heritage in sports cars, I think, is everything. It is in racetracks too. I mean, you look at just to be here at Monza, to walk along the hallowed tarmac for 101 years, drivers have come here and raced. But it's the sheer rate of speed of how they built this place, Paul. 110 days, 3,000 people, and they went from start to finish. You wouldn't get that now.
Oh, goodness, no, you wouldn't get that now.
No.
I mean, to be honest, to start with, if you did that now, you've got to have consultations, you've got to have, you know, impact statements. Oh, that's a big one, is an impact statement.
You're showing that you work in local government.
Management love an impact statement, I can tell you that. You know, your environmental studies as well. You know, are you going to be? I mean,
we've only got an hour and 51 left. We're going to be able to get all these out in that time.
They wouldn't be able to build this track now in this location.
No.
You're in a royal park, and they would not be able to build that here now because, well, no, you're taking away nature. You know, there's space for nature for the people to go and visit.
It is amazing how tastefully the circuit fits into the overall community here as well. No, it's really a part of motor racing heritage and folklore. And this circuit, you know, I've seen a lot of fans walking around today, and a lot of younger fans, which is always great to see. And this is a circuit where a young Aldo and Mario Andretti came as boys, and they came here. And Mario Andretti said, you know, when I came here with my brother, watched the Italian Grand Prix, and he just says the die was cast. There was no other focus in our life from that day on. That was what we wanted to be. We wanted to be racing drivers.
And you can understand why it would capture the imagination of somebody younger to come here. I mean, it's almost a similar effect for me, but it was Alton Park for me. That was the first track I visited, and again, getting up close with the race cars. You know, we'd paid that little bit extra for paddock passes and getting to have a proper look.
Your dad was a legend.
That was called. I can tell you how we were able to do that. It was called. He worked on a site on his job. He's his air conditioning man, and they were clearing out a load of old equipment that was aluminium. And he goes, "Is this just going to the bin?" And they were, "Oh yeah, we're just going to skip it." And he goes, "I have it." So he took it, packed it up in the back of the estate car, packed it up, got it weighed in. Oh, that's just enough money to get tickets for the touring cars at Alton Park.
Resourceful. Paul Smith, our local Yorkshireman in the commentary box here as well. Fantastic. I love that. I absolutely love that. It was not cool for me that really grabbed the attention. It's really, really cool. So 137 laps complete. Shera Sport PHX lead, but the gap is coming down ever so slightly at the front of the field. It was sitting around 34, it's now down to about 32. Alfred Renauer had taken half a second out of Pierre Caffer 2 laps ago. It was just edged back again, 0.4 of a second returned in the favour of Pierre Caffer for Shera Sport. But Pierre Caffer, he's getting on to his 90th minute of his stint, so he is only allowed to be in that car for another 30 minutes maximum. So he needs to get out of that car at some point in the next half an hour, and at that point that will be him done for the day, and they will hand over to either Ilya Earhart or Michael Doppermeier. I think it was Ilya Earhart said he's going to get back in. He's going to finish the race off.
You imagine so, but yeah, it's interesting how you do that and how you manage really manage that driver time. Absolutely, it's important to do that.
Lewis McGlade is down in the pits, and he's made his way down to Red Ant Racing.
Yeah, certainly have. I've not got a driver, though. I do have an engineer. Sabri, I mean, talk to us. Tell me about what it's like from the other side of things, not from a driver's perspective, but from what it's like running one of these cars.
Well, it's a very interesting job to do. There's a lot of things to watch out for. in terms of the car, in terms of the performance, but also on a mental level. We work closely with the driver, so it's not only physics. It's a sport. So as much as we love calculating things and numbers, we also have to be very competitive.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing. So are you like helping with strategy? You're running all those things behind the scenes, trying to make sure that the car's coming in at the right time, that you've got the fuel calculation right to make sure that you're not doing an extra stop tomorrow than you need to?
Exactly. Yeah, we're keeping a close eye out on our fuel, on our tires, and on our drivers to make sure we get in the fastest time to the finish. Or actually, in this class, it's to get the most distance in the least amount of time.
Now, how much is the heat a headache right now? It's been the talk of the town down in the pit lane that the heat being increased bit by bit is becoming quite difficult for a lot of teams, tyres, etc., etc. It's becoming a problem.
Yeah, Monza is a very difficult circuit for the tires. A lot of tire wear, and the high temperature, of course, are not helping. So it's quite difficult for the tires. But the drivers have to do a job on managing them. So we ask our drivers to keep managing the tires. And as the temperature increases, they have to do a better job in doing that. And we just can't get away with a lot less when the temperature increases. So we just tell our drivers to watch out. And we can also play, of course, with other parameters, like pressures, for instance. We have to keep an eye out on that as well.
Well, Sabri, you're a busy man. I'll let you get back to it. Right? Cheers, pal.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for that one, Lewis. An hour and 45 minutes to go then, and Red Ant Racing are in a really good position. They are, as things currently stand, leading the Porsche 992 Cup category and being chased by the Red Camel Jordans crew. So it's Belgian crew, Red Ant Racing, versus the Dutch crew of Red Camel Jordans. There's just 27 seconds between them at this current point in time. And they're fairly evenly matched on. They're fairly evenly matched in terms of strategy, but Ivo Breukers, dearie me. Now he's back at Spa. He'd just come off the back of an operation on his. It was his appendix, I think. He'd been in hospital anyway, and so an hour and 32 minutes in a Porsche Cup car in this heat. He's showed you he's the Iron Man.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tremendous effort to do that. 'Cause even though it's been over about a month now since we were at Spa, it still takes a while for the body to fully heal from having something like that, an operation, to deal with that. So definitely a good effort and a good achievement to be so long in the car in these conditions.
Hearing down from pit lane, it's a 48 degrees Celsius track temperature. That's hot. That's very, very hot. These Hankook tyres have been put through their paces. So an hour and 44 minutes to go. Herberth Motorsports have come into the pit lane. So Alfred Renauer, from second on in the field there, has come into the pit lane for a stop. They'll need to do one more after this. How far will it, how far into the stint will they go? It really depends on how much code 60, if any, we have within the next hour and 45 minutes, because we believe around an hour for a GT3 stint time. This
is intriguing. This is
a head scratcher.
It's one of those where you're trying to second guess what the teams are trying to do and trying to achieve, and that's what all the competitors are doing with each other. They're not just keeping a track of their team; they're keeping a track of everybody else around them as well. Because there's no point in you just focusing solely on yourself completely. You want to keep an eye on your competitors, because if you can maybe react and get an overcut on somebody, or some change, a different form of strategy to really help out your race going into tomorrow in the final 5.5 hours.
I do think Herbert, you look at the pace that they've got, or that they've shown so far, you can tell that they are just keeping their powder dry. This is not their first rodeo in this series. They are one of the most experienced teams in this paddock. The fact that Robert Renauer hasn't been in the car at all says everything. He can only drive 6 hours, so if he doesn't drive at all today, he will not be able to use his maximum drive time.
No.
So, however, and this is an important point, and Robert said this himself yesterday. He said, we try to, we want to make sure that it's their team. They're putting on. Alfred and Robert are putting together a team for their customers. Effectively, says we want our customers to be able to get their maximum in, but before we get behind the wheel of the car. And I think that's very admirable too.
It's a highly commendable thing to do.
Yeah.
As a team, it would be very easy for them to just go, no,
not my car. I'm
it's
doing
my
this.
car. Yeah, we want to win. Race leader is in the fuel box right now.
What that means is that the strategy-wise between Herberth and Sherasport are almost identical. What we will find out when Sherasport come out of the pit lane, Paul, is how much more or less fuel does Sherasport have to put into their car to get to the maximum compared to Herberth. It will take a lap or two to shake out, but this is we're going to get a much clearer picture in about 5 minutes' time of where we stand with our leading fight and where Haas Racing Team fit in that fight as well.
And Herberth has just left the pit with Ralph Bourne back in the wheel, behind the wheel of the car. So that was, I mean, we saw earlier, didn't we? That it was about nearly a 2-hour stint for him, wasn't it?
Wow. And the crazy thing is that so they are in the Pro-Am class, so they'd have to drive a minimum of 1 hour. So he's gone straight through that. So I do apologise. The pro drivers, in GT3 Pro-Am can do a third of the race duration. That's 4 hours.
Yeah.
So 4 hours is the maximum time for the pro drivers. The AMs can do as they wish, but so they've got 4 hours of Robert Renard time. Is Robert going to have to get to his bed early tonight? Is he going to be? Are they holding him back for tomorrow? Oh, problem for the number 90 E2P Racing Porsche. Gets back going again, but looked to be delayed for a moment.
Yeah, them and it was CP Racing that were going past them as well at the Della Roggia, and just offline. You've got to be careful going offline now at this stage of the race because there is all that tyre debris offline. You've got the pickup that they'll get, so they'll feel that for a little bit going offline momentarily there, but also there may be a little bit of debris that's not being picked up. That could potentially just nick a tyre.
Could do. I mean, Pablo Berguera is the least experienced driver in that crew, so that's going to be a new experience for him. I remember speaking to Andy Wallace, who a very, very, very experienced driver, Le Mans winner, etc. And he said when you get pickup on a tyre, it almost feels like you have a puncture. And today, as we've seen, we've seen many cars get punctures. So if you're going offline and grabbing all that pickup, all that tyre clag, as it's often referred to, he says it just feels absolutely horrible. And he had an instance in one race where he felt something under the safety car, and he was in an LMP2 car, so he couldn't really, he didn't have the torque or the power to get rid of it under the pace car by accelerating. So it built up, and he thought, oh, is it pickup? Is it pickup? And he's like, I'm pretty sure it's not pickup. And they're like, no, it's pickup, keep going. And he made the call to disobey the team, come in and say, no, there's something not right. They found it was a suspension bolt that had come off completely, so the car was wandering all over the place. But he said that could have been, job over at that point. If it was just pickup, it would have thrown away a podium. So that's where, but if you're at that point, Andy Wallace has been racing for 20 years. So, and obviously a lot longer now. So it's one of the challenges of particularly of endurance racing when the track really does get quite dirty with tyre pickup.
And that's where that experience really does come in. And, and some inexperienced drivers would just listen to their team and just say, okay, yeah, it's just pick up, and so we'll carry on, and then before you know it, you're facing the wrong way or in the kitty litter somewhere. So definitely experience does come in there. Although I've seen in the past of motorsports past seeing inexperience really come back to bite. I always think of various times where we've had, say, people running tyres too long from wet to dry, things like that. That inexperienced driver going, no, I'm still not happy. I want to stay on wets, even though the tyres are chewed up. They're
driving on chewing gum.
Yeah, and so there's nothing that can buy you that experience of being at the wheel of these cars.
No, they're definitely not. So now that our pit cycle is just working through, we'll see where we are. See where we are on the pit cycle in terms of Elliot Earhart is now at the wheel of the leading car, Sherra Sport PHX, around 2 minutes at the wheel now. Ralph Bond has got on board as well. It's 4.5 minutes. So we'll come over the line. Elliot Earhart in the Audi leading with Haas RT just 13 seconds behind. And so what that means, Haas RT, we believe, only have one more pit stop required. They might need a little bit of code 60, but it looks like they've only got one pit stop required, exactly the same as Sherra Sport. So that 13-second gap, Paul, that's as it stands. As far as we're aware, that's as it stands.
And that's big. That is big in the context of the race. We were looking at about 32-second gap for first and second. Well, now with the pit stops all cycling through and getting
that was between
time.
Herbert though.
That was Herbert,
so Haas have just jumped into the reckoning all of a sudden. Vortex GTX car getting filled up with fuel. That orange tube frame machine with the thumping great 6.2 litre Chevy V8 in the middle. The all-French driver lineup.
Now, here's the interesting thing with the refueling of the Vortex is it's still using the pump like everybody else, but they've got a breather pipe on that as well, so they have to use one of the fuel bottles that you would normally use to fuel it. You have to use one of those bottles on the other side on that breather pipe with the refueling process.
To stop it from kicking back.
Yeah.
Very clever. Very, very clever. So, at the front of the field then, it's Elliot Earhart for Sherra Sport PHX, who leads by 13 seconds from Haas RT Audi Mathieu Getry. Then it's the BMW Italia Cicciato racing car of Leonardo Sanchez, then Ralph Bon in fourth. And then in fifth overall, it's the leading Porsche Cup car, Red Ant Racing, driven by Kai Lertz at this stage. Fantastic. So, the only thing for Haas RT though, Paul, is that they've only got one stop to go before the end of this first part of the race, but again, they will do, if they do that, they will be going into tomorrow with certainly with a very light race car, but with not much fuel on board.
Yeah, but it is a 12-hour race. 6.5 hours today, 5.5 tomorrow. So you're thinking in the terms of the actual race length. Me personally, I would want to try and have. If I was engineering this race, I mean, first of all, something has drastically gone wrong at those teams if they're getting me as an engineer of this race. But what I would personally be thinking is I would want to get, especially in this type of race where we're actually getting half an hour longer one day than the other, I would want to try and have a pit stop coming up towards the interval between that intermission, and then have longer in your first stint of tomorrow. That's how I would engineer things. But we've got to remember, I'm not an engineer, I'm a commentator, and there's a reason why I'm sat in this commentary box with you.
It's maybe a good thing that you're not the engineer in that car, because they've got a bigger problem right now, Paul. Looking at the penalties list now, I was wondering first of all, looking at the penalties, I was wondering why Herbert had kind of dropped a little bit of time. They were in the pits for about half a minute longer than Sherra Sport were, even though they pitted around a very similar time. They've served their 20 seconds of penalty, so that's where that's come from. We have had some very important penalties just issued though as well. Car number 8, that's the Kessel Racing Ferrari, has been issued a 90-second time penalty for exceeding the maximum refueling amount. But the big story is car number 21 in second place right now. Haas Racing Team have exceeded the maximum refueling amount and they have been given a 90-second penalty. So second position, Haas RT have a 90-second time penalty. Car 903, the leading Porsche Cup car, even more so. Red Ant Racing, we just spoke to one of their engineers. Red Ant Racing, car 903, they've been given a time penalty of 140 seconds, 2 minutes and 20 seconds, if you like. Car number 90, car number 90, the GT3, and that's E2P Racing, they've been given a 14-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. A very busy half an hour or so there in race control, and a pivotal time in race control there, Paul.
What's the phrase? That has huge implications.
Massive.
On the race here. Now, are those penalties that have been handed down from analysing information of refuelling during a Code 60, do you think, with those fueling times and the fueling amounts?
You'd have to think that takes a while to come through. You'd have to think that, it could be. We really don't have that information of it. We have the outline information that we've just relayed, but could be, or it could just simply be that they've got a certain maximum number of litres and they went over it, and the fuel tank is bigger in that Audi R8 than they maybe anticipated.
I'm just having a look at the balance of performance just to try and find if there is anything in terms of the fueling, because I don't see
they have
that
it printed on the side of the car. So on each car, by its fueling, it says what their maximum amount during Code 60 is in litres, not in percent, in litres, and in what it is in total. So I think if you fill beyond that, then you have broken that limit. So that's really that's a tough one to take for particularly for Haas Racing Team, who are, well, for Haas Racing Team in second overall and the leaders, Red Ant Racing. What that means is when that penalty is ultimately served, the 909 Red Camel Jordan's car will go into a fairly handy lead in 992, and they've got the opportunity, actually, depending how the pit stops shake out, they've got the opportunity to finish this first part of the race, Paul, with a lap in hand.
And be in a very healthy position for the start of race number 2. As we've been saying all race along, it's important to be on the lead lap coming to that break between the two parts of the race, because as you've been explaining, Peter, you're on that lead lap. Even if you're on the lead lap by a second, come the start of the second race, that's now nothing.
Yeah.
Any advantage that the leader had has been wiped out.
It's gone. Yeah, and you go back to that starting position. They might have a row or two on you, but that's about it. 10, 20 metres, and that's it. So, good news for the Red Camel Jordan team. Terrible news for the Red Ant Racing Team. 2 minutes. That's 2 minutes and 20 seconds. That's over a lap. Now for Haas, they are, so their penalty was 90 seconds.
Yeah. It's the best part of a lap, isn't it?
It's the best part of a lap.
Plus you've got to slow down.
Yeah, which I think is costing about 10 seconds. From what it looks like, it's costing about 10 seconds to go into the box and then back out again of the penalty box. So,
I mean, fortunately, it's not like in some series where you've got 3 laps to serve that penalty. You can serve that penalty at a point that you want to serve it at. So they have got that little bit of flexibility there.
Yeah. So Red Ant Racing, Kyrie Lertz, I wonder if he'll know this. He'll have to be told before, if they want to serve it, they'll say, well, Kai, you're going to have to go to the refuel and then go straight to the penalty box and get yourself a good book, because we're going to be sitting there for 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Kyrie Lertz is getting hounded by a car that's a little bit further down the order after two punctures. It's Adam Christodoulou in the Toro Racing Porsche, and does he make the move now into Lesmo 1? Yes, he does. So Kyrie Lertz doesn't fight that one too much, because, well, there's a couple of laps between them. But for Adam Christodoulou, he's just past the leader in class. That's 1 lap back in the pocket.
Yeah, and that's lovely. That's what they need, just to try and eke back that time, as the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, car number 720. That's the RD Sainz Suelia Racing Team, the Lithuanian team. just confirming that my flags are correct on that one. They are just currently getting the fuel put in on their car.
They're in that Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. I mean, who needs the Batmobile when you've got one of those things? It's a properly angular and scary-looking beast.
Can I say, I've never been fond of Lamborghinis. It's never really tickled my fancy in that sort of... Well, the designs that they generally have on them, just never really...
Each to their own.
Yeah.
Each to their own. They're, I mean, you look at their success in as a smaller company. You just look at their success in motorsport. Of course, yes, they are part of the Volkswagen Audi group now. But that Huracan GT3 has had so much success, winning Daytona several times, and of course, the Lamborghini hypercar program gets going in earnest next year, and we may well see an all-female lineup in one of those cars as well. Of course, there's a lot of there's Lamborghini, which is going to be run by Prema and Iron Lynx, and the Iron Lynx team is owned by Deborah Meyer, who's in behind the whole Iron Dames project. Herbert Motorsport, they're trying to make moves. Number 91. The Porsche for Herbert Motorsport. Ralph Bond goes by the number 15 of Leonardo Sanchez of BMW Italia Ceccato Racing. That's for 3rd position overall. So Herbert have got their penalties done, and they are, as things stand, yeah, they are on the lead. They are on the lead lap. So that's what they need to do, and they're on a very similar strategy to Scherer Sport, who lead the race right now.
Always nice to get an overtake done on your rival's 4 position on the track.
Yes.
As much as you like to gain position on strategy, as a driver, you want to get one over your rivals on the track, and yeah, be the one who does that move. But yeah, always a nice feel. And it was, again, that Porsche looking very, very good under braking into the first chicane over that BMW. BMW's got that little bit of extra grip on the top speed, but that Porsche just absolutely solid on the brakes.
Oh, it is. That's where it really makes its difference. So the RD Sainz Lamborghini Super Trofeo is in, and getting 4 new Hankook tyres, slick tyres, for the run to the flag. Now, stint lengths on the Lamborghini Super Trofeo an hour and 25. I think they would need some code 60 to get to the end, but you maybe don't necessarily want to get to the... You maybe just think, actually, you maybe want to be putting a full tank of fuel in the car with 12 or 13 minutes to go before the pits close, before we finish this first part of the 12 hours of Monza.
And that's something you've got to take into account here in this first part of the race is as you say, the pits closing for refueling. You know, the shop close sign goes up on the fueling pumps, and I'm afraid you'll have to go find a difference. Yeah, come back in the morning.
Well, also, it's almost like when you were at school and you got a load of homework to do over the weekend. Did you get it done on the Friday and enjoy the rest of the weekend, or did you panic it on the Sunday night?
Or just not do it at all.
Or just not do it, or just say the dog ate it. Yeah, okay, well, that's another option. But this is very much doing your homework on the Friday night. That's filling up and not having the glamour of sitting at dinner tonight with a big advantage in your pocket. It's having that knowledge that you've got, that you're gonna gain it back in the future. So the refueling station relatively busy. The Bagheera GT4 car in there as well. And I think it was the 2P Porsche that was it. No, it was the red Camel Jordan's Porsche Cup car of Ivo Breukers. That's a heck of a stint from Ivo. That was not far off 2 hours there from Ivo. So that's the open face helmet. It's that extra ventilation keeps you in better condition.
There we go. It's Peter Mackay approved.
Oh yeah, it is. I mean, Ivo Breukers, Klaus Abelin, they're an ultimate cool club, and it's all about the open face helmet. Dale Earnhardt, he had one. I mean, pretty much any NASCAR driver of most eras have had that. They've gone to full face helmets now.
Do you know what? Steve Soper used to have an open face
Did
helmet.
he?
Yeah.
He was pretty cool.
He could handle a car.
Yes, he could. Maybe not when he was driving a V12 LMR open top car. They're not so good in an open top car, I will admit that. So Haas RT carry on at the moment. They do have that penalty hanging over them. 90-second penalty for breaking the fueling regulations. So that's frustrating. What more is going to get thrown at Haas RT as the Bagheera crew, the Bagheera crew come in for service. And what's going on here, Paul?
They're having a look around each corner of the car. They seem to be working on the front right at the moment. And they're getting some tools out as well, it appears. Now, they're keeping the car actually out in the pit road, so that limits the amount of people you can have working on the car at one time. Are they doing a brake change, perhaps? Brake pad change?
Well, we've got our pit reporter, Lewis McGlade, down there as well. He'll try and find out to see if Bagheera are doing a brake change. There's certainly a lot going on there. So yeah, if anyone will know, Lewis will know if there's a brake change. One of the mechanics had two kind of silver things that looked like brake change going on as well. Let's go down to Lewis in the pits. Lewis, what can you see?
Yeah, they're definitely, it looks like they're changing brakes on the front right. If we kind of get in, you can see them trying to take basically the caliper off and stuff, trying to basically release the brake. It's odd to have it sort of after only this much time, but of course, this is Monza after all. I don't know. It does look as though it's all very busy and very, very manic here at Bagheera, but yeah, it certainly seemed as though it might have been a brake change, but they're struggling to get it off, it seems.
So, Lewis, are they doing it on is it front brakes? Is it both right and left they're doing it?
I'm just going to check the other side. Definitely front right. Let me just check the other side. Oh, I'll run around. Oh, this is very dramatic. Try and not get in the way. Yeah, I think they're doing the front left as well. Yeah, they're definitely doing both.
Okay, so this is thanks, Lewis. This is interesting, Paul, because this is your 12-hour race GT4 car. It's not necessary here at Monza. It's going to be one of the hardest circuits on brakes. Maybe they knew they had to do it anyway, and better to get it done now so it's ready for tomorrow. But you'd really rather done this under Code 60.
Well, one, you would have rather have done this under Code 60, which we haven't actually had that much of, thankfully. But also, two, would you rather actually be doing the brake change past the halfway point of the race? Because if you know that you've got to past the halfway point of the race, you know that you're then able to definitely do the rest of the race just on two total sets of pads.
We have just gone past half. No, we haven't. No, we've done just 5 hours and 40 minutes. So we're not far off half race distance. I'm trying to, but 5 hours and 50 minutes. We're not far off half race distance because we're doing 6.5 hours today. Yeah. So we'll be. My mathematics are terrible. Yeah, we're not far off. We're not far off half race. I think it's close enough. And if tomorrow is, it could just be the heat that's made them do it. I mean, tomorrow we might see some cooler temperatures. It might be a bit easier on the brakes tomorrow. But and the question is, have Atlas GT4 crew, have they put new brakes on, or will they have to? We'll try and find out that if possible. It's a scheduled change we're hearing down from the pit lane.
I mean, I've just had a quick look at my my weather app, and for tomorrow.
Yes.
Sunshine. Well, I mean, this is like we've been saying all weekend. It depends on which weather app you look at as to what weather forecast you get. But it's saying it's clear blue skies through the morning, so getting up to about 26 degrees, 27 degrees. But then the potential of rain into the afternoon. So it's potential, but it'll still be hot. It'll be that hot rain if it does rain.
Hot rain?
Yeah, hot rain.
Oh.
The type of rain that you can stand outside in the rain and not worry about getting wet. Because
that's
it's
really nice,
hot.
actually. It's quite nice.
Yes.
Well, we'll see.
It's not like a dreary autumnal day in Milton Keynes.
That's a different kind of rain.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a different kind of rain. It's the most British of rain. In the GT-TCE category for TCR and GT4 machineries that are balanced together, and there was minuscule amounts of time between them in qualifying yesterday, that category at the moment is led by the TCR machine of Roy Edland, and for Holmgart Motorsport, Cooper Leon, and they lead all the GT4s at the moment in that category, and it seems the longer that we're under green flag running, with that longer stint length of that the TCR can do, and of course they usually only have to change 2 tyres when they come in for a pit stop. Yes, they'll change all 4 at interim ones, but really it's the front 2 that get the battering. That TCR is running like a train, a Spanish one at that. They make good trains in Spain. Renfe, good trains. Talgo, they make them.
CAF also, they're in Spanish manufacturing trains.
Talgo. I know the guy who owned Talgo trains.
Oh, there you go.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll see how they get on out there in that TCR and the plucky TCR. We like an underdog tail.
We do.
And it's certainly doing a good job. But it seems we've still got struggles going on in the pit lane with this brake change for the Bagheera racing team. And it's not going good for them. And I don't know if we've been able to pick it up on our effects that we're picking up from the world feed. You've been a lot of banging going on in that pit lane.
Yeah. The thing is, the Bagheera team, this is, they are a team that can get a truck through a Dakar rally. They can get their support truck through and, fix cars that seem irreparable. Being able to get a European truck racing title over and over and over again, that requires serious technical ability, as we nearly get eaten alive in the commentary box here by an exotic looking insect. So they are a top team as well, but I don't think a GT4 car will be particularly straightforward to do a brake change on, Paul. Not like a prototype, a Le Mans prototype or a GT3 machine, which might be a lot more quick change parts.
Yeah, they're still working away at it, and it's the front left. The interesting thing is it's actually the front left that they're having the issues with in getting this brake pad changed, although they do seem to be getting bolts back into it. So it looks like we might be getting somewhere near them getting back out. But if you're the driver, it would be so frustrating, wouldn't it? You just sat there and you're thinking, come on, can we get going, please? I want to drive.
Yeah, you can hear cars going by, losing time, and of course the drivers have then got to pump the brakes. It's Adam Lacko who's sitting in the car at the moment with, he's got the most brightly coloured helmet in all of the paddock. It's a bright gold sparkle on that helmet, and it says Goldfinger on it as well. So he's maybe a James Bond fan, Adam Lacko. So, an hour and 14 minutes to go in part 1 of this 12 hours of Monza. Remember, we come back tomorrow for 5.5 hours to take us to the flag, where once we throw the checkered flag tonight, we go into Parc Fermé. The cars have a cover thrown over them, and we bring them out in the morning in exactly the same condition that we left them in. So tomorrow, as I shuffle my papers, tomorrow we start off for race part number 2. We go live at 10 o'clock local time here in Central Europe, and then into the race. The race goes green at 10:30 local time as well. So a little bit of an earlier start tomorrow. That will certainly help with keeping the temperature a little bit cooler.
Yeah, absolutely. It might help you as well with the run up to the commentary box as well, because
yes.
it's quite a lot of stairs that you've got to get up to here from the grid as well. So I thought you did it in quite good time today. I must say.
I've got a brilliant car to get me over. Brian the Panda got me over no problem to the other side of the circuit. Bagheera still toiling away at that brake change. That's time just ebbing away all the time. Don't know. We'll try and find out once Bagheera have completed that. We'll find out if Atlas BX have done their brake change yet. or if they're going to do one. I think that they're going to have to do one, because if that's a scheduled one for Bagheera, it's got to be, because the braking here, you think down into turn 1, you're going from the very top of top gear down to pretty much bottom gear, and then for the second chicane, same again. Then a big braking, well, bit of braking for the Lesmos, and then another quite a reasonable into Ascari, and then a little bit again for Alboreto. So you are really pounding the brakes here.
Yeah, these brakes take an absolute battering around this venue, and it is tough on the car to get the car stopped from the high rate of speed. And of course, the hotter weather, you know, the brakes, you know, get hotter because of it. Also, with that heat as well, metal expands, so things might not slot into place quite like they would do if they were practicing it from cold before the event. I mean, we were lucky that on Friday morning during practice we were in the pit road seeing some of the teams practicing their pit stops, and some were more well-oiled machines than others, but that again, it was relatively cold compared to so far into this motor race.
Well, it's that pit work is so vitally important. Motorsport really a team effort, and Herbert have been near perfect. They of course have picked up some penalties in execution and coming in and out of the pits, but in general their 992 GT3R running very nicely indeed. The jet black machine with the gold pinstriping, a colour scheme that you wouldn't typically associate with the Porsche, but it doesn't. It looked fantastic. So it really does look good. The number 416, the Bagheera car in GT4, still having issues. The front right is really the area of concern. It seems getting that brake change done. And the thing is, you can, as you said, Paul, you can practice it, but practicing it on a hot race car that's been out there for 5 hours is a bit different.
Yeah, and you're under the pressure as well.
Oh, yeah.
You know, as much as you might practice your pit stops, your tyre changes, your brake pad changes, as much as you might practice that on the Thursday if you were here for the test day and you were wanting to get involved, or if you were here just for the Friday and today and tomorrow, as much as you might want to practice that, it's an entirely different thing when you're into the race and you're all a little bit tired, and it just takes one little fumble sort of nut or anything like that, and the time just flies away.
It does. I do think, though, the more you can practice it, the better. The better prepared you are, the better. Bagheera have got it done, and off they go. So the Mercedes GT4 for Bagheera Racing has lost a couple of laps.
16 minutes.
16 minutes. Wow. Okay, so that's give or take 8 laps. Yeah, that's quite punishing for that squad. We'll see. I mean, you've got to think that given they're running the exact same car, Atlas BX will have to do a brake change as well. And how long will it take them? It did seem that it wasn't going to plan there for Bagheera, but you know, we'll see. CP Racing at the fuel stop, filling up their big Mercedes AMG GT3. That is Joe Foster who's brought that car in from 5th position. You think after the delay that they had, they're still not out of this at all. And for that crew, they'll really want to try and finish in the lead lap in their class and go into tomorrow. Fight can come out swinging. It's an hour and 8 minutes to go, Paul. On all green flag racing, that's not going to give. They're not going to get home on that, but if they get some code 60, they might.
I'm just having a look at if people have served their penalties that they've picked up. So the 21, which is the Haas RT team, they're still outstanding of their 90-second penalty, and the 903, which of course is the Red Ant Racing team, they're still outstanding on their 140-second penalty. A warning though for driver behaviour on track for the 281. That's 981. The 981, sorry, yes. That's the S1 Racing outfit. So obviously they've been
that could be track limits.
Yeah, that could be something like that. Yeah.
Charles Espenlaud hopping into the CP Racing Mercedes as Joe Foster gets out, and Joe getting in. So down in the pits, we've got Lewis McGlade, who has a report for us. Lewis.
Yeah, so I'm down here at Atlas RX, and of course I'm with Stephen Cho. I was with you a bit earlier on. We've just seen some issues for the Bagheera car, having a bit of a brake change, and a very slow one indeed. Are you expecting any brake change in your car?
We don't have one scheduled. Of course, we know what the conditions. It's quite tough on the brakes, so we're being quite careful. But as of now, we don't have a plan to do that.
Are you keeping your eye on the weather for tomorrow as well, just in case?
Well, sure, of course. I mean, weather will play a factor, but it's so hard to tell. It's hard to trust what the different websites tell us. But tomorrow's another day, so we'll see what happens. But so far, so good for us.
Does it make you a little nervous seeing, another GT4 Mercedes doing that, and then thinking, oh, is there something that we've missed or anything like that?
Yeah, it's possible. We have to, of course, keep in mind the mechanical stuff at the end of the race. It's a shame. If it's a scheduled stop, then that's a part of their strategy. If it was a problem, it's a shame. It's still a long day to go tomorrow, and it seems like even a few laps up or down can be recovered in a long race. We'll see what happens.
Well, it looks like things are coming up Atlas at the moment, so I'll let you get back to it and watch over the team. All right, cheers, Steve.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so that was interesting. So we got the brake change for the CP Racing team there whilst Lewis was on with that interview. So even the GT3s are now getting brake changes done as part of their planned schedule.
So they've obviously decided we need to get it done before we go into Parc Fermé. We need to make sure that the car is ready to rock and roll tomorrow. And CP Racing Charles Espenlaud going to get going. Very, very experienced competitor. And off he goes in the CP Racing Mercedes. We've seen Mr. Sandals himself, Rubens Barrichello, back out in the wheel of the number 950 Q1 track racing car. They're running a little bit further down in class, 9th in class at the moment, but fighting on after certainly an adventurous weekend out there so far. So at the front of the field is Elliot Earhart, who leads by just 9 seconds now from Matteo Detri, who's put a real big stint in the Haas RT Audi. But again, that Haas RT crew, they have a big penalty hanging over them, 90-second penalty hanging over them. Ralph Bowen is in third, but 1 minute and 11 seconds further back, so on the lead lap critically. So at the moment, Paul, looks like we've got 3 cars on the lead lap as things stand in GT3.
Yeah, we certainly do, and that's crucial for those teams, for those outfits, to be able to keep on that lead lap and to keep within the chances. It just opens up those chances of getting themselves a potential podium and even looking at potentially a race win for tomorrow. We have got the BMW Italia Ceccato Racing team on pit road. They're getting a service done to their car as well. Leonardo Sanchez brought the car into the pits, and they should be anywhere near finishing their pit stop, because they've been in the pits about 5 minutes 50. In fact, they're just coming out of pit road right now, and it's a change of driver for them.
So leading in the Porsche 992 Cup category, we have car number 909, Red Camel Jordans. They lead by 38 seconds from Neuhofer Rennsport, who kind of burst out the traps really quickly, and they faded back a bit, and then they're now sort of really fighting back, Paul.
Yeah, they're certainly doing a big push now. As we say, they had that blinding start, going from 4th to 2nd in the first turn of the race, and by the start of lap 2, we're going into the lead for the number 15. here in this race. That was a tremendous effort from them and a blinding start from them, but they've then sort of fallen back through the race as things have panned out there. But Red Camel Jordans, though, I'm interested. Can they sneak themselves an overall podium here today? Well, not today, but this weekend.
This weekend. Oh, that's a very good question, Paul. If that's going to be possible. With an hour and 2 minutes to go in this part of the race. So that's us, where are we? 5.5 hours in total. And we've got 6.5 to go from this point. An hour left today and 5.5 hours to go tomorrow. Nick Jonsson on board the RPM Krone racing car in the Porsche 992 Cup category as well. Where do they sit at the moment? They sit in 12th overall and 5th in class as the mighty TCR pits from the lead of GTTCE for a full fill of fuel, and that will take them well through the end of today and into a bit of tomorrow as well for Holmgard Motorsport. So the TCR crew, they could go into tomorrow with a very strong shout at this GTTCE win. And here's a question for you, Paul. Can they get through the 12 hours without a brake change? It's a lighter car.
It is a lighter car.
It's a lot lighter than it normally is as well.
It's
45 kilos lighter.
Yes, we've got to take that into account as well, haven't we, with that balanced performance adjustment for them to just bring them into line a bit more with the GT4s and to give them that chance. So yeah, it could be a possibility that they could go through without a brake change. I'd be interested to see what the actual size of the brakes and the pads are on that car compared to a GT4 car.
Can they handle the punishment? Of course, it's not really built as an endurance racing car in the original guise.
No,
and it's been kind of repurposed in that sense. So interesting, very interesting as we come to the top of with just 1 hour to go in this 12 hours of Monza here in the Creventic 24H series. It's the Scherer Sport PHX crew of Elia Earhart, the Audi, leading by 9.5 seconds for Matteo Detri. Then in third, it's Ralph Bond for Herbert Motorsport with Paolo Bergera for E2P Racing in their Porsche in fourth. Then it's the BMW Italia Cicciato Racing car in fifth. Then in sixth, it's the 992 class leading Red Camel Jordan's car. Luke Boyker's car number 909 there for Team Broikers. They're having a really good run so far in this race, leading the way as things stand. And young Luke Broikers is taking over now with Kyrie Lertz trying to chase him down, although a minute and 17 seconds back. Now Red Ant Racing in second, Kyrie Lertz, they did have a penalty and they have not served it yet. So they have a 2 minute and 20 second penalty hanging over them. So really, the Red Camel Jordan's crew in the lead of this class are looking very, very strong indeed at the moment. Third in that 992 class is Neuhofer Rennsport, who've just gone into the pits for service. So right now, Red Camel Jordans, they have very much reasons to be cheerful. Pit stop then for the Neuhofer Rennsport Porsche Cup car. And driver change going on. It was in the Neuhofer car, it was Felix Neuhofer who brought the car in, and they're going to do a brake change now. So it's brake change o'clock here. Is brake change o'clock here, Paul Smith?
Yeah, it certainly seems that way, but it's all fronts, because they're the ones that are taking the most punishment here at Monza. It's very rare that you see them change the rears because of the way that the brake bias is worked out on these cars as well. You do favour the front of the car more than the rear brakes because of that weight transfer. As soon as you touch that brake pedal, the weight transfers over the front of the car. That's where you need the most of that effort. But yeah, under an hour, my goodness, it's taken a while It's taken us a little while to get here, but we're certainly having a good time of this race.
Well, Lewis McGlade is down in the pits, and Lewis, who else is deciding to put new brakes on the car?
Yeah, so I'm just down at the Holmgard Motorsport car. We were having the questions about whether the TCR would last longer maybe on its brakes than the GT4s. The answer's no. But rather than what we saw with the Bagheera car, where they were changing just the pads, what I'm seeing here is they're effectively taking the entire brake component off, changing discs, pads, and the calipers as well, all in one go. It's something that we've typically seen when it comes to like supercars and GT3 endurance, where they'll basically just take the whole thing off, slap a new one on, and away we go. They are having a bit of difficulty with the front right. The front left's come off quite easily, and then they've put the new one on already. The one that we've just got to the right of us here, that is the old one, but I think they have got it all sorted now, and so the brakes have been changed for the Holmgard Motorsport car.
Thanks, Lewis. That's brilliant work. And tell you what, that Holmgard Motorsport crew, that's a pro outfit there. That's just whole unit off, straight on again.
One thing the driver will be getting reminded of on the radio, though, will be pump the brakes before you get to turn one.
Yes, give them a good pump. Yeah, because that's quite the braking zone. Even when you're coming out the pits, it's still a decent braking zone. So GTX, GTX is kind of coming back forth. It's at the moment it's the number 720 RD Sainz Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo that leads, but then the Noinio Delph Racing Porsche they're circling around there as well. That's going to go down to the wire, I think, in GTX. In GTTCE, it was the TCR car from Holmgard Motorsport, but it now drops into second in class behind the Atlas BX Motorsport car. So Atlas BX Motorsport, where do they sit, Paul, now after that little cycle?
Yeah, so they've done the brake pad change, or not? I'm not 100% sure.
We'll get Lewis to confirm. We'll get him to keep us right.
Yeah, I don't think that they have, and that could be. I mean, the question is, if they're confident with how they're going out there, then yeah, sure, we'll see them do well. I swear I could have seen the roof of a car going really slowly, but that might be just been my eyes deceiving me on one of the camera shots that we had through the Lesmos. But yeah, it's how things pan out. Because if teams are confident, we have just got a message of a slow car in sector 2.
I don't think your eyes weren't
so
deceiving
it wasn't
you.
my eyesight.
Oh
no!
3 for Toro Racing. Toro Racing. Oh, Toro Racing in the Porsche 992 Cup category, and I hate to say it, Paul, it's a rear left. Lokai Low, who's just taken over from Adam Christodoulou, has got a rear left puncture. Oh, what do they have to do?
That's their third puncture on that car. They were, in fact, the last 2 punctures that we've had in this race. I don't know if it's maybe something in the setup of how maybe they've got the camber a little bit more aggressive, perhaps. I don't know. It could be something as simple as just going offline and picking up a cut in the tyre, hitting a curb wrong.
You have to question whether there's a setup issue potentially. That we have seen them on other 992 Cup machines, but it definitely has hit Toro Racing more. And for Lokai Low, this is such a disappointment. He's his first time here at Monza. He's the leader in the Carrera Cup Asia Championship. He's smoking some really fast drivers from Europe who have gone over there. Martin Raginger being one. He's had the measure of Martin Raginger all season. And no problem. Oh, it's the Vortex. No.
That's a code 60.
This could be a code 60 with 53 minutes to go. There is steam pouring out of the front of the Vortex GTX machine. Bodywork damage at the front, and Oh, it's the red Camel Jordan's car, and the doors are opening. The red Camel Jordans. And we have a code 60, so Luke Broiker's getting out the car. This is our leader in the Porsche 992 category. Red Camel Jordans are, well, the car is pulled over, and Luke Broikers is out of the car. Do you know, Paul, though, from the left-hand side of the car, doesn't appear to be much damage at all, but I think they must all be on the right. Or they've had a terminal failure.
I have a funny feeling that, given the damage that's on the Vortex, have the two of them come together and it's been front of the Vortex into the rear?
The Vortex.
Yeah. This is down at the first chicane, down at the Rettifilio. They're in the runoff, so where you can sort of, if you miss your braking, go straight on. And there was plenty of fluid coming out the front of that Vortex as well with that damage. So, but that's huge. Red Camel Racing, I mean, they were they were the leaders.
They were, yes, they were. They were the leader in their class, and for Atlas BX, you know, if they haven't already done their brake change, this is now a great time to do it. If you can get a brake change done in a code 60, there is now a queue at the fuel pumps of mechanics, but not of cars yet. But there will be 51 minutes to go. This is exactly when you would want to fill up the car, and it's going to take you into tomorrow. So Lewis McGlade is down in the pits. He's going to be a busy boy over the next 10 minutes or so. Lewis McGlade is down at Toro Racing. Lewis.
Yeah, obviously it's been a difficult few moments for Toro Racing. Third puncture. Obviously they're kind of working their way back down now. Just gone into code 60 though. Talk us through the emotions right now.
Yeah, because we are actually pretty strong during the weekend. We are pole position in class, and all four of our drivers, I think, are quite strong. And we have a great start. I think, I start from a pole position. We dropped 2 positions, but I think the race pace for us is really good. We're starting to catching up until the puncture, unfortunately. Yeah, so it's, at the moment we seems cannot do that too much because we are actually few laps behind. So it's gonna be a learning race for us to understand the tire more and about the setup and how to use those tires.
Now, like you say, it's been difficult for the team. Is there anything that you can do, like even behind the wheel of the car, to kind of take some load off of the rear left?
Yeah, to be honest, on my second out, after the first puncture, then actually I stay away from the curb. So it seems okay that I keep the car on track for another 80 minutes, which is not too bad, and the pace is still very good. But as a driver, it's always trying to push a little bit more, right? So it's we need to find the right balance. And of course, we wish that we can push to the limit, but it seems that at least on this track, we seem to need to be more careful.
Now, it seems obviously by what you're wearing now, we're not getting back in the car today.
Yeah, exactly.
Heading in tomorrow, though, conditions might be slightly different. Maybe it will favour you a little bit more, especially if it's a bit cooler.
Yeah, actually, the temperature compared with the last race in Spa is much higher. But actually, we're feeling that our pace is really good, and no matter if I start tomorrow or my teammate do the start, will also be a very good one. So it's unfortunately for the puncture, but I think we still will put on a good fight tomorrow.
Well, it's officially crazy town here in pit lane, so we'll let you jump back to it. All right, cheers, mate.
Cheers. Enjoy the race.
Thanks, Lewis. Crazy town, yeah, that's one way to put it. So the rear left of the red Camel Porsche 992 Cup car, yeah, is knocked out, well out of alignment, with some kind of green, what looks like it's been down the side of the barrier at some point. The diffuser on the rear of the red Camel car looks a bit damaged as well, so that could be a reason. We'll get Lewis to find out what exactly happened. We don't have footage for you, unfortunately, folks. So, but we can be sure of it. We will find out what exactly happened there. The end result, though, Paul, is red Camels particularly were in such a strong position, leading 992 by a great margin, and also the Vortex was in the fight for the GTX. The GTX class leader, the RD Sainz car, has been fueled up, but it's now being pushed down the pit lane. So the car has got fuel in it, but it's not moving on its own power. That's bizarre. it's been pushed to its pit box, which unfortunately is quite far down pit lane.
Yeah, that is quite far down pit lane, and the problem for them, of course, is that they only allowed 2 mechanics up at the fueling points. It was just 2 of them. Thankfully, they got a couple of people from another team to help out, and that's actually bump-started the car. So team members from another team, again, we talk about that family spirit that's here in this championship, just able to come along and help out. But yeah, that vortex, the front end, it doesn't look great, and there does appear to be a bit of fluid underneath it. But fortunately, this is off the racing surface. This is just on the escape road.
So I think if you're Red, given that this is going to be quite a long code 60, I would think that if you're Red Ant Racing, get rid of that. Yes, your 2-minute 20 penalty will turn into a 4-minute 40, but that's still, your average speed is going to be, you know, your average speed is going to still be more than 120 kilometers per hour. Around here in a Porsche Cup car, it's going to be more than that, you would think. So therefore, yes, you've got to serve a 4-minute 40 instead of a 2-minute 20 penalty, but it's still a net gain.
We've had a couple of messages come up on our timing screen from Race Control. So one is that the incident between the 2 cars that have been involved in that crash is under investigation, and now the team manager and one of the drivers, it doesn't actually say which driver on our timing screen, have been told to report to Race Control. So they're obviously wanting to hear what their side of the story is first, before then seeing who else before hearing the other side of the story.
Well, it's Lionel Amrouche who was driving the car at the time. So yeah, they'll have a chat about it and see it, and also they'll have a look at the onboard camera footage, telemetry, etc. Rabdan Motorsport have had a brake change, just pads for the front of their Porsche 992 Cup machine. And we've got Lewis McGlade hot-footing his way down to Vortex at the moment to try and get a read on what exactly happened there as well. We do know there's been an incident between the Red Camel Jordan's 992 Porsche and the Vortex, unfortunately. So, once all the pit cycle is shuffled out, we'll get a read on what this is looking like as well. For Haas RT, they've also got a penalty that they would have liked to have served in there. Have they served it? Yes, they have. So they've taken, instead of a 90-second penalty, they've taken a 3-minute penalty. So it's better to do that, take double penalty, but do it under code 60. So dramatic finish. And I love the fact that the marshals here have proper Scottish and Canadian curling style brooms, proper twig brooms or horsehair brooms, and aren't they effective as well? That's it, when proper curling style. That
well, but the thing is, what's the point in using a different type of broom if that does the job?
Could be Trigger's broom though.
Yes, that could be true. It's
the most British reference.
Yes, yeah, I was going to say apologies to our international viewers and listeners. Yes. Yeah, if the old style broom does still work, then why change? Why not still use something that works? But yeah, we're still just clearing up. They've got the Porsche onto the back of the lower loader, and they just finished putting the Vortex on the back of the lower loader. Now, one thing, the 903 has just served its penalty, so Red Ant Racing have served their penalty now, so that's their, well, what was it, 2 minutes 20, so that would be 4 minutes 40.
It would. Do you know who I think might win out of all this, Paul? Is the 955 Willie Motorsport by Ebby Motors, Sabino De Castro. They've kept their nose clean. They started at the back, they had a full front-end rebuild of the car. I think, do you know who I think will be absolutely loving this, watching his team? Fabrizio Broggi, he said he was in the box watching, he'll be going, come on guys, let's do this, let's fight back from that disappointment yesterday. And they're, as Red Camel's hit problems, Red Ant have a big penalty, Willie Motorsport right in this.
Very much so. And again, it's one of the stories of the race. Could they be a potential for our sort of hero of the race to come up through the ranks and to get themselves into a potential 992 race winning position here today. We're still getting the cleanup done and completed, so we're still under code 60 at the moment with 43 minutes remaining in this race.
40 is going to be a sprint to the break point. Sprint to the break point. It is. So now we have under 1 minute to go until the end of the code 60 procedure, and the number 1 Scherer Sport car has just finished putting fuel in. In fact, has completed the pit stop. Once again, Scherer Sport get it absolutely spot on in their Audi, and they're going to head out onto circuit. They've got fuel in. They only would have been able to put in 50%, but I don't think they would have had much more capacity than that anyway. So Scherer Sport, they're in a great spot. Back to green flag racing then here in the 12 hours of Monza. 42 minutes until we hit our intervention break to end part 1 before we go into part 2 tomorrow for 5.5 hours of racing. It's Peter Mackay here alongside Paul Smith in the Global Broadcast Centre. You're watching the 24/8 series here, the 12 hours of Monza, and listening on the Radio Channel Limited network of channels, channel RS3, to listen to us here at Monza. Interestingly, the BMW Ceccato car weaving back and forth, trying to generate a bit of tyre temperature after that code 60 period.
We were under that code 60 for a little while, weren't we?
Yeah.
So, I mean, we've had a total of 32 minutes of code 60, so that was our 4th code 60. So we saw one early on as the debrief between the Vortex and the Red Ant car.
Camels.
Red Camels, sorry, I knew I'd get those two.
They are both red.
At one point. Yeah, they are both red. But a little bit of a debrief between the two drivers to decide, well, was it you at fault or was it me at fault? I can guarantee that both drivers will think it was the other's fault.
Well, I know our intrepid pit reporter Lewis McGlady is trying his best to get an idea what is happening. Great work, Lewis. Brilliant stuff. So back to racing then. What does this all mean? Well, it does mean as things shake out that Scherer Sport are still leading from Herberth by 1 minute and 24 seconds. Now, did Herberth go? I think yes, they did. They did come in during that code 60 period. I think it was just for a bit of a top off though. Haas RT, they're in 3rd, and have they served their penalty? Yes, they have. So Haas RT, that code 60 actually was just what they needed. So I say, just waiting for them to come through over the line. It's showing that they're several laps down, but that's not. I think they're two laps off the leader, one behind Ralph Bond. So there's, as things stand, yeah, it's about just going to be, I think, on the lead lap for Herberth, with Scherer Sport in the lead. It does take a moment to shuffle around.
Yeah, it does. For our, especially at the end of a code 60, just for the timing screen to update itself, to get itself all organised. But we are back now. It is actually 43.4 seconds between the front two, so the timing screen is still sorting itself out. 43 seconds between first and second place. That's Scherer Sport, PHX, and Herberth Motorsport. So yeah, that's it's just me. That's grown a little bit, hasn't it? Then to 43 seconds, because it was in the 30s earlier on.
It's gone back and forth. It's been hard to tell really, but I think that we've now got a more accurate picture. So yeah, 43 seconds the gap, and yeah, they've got a bit of an advantage there to Haas RT in 3rd, BMW Italia Ceccato in 4th, and then E2P Racing there in 5th. And they've got Pablo Braguera, who's the least experienced driver in the car. He's actually been able to get a reasonable chunk of his driving time. In fact, yeah, 1 hour and 2 minutes. So Pablo, he does have his driving time complete now in that car. So he can. That's really good. So they can actually put they can put any of their other drivers in as they wish from now on. They've got that flexibility in that car. CP Racing, third in AM. They've got a couple of minutes up to E2P Racing. So yeah, it really has shuffled things around as well in that code 60 period. So 38 minutes to go then before we hit the midway point in this 12 hours of Monza. And in the GTX category, well, we did see a problem there for the Super Trofeo Lamborghini for RD Sainz. Nevertheless, it still leads the class by 55 seconds from Nono Delph Racing. And of course, unfortunately, the Vortex V8 machine is sadly wounded and doesn't look like it's going to be challenging for that GTX classes. Both the 909 Red Camel Porsche and the Vortex get brought back to the pits on the flatbed. A sad end to the day for them, unfortunately.
Be interested to see if both of those cars do get out for tomorrow, because they will be able to do some work on them. They'll take a penalty under Parc Fermé, but with the series encouraging teams to keep the cars in the race, I mean, as long as they've got parts and as long as the cars aren't damaged to the point that the scrutineer is not happy in terms of the safety side of things, then I don't see why they couldn't get those two cars back out again for tomorrow's part of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And for, Red Camel Jordans, they're a regular competitor here. They'll really ideally like to get a finish and get the subsequent points for that. So what it means is that for Red Ant Racing, it looked like it was all going wrong, and then they've been able, with that code 60, they've been able to serve a 2-minute and 20-second penalty and still come out leading the class. It does mean that they've gone back into the lead of the Porsche Cup category, but that code 60 has also meant that the chance of a Porsche Cup car getting on the podium just got a lot more difficult.
Yeah, it did. I think we were more sort of hopeful that we would see a Cup car on the podium overall, but yeah, with that incident down at turn 1 and with the Red Ant Racing team getting their penalty sorted, has just dropped them back from the others, the GT3s that are up there in the top 7 places of this race.
Martin Raginger is absolutely on it at the moment. 3rd place at the moment in the Neuhofer Rennsport car. He is lapping at 3 seconds quicker than Sabino De Castro up the road and 2 seconds quicker than Yannick Redant. He's got 29 seconds to get up to P2. So Martin Raginger is engaged beast mode. Raginger has, he's loving these hot conditions. But this is what it's, going out racing places like Carrera Cup Asia, Sepang, massive track temperature, massive temperature inside of the car. He's more than ready for this kind of thing.
Would you say that he's almost ragging it around the track?
I'd been restrained and not done that, but I'm sure he's heard that one more than once. Yes, he is ragging it. Yes, good one. Here we are, over the grandstand.
Yeah,
that one.
Thank you for setting me up for that.
Yep, good. You just couldn't help yourself.
No, of course I couldn't help myself.
Okay, Lewis McGlade is down in the pits, and he's down at Red Ant Racing. Lewis.
Yeah, I've obviously got Kai Relertz here. I mean, you just did a mega stint. There were points where you kind of lost it. There was a penalty for the team. You came into the pit lane, you were stationary for a while, and yet still back into the race lead. What a mega stint.
Yeah, it was a really long stint, 2 hours, so it was quite long, but it was nice. And the penalty, I was thinking we were never going to come out first again. So I was really happy when the team told me, yes, we are leading again. So that's really good.
Now, I was talking to your mum and dad earlier, so I already kind of know the answer to this question. How many races have you done in a car?
This is my 2nd race. I have done 1 race in Spa, the Belka race. It was a 3-hour race where I also did 1 hour 14. So this is my 2nd really race in the car.
which is, in my opinion, is insane. 2 races in, and you're looking mad fast. Where do you get that kind of confidence from? You've been karting since you were 6, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. We went one time testing in Zolder, and with the team they helped me a lot with engineering and learning how the car is rotating in the corner and how to really brake with this car. So this really helped me, and I'm also thankful for the team that they helped me with this. So I think the team did a great job to make this forward for me.
Now, it must be quite the experience, obviously, you know, 16, coming out here, racing on a circuit like this, in a car like that. It's incredibly fast. It's surely got your adrenaline going.
Yeah, it's really fast. The straights are really, really long, and then you go from a really high speed to a really hard braking point. So it's really challenging to also get maximum out of the corner, but also don't lose a lot on the exit because the straight is so long.
What's it like doing a 12-hour race for starters, which is hard work, but when it's split across 2 days as well? That's been quite odd.
Yeah, it's different. I would like to drive one time in the night, so hopefully in the next race we'll be also in the night.
Well, Kai, we'll let you get back to it, all right? Have fun.
Thank you.
Kai Rilert's there, and yeah, 16 racing around Monza in a Porsche Cup car. That's the dream, isn't it?
Yeah. I suddenly feel very old. I almost caught myself earlier with Adam Christodoulou saying the young man, because he is about 5 years younger than me. So
He's the experienced hand in that team. He's guiding his teammates. Oh, now Atlas BX, oh no, it's okay. Atlas BX had the right-hand indicator on there. Dongyi No just allowing one of the faster GT3 cars to go through. I thought it was, oh no, he's pulling over with an issue, but no, just to say, on you go, after you. It was one of the Porsche, excuse me, it was one of the BMW GT3s going by, the Ceccato car. So, the Red Ant Racing, I mean, I have to say, I agree with Kai Rilert's there. I did not expect them to come out in the lead after serving 4 minutes in the penalty box. It's been a pretty, how should we say, dramatic start to this 12 hours of Monza today. And Kai Rilert and Red Ant Racing at the moment, they lead the way by 1 minute and 17 seconds from Spino de Castro and Billy Motorsport by Ebby Motors. Martin Ragginger is incredibly quick at this moment. He's just in the time we've had that interview, he's piled 8 seconds out of the Billy Motors car.
They're giving it a go, aren't they? They're really trying to get closed up. But at this point, it's just, again, it's about being on that lead lap, and because the Willie Motorsports by Ebby Motors car is within a lap of the Red Ant Racing, they're only 1 minute 17 back. It doesn't matter how far away that they are at this stage.
No. And they might have filled the car up as well. You know, they could be in a really good spot in terms of fuel, as the Toro Racing car and the Toro Racing Porsche Cup car and the Bagheera GT4 Mercedes having a bit of a disagreement here on track coming out of Ascari. So 29 minutes to go then, and you're absolutely right, Paul. In 992, with 3 cars on the lead lap. So GTX then, it's RD Sainz who lead the way as the former GTX competitor Vortex gets pushed into the garage. A very, very sad-looking race car now. Quite a lot of damage there at the front of that car. There was quite a lot of damage at the rear of the Red Camel Jordan's Porsche. Maybe it's, I'm speaking as a policeman's grandson here, but there seems to be a connection there. Yeah, correlation, that's what I was looking for. But we don't know for sure.
Yeah, that is for sure. Oh, a big piece of rubber got run over by the TCR car, and it went flying down the back straight there. Another thing with this race being split is at least they will be able to get the road sweepers on to the track after this portion of the race, so that when we come to tomorrow's race, we've got a nice clear racetrack for the start of the final 5.5 hours.
A little bit of extra context for us. We're getting a penalty coming through car number 701. That is the Vortex, a 60-second time penalty for causing a collision.
Well, that pretty much confirms what we thought from. So yeah, the grandson of a policeman is absolutely right. The correlation between the damage that was on the front of the Vortex and the rear of the red. Oh my goodness, I've lost track of them. Red Camel, Jordan's team. That will have correlated to what the race control have decided, which is that the Vortex was at fault, and at least that one thing that we'll say about the Vortex this round is that they haven't had the issue that they had in the first 2 rounds at Mugello and at Spa of the wheel just separating itself from the rest of the car.
That was scary.
Yeah.
That was very scary seeing that happen. So yeah, that's a really difficult one. Well, you know, we've got one less flying ant in our commentary box because one just went straight down my throat there. Apologies, folks.
Wonderful.
So that was not so nice. Not so nice. 27 minutes left on the clock. And E2P Racing Porsche in the hunt for the AM class race. In fact, they're 24 seconds behind William Thomas Frere for BMW Italia Racing. The BMW Italia Racing car is going a little bit quicker at the moment, but very much so in their class. E2P Racing are on the lead lap in their class. That's the key thing there as well. So the AM is really gonna rage on. CP Racing now, I tell you, CP Racing is very, very close. Are they on the lead lap in their class? It's very, very tight. It's remarkably close.
So it is around sort of 2 minutes. It's getting close to that 2-minute mark, isn't it? That's what, about 56, 57 seconds gap? They might just be off the lead lap for the AM, GT3 AM, with that sort of gap, because they're lapping around here at like, just look at there. So CP Racing last lap was a 1 minute 50.9. That's matching the leader's pace.
That's fast. Yeah, that's Charles Espenlaub, and they've wound him up. They've wound him up. They're saying there's no in and out burgers for you when we get home if you don't get this race car up the order. Okay, boss, okay. That's fantastic pace from Charles Espenlaub. And that was what Shane Lewis mentioned. You know, they had a puncture and it was under green, and they had to do the whole lap on the damaged tyre. If they can get into the evening break on the lead lap of their class, watch out for that CP Racing Mercedes. They will be a force to. They always are a force to be reckoned with. But it almost looked like that puncture was going to take them out of it, Paul. But no problem.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it was unfortunate at the time of the puncture, and but still keeping themselves in the race and keeping themselves in the hunt of the AM podium with Land, and Land have not come back out, by the way, from the pits after trying their car after that brake issue that they think was linked to the puncture that they got. So they've kept the car on pit road. The HRT performance car as well, that electrical problem has obviously just not been able to fix that, and they've been on pit road for over 5 hours now, so I think their day is done. And of course we didn't see the Autolanda sport car take the start either, so we have had a few fall by the wayside, unfortunately, here in this race, but certainly we've still got a really competitive field out there that's carrying on racing.
You bet we do. You bet we do. And Sherrowsport PHX and Herberth, you know, 2 real heavyweight teams battling away. Audi versus Porsche fantastic at the front of the field. They look like they're going to go into the overnight break in a really strong position, and the two cars on the overall lead lap, they will start then from the front row side by side going into tomorrow's second part of the races. As you say that, Sport with that little bit of 23 minutes to go, they don't need to lead overall going in. They actually want to go into tomorrow on the lead lap with the most amount of fuel in. So Herberth might have to cover this off.
This is where strategy comes into play, and this is where team bosses earn their stripes. And yeah.
Well, the strategists do. The strategists say the team boss doesn't do strategy. I do strategy.
The team boss employs the strategist, so therefore
they pay the bills. Write the checks. That's very true. Very good point. Yes. Eli Earhart, the smiling German, has brought that leading Sport car then into the pits and filling up with fuel, and that will then put them in a really good position for the start of the race, because then they'll go in on the front row of the grid on the lead lap, and by the way, they'll have a full tank of fuel as well. Now, number 9, oh no, not again. Number 930, Porsche Cup, not again. Not left rear puncture. I don't know if I've ever seen a race of this length with a single car get 4 punctures. Oh, as the Red Camel Jordan's car it's found its way back into the garage, and the team just looking to see what the damage is. And is it fixable? Lewis McGlade tries best to try and get some sort of reaction for the team if we can. What did Toro? What's going wrong? It's weird.
If Toro Racing didn't have any bad luck, they wouldn't have any luck at all.
No. And the cars have been run by HRT. Yes, have we seen it for the other HRT cars? I think one of them. I think didn't Rabdan had one. Or am I imagining things? Am I going delirious in this heat?
No, they didn't have one.
They haven't had one, so I'm going delirious in this heat. So it's the only. So there is a bit of a mystery there then. So the Red Camel Jordan's car, a lot of damage down the left-hand side. Whether that was cause or effect. I mean, we got confirmation that race control they decided very quickly that it was a 60-second penalty for causing the incident for the Vortex that was involved in that car with the Red Camels Porsche 992.
Michael Doppelmayr behind the wheel of the Sport PHX car, back out. So 2 minutes.
He's just gone
38.
down. He's just got off the lead lap. So De Herberth do they play a different card now? De Herberth just run this to the end, put them a lap down. So Herberth could go to the to the finish of this first part of the race. So Lewis McGlade has got a word from Red Camel Racing. Lewis, what's the story down there?
Yeah, obviously no one wants to come for an interview right now, and I can understand it. Luke's a little bit shaken behind. He seems fine, absolutely fine, but still was going into the braking zone at turn 1 at the Rettifilia. Has overtaken the Vortex car going into the braking zone, and then the Vortex car's misjudged its braking, gone straight into the rear end of the Red Camel car. Now the damage is quite bad, but they are working quite hard on it. I don't know whether they're going to be able to fix it and be out for tomorrow. It's not looking great. The Vortex car also doesn't look great either. It's a lot of damage on the front end, all kind of bent in. They've got a lot of people, all hands on deck, working on them. It's tough for both these teams, especially for the Red Camel car that was running so strong. They were doing everything perfectly. I was having a chat with a couple of team members, and they were saying it's almost harsher because it's not through their own mistake. It's through the mistake, at least as they feel, of someone else. It's tough, it really is, but like you say, these teams, they'll work really hard, they'll try and put the car back together again, and hopefully get it back out for the 5.5 hours tomorrow.
Thanks, Lewis, great stuff, brilliant work getting that word. And Paul, what do you see?
Well, we've got an on-board shot from one of our cars, and one of the team is working away. Now, it looks to be the safety strap. It is the safety netting to the right of the driver that he was working on to try and get that. It's almost like it's come loose, and that's on the Toro Racing by HRT Performance. So they've come in to get the tyre change that they've got a puncture on, but now it appears that the driver netting that's to the right of the driver, it's a left-hand drive car, must have come loose, and they're having to repair that now.
I have to say, I've never seen that repaired before. I've seen a lot of first things. I mean, and both of them have been in the Toro Racing car, unfortunately. What a shame. What a shame for Toro Racing. They were on class pole, don't forget. It was an amazing performance because it requires performance from all three drivers. It's an average time taken across three drivers. And as the team continue to struggle to get it to fit, it's almost like it's the bolt sheared or something like that it goes into. Sure, it's much more advanced than that, but what a shame for Toro Racing. 4 punctures and now a problem with the safety netting.
And that's the point. It is a safety feature. They do have to repair it. They've got it repaired now. Back out of pit road, and a very, very heavy right foot on pit exit now, I must say, from the driver.
From Lokai Low.
But it is a safety feature on every one of these cars, so they do have to have that in a fit state before they can go back out.
Okay, right. So we'll try and. It was all go there as well. At least we got a bit more of a colour for you there on what happened with the Vortex and the Red Camels car, and they will get to work in the garages, and hopefully we will see them back out on track again. So 16 minutes to go then here at Monza as we race into the early evening, just coming up towards 6:15 local time. And it is Herbert Porsche who lead. Now, this is a game of poker. We thought we were playing blackjack earlier with do you come in on the code 60, do you stick and twist? Now we're playing poker. Herbert Motorsport, they've got a choice. They can either stay out and put Sheriffsport a lap down, or they can be nice and they can say, Sheriffsport, come back and join us on the lead lap, but we're going to fill up our tank as well. To be honest, if I was Herbert, I'm going to put them a lead lap down.
Yeah. There's only 6 minutes left of the fuel station being open as well, so time is running out for them to be able to make that decision. But if you're comfortable in your strategy, then why change it to reacting to another team?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I have to say, I did not expect them to put Sheriffsport a lap down. I did not expect that to happen. I think that changed the game. If they hadn't put Sheriffsport a lap down after that pit stop, then they would have had to cover it off because they would have stayed on the same lap but wouldn't have had anywhere near as much fuel tank. So really, really difficult for that as well. In the Neuhofer car, the Neuhofer Rennsport car, fighting hard for second position. Martin Raginger has run down Willie Motorsport by Heavy Motors, Sabina De Castro, and that is your fight for second position in 992. Meanwhile, a 992 car that's really not had a good day is Toro Racing, and Lewis McGlade has Adam Christodoulou.
Yeah, Adam, it's been a really tough day for the team. Another puncture. What's going on? Have you got any understanding as to what's happened?
We're really not sure. It's one of those, like, we had a great day the first few days, and then as soon as we put the new tyre on during testing, we ended up with 2 punctures, and so we've adjusted the setup accordingly. And then yesterday, before qualifying, we decided, right, what we'll do is we'll go out and we'll just ease a few sets of tyres into it. We're thinking maybe this might help, but yeah, the 4th puncture, I don't know, something's not right. What we think is that it's a temperature-related thing. Obviously, Monza being such a high-speed circuit, the more camber you run, the more it heats up the inside edge, but yeah, we've never ran such a little camber on a car before, and so we can't even blame it on that. We're running less than okay, sadly this car is out, had an electrical issue, but we're running less camber than the other car, and for whatever reason, it keeps on failing on us. So I think it's something to do with if we push a bit too hard in the first 10 laps, it must just get too hot and it's just letting go on us.
Now, are there any positivities to take from the day? Because the cars looked fast when it's been going round. You know, you've had some speed, the team's had some speed. Obviously, like moving forward, there's a lot of positivity to take from that. Maybe, obviously, tomorrow's going to be difficult, but still.
It's good for the tyre guys. We're buying a lot of tyres, I guess. It's difficult. I think we're 5 or 6 laps down now. So the reason Eric and the rest of the Chinese guys are coming over here is because they're racing in the BCCA Championship, and they're just using it for additional testing, basically. And so I guess we'll send those boys out for a few more stints tomorrow if they want, just for more preparation for the rest of their season. They're both leading. LKL and Eric are both leading their championships in their categories out in the BCCA. So yeah, more testing for them only gives them the advantage for the rest of their season.
Now you're a busy man. You're racing in a fair amount. What's your plan for the rest of the year?
So I'm off to America on Monday. So I'm going over there for the rest of the GT World Challenge events in America. So I've got that to look forward to. Hopefully I'll be back for 1 or 2 more of these if they don't clash with some of the other races I'm doing. I'll be going back to the Nürburgring for the 12 hours as well, and might jump in a classic or 2 as well.
Sounds not too bad. Again, focus on the positivities and move forward. It's been a difficult day, but cheers for joining us.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Oh, Adam Christodoulou, what a pro. To be able to keep a smile on your face when you get these days in racing where just nothing goes your way, and sometimes you're not going to know why.
Yeah, and to keep it going like he did, and to actually come and speak to us as well says a lot about him. You know, it's very easy to talk to the media when you're winning and you're doing well, but when things are going against you, to come and speak to us is certainly a real something that Adam has done there. So thank you very much to him. We did get a final couple of fuel stops coming in, including our race leaders onto pit road to the fueling area. So Herbert Motorsport deciding they'd rather have a full tank tomorrow.
So it's better to have a full fuel tank and potentially save a pit stop tomorrow, which of course is easily a lap, if not more. So Herbert there, that's what they're putting themselves in. They've been, well, at the moment, so far in this race, they've been very much the do your homework on Friday, not on Sunday night job, where they're filling up their fuel, so they're prepared for tomorrow, and they've kept Robert Renauer in the stable, the stallion waiting, ready to be unleashed. Haas RT also getting their fuel in. They're going to have to be quick though, because the pits close in 55 seconds.
Yeah, so I think it'll just be a case of get what you can, and then get out there and get back up underway, as even more teams are getting fuel as well. So a late rush at the pumps from a few of our teams out there today.
It is. So interesting to hear there from Adam Christodoulou about how they are. It's not as if they're taking liberties on setup or anything like that. They're trying everything they know that normally would fix the problem, and it's a shame for Toro Racing, who brought some really fast drivers over, Eric Zhang and Jinzi Zi and Lokai Lo, some really good drivers from China, and it's hopefully, like I say, they'll be able to just keep on trucking. And for someone like Lokai Lo, who's, you know, if you win the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, it can open a lot of doors internationally. He's clearly looking at that, and if you want to, you know, open up those doors internationally in GT racing, well, endurance is what you need to get experience of.
And what a perfect venue to learn that endurance. I mean, it's the hard way today.
It is learning the hard way today. Yeah.
But it gets you that experience, and I think Adam made a very good point of, they're over here to get experience, so they might do extra stints tomorrow. That is a really good plan to take if you're wanting those drivers to build that experience. Perfect idea.
Yeah. And with, you know, we've seen there've been a lot of attrition today. There's been incidents. There's been other things. They can get, if it's cooler tomorrow. You mentioned it was a temperature thing. If it's cooler tomorrow, they could have no problems at all. And well, we'll see. We'll keep a close eye on the number 930 Toro Racing car. 9 minutes to go then, and Herbert is still in the pit, but I think it's okay if you go in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, one of the Renauer brothers, it's either Alfred or Robert, they're identical twins. He's on the air jack, so that is, it's a proper family team, isn't it? Fantastic.
I'll tell you what, it's quick on the little tyre changes as well.
He is. Air jack out. Off they go.
Though it got held just momentarily there. Was that a case of we don't want to pick up an unsafe pit exit, pit release penalty?
Could have been.
Yeah.
Could have been. And,
yeah, because there was a GT4 that came out as well. The Team ACP Tangerine Associates were coming out as well. So yeah, hold the car, don't get a penalty, because we have seen one
get it for that.
awarded. So although it was rescinded, that one wasn't.
No, that was the Scherer.
Yes,
they got it rescinded. So I think it's okay if you, as long as you don't enter the closed pit, you're all right once you're in. But still a bit like the swimming pool, the cold swimming pool on holiday. So that means that Herbert, they've gone in at the very last moment of when they can fill up. So therefore, they will go into tomorrow with more fuel than any of their GT3 rivals. They are currently 12 seconds behind our race leader, Scherer Sport. Now, it's not really necessarily much of a difference if they finish first or second here, because they will start on the front row regardless, and it's pretty much even Stevens. There's very little in it. But that being said, Ralph Bowen's pace today has been absolutely electric, and judging at Michael Doppelmayer's lap last time by, a 1:56, Ralph Bowen's got 5 seconds in hand on that. So actually, with 3 laps to go, they might come across the line almost nose to tail.
This could be a really, really intriguing end to the first part of this race for GT3. I didn't think that we'd end up with this sort of situation, and yet here we are. Not the best run through the Rogier chicane there as well from the Scherer Sport PHX car. So yeah, just not getting the line right can really affect you that time. Although, but we'll say though, the Herbert Motorsport car, not only the most fuel, freshest tyres as well.
Freshest tyres, yeah. And actually, do you want to batter your tyres for 6 minutes and put them on? I think really right now for Herbert, they're just going to put as little stress through these tyres as you can.
I've just seen the Vortex leave the pit road.
Get out. I mean, there is a lot of parts that just clip on and off of it, but I mean that's amazing. So I feel like that happened a very short while ago. Well, Vortex do have a 60-second penalty to serve, but they are.
It was 34 minutes.
Wow, 34 minutes to get that car repaired and back out again. True spirit of endurance. Big props to the guys at Vortex. Lionel Anrush takes that car out. I did wonder what you'd seen. It's like you'd seen a unicorn flying over, and you're like, Vortex is back out on track. What it does mean that in GTX, well, we've got another change in GTX. We've seen the 911 car, Martin Schulter, leading in GTX at the moment by 28 seconds from the RD Sainz car. Now, the 911 car has been in the pits 9 times. The RD Sainz Lamborghini Trofeo car 11 times. So is that the secret to the 911 crew, just keeping that car ticking over? When you think of what they've gone through in the last 24 hours to get that car on track, and well, they'll be delighted if they can get into. I think that's a big mental thing for the team as well. If they can get into tonight as the class leader, regardless of the fuel, the tyres, whatever, that's a big pat on the back, a big imaginary pat on the back from mentally for the team.
Yeah, and it means that the Vortex is running slow. So it's come out of pit road as the Vortex. We've got white flags being waved down towards the Iscara chicane, and it is the Vortex that is running slow. And is it just me, or is the front right? No, it is just me this time. But obviously, all is not well. They've done a sterling job to get the car back out onto track. but it's not as it should be.
No. Race cars tend not to like a thump into the back of another one. That's such a shame. That's such a shame for the Vortex. So 3.5 minutes to go, and what that will mean, that did seem to delay Michael Doppemeyer in the lead of the race just a little bit. So we'll see how that affects the gap at the front of the field. Doppemeyer comes over the line to complete the 186th lap of the race. And you think that's a fair old distance we've got under our belts in these 6.5 hours in this first portion of the 12 hours of Monza. 5.5 hours tomorrow. Now, change in the Porsche Cup category. Neuhofer Rennsport, Martin Raginger up into the lead-in class, and now leads from Sabino De Castro, and Yannick Redan is in third. But I think Redan Racing have maybe come in to do a fuel stop to make sure they're on the lead lap, but so that they've given away the class lead, but they go into tomorrow with more fuel in the tank.
Yeah, Neuhofer are 5 times down pit road, whereas the two behind them are 7 times down pit road. So, maybe playing the strategy game there and just working that one out towards the end. But we are through towards the final 2 minutes of this opening portion of the race. This has flown by today.
It really has. It really has. Thoroughly enjoyed calling the action. It's Peter Mackay and Paul Smith up here in the Global Broadcast Centre, just opposite the front of the grid here at Monza. And then we've got Lewis McGlade down, working hard, pounding the pits up and down the pit lane, getting the reaction from the drivers and the teams. It's been an eventful and exciting start to this 12-hour race weekend. And we'll get a chat from some of our drivers when they come into Parc Fermé and see how they feel about how they're going into tomorrow's race. So Ralph Bon in second for Herbert Motorsport. He's just dropped back a little bit. Now the timing screen just sorted itself out. It's about a minute back, but that's fine. He's got his fuel. The leader has now started their final lap. Michael Doppemeyer is heading on now around the Curva Biasano, Curva Grande, and then round towards the Seconda Variante, the second chicane. So it looks like it's going to be Scherer Sport PHX who lead then into the evening break here in the 12 hours of Monza. And they played the strategy absolutely perfectly. They've called every code 60 just right.
Yeah, absolutely. Just getting the timing right on their pit entry on code 60, just so that they're able to get that worked out, and it's given them a great lead. Of course, everything resets itself come tomorrow, so that 1 minute lead that they've got will be wiped out.
Gone.
It's gone, and certainly the drivers will then have to reset and see how they go again tomorrow.
So around the Ascari chicane then goes the Scherer Sport PHX Audi. It was formerly Phoenix Racing. They paired up over the last few years with Scherer Sport. Scherer Sport taking more of a view in that team now as well, but they continue to get the same results they're used to. They're leading at this break point. Likewise in TCR and very close in GT-TCE, but the TCR leader, Homeguard Motorsport, they sit second in GT-TCE. But around the final corner then, out of the Alboreto curve, checkered flag waves, and as the caps are up there, Michael Doppelmayr takes the checkered flag and leads into the evening here in part 1 of the 12 hours of Monza, and will start on pole position tomorrow with 5.5 hours of racing ahead of them. Great stuff there from Michael Doppelmayr, the Austrian ace. And then in second will be Herbert Motorsport. So it looks like we're going to have 2 cars that will finish on the lead lap. The Scherer Sport PHX Audi and the number 91 Herbert Porsche. Down to Lewis McGlade down in the pits.
Yeah, got Pierre Caffer here. I mean, you've had some mega stints today. You've been in the car an awful lot, to be honest. It's been hot out there, it's been sticky out there, it's been difficult, but how does it feel to have the car on top past the halfway point of the race?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's fantastic, first of all, and thanks to the whole crew. They have done an amazing job, and also to my teammates. It was a pleasure to drive the Audi today, because in every stage or a single lap I enjoy to drive the Audi R8 Evo 2, and as you said, it's halfway through now. Tomorrow is another important race. For us, it has been 2 difficult races so far, and we are really pleased that we have no contact, everything is smooth, no tire puncture, as we have seen that a couple of cars struggle today. We put a lot of effort the last couple of days to find a setup which is really nice to the tire, and I have to say the partnership with Hankook is great, and also the whole series, a 24-hour race. It's nice to see how Creventic is improving and developing, and I'm really looking forward for tomorrow.
Now, before I let you run off, what can we expect from you tomorrow? What can we expect from the team?
Well, we have to do the strategy tonight, and you know, it's always who is starting, the driving time, and so on. It's quite complex, the Creventic series, and the nice thing is once you think everything is under control, you have a code 60 or wrong place on the track, and everything is changing again. But I like the endurance races, and I like the Creventic, and I'm really looking forward for tomorrow.
Well, mega stints today. I'll let you get back to it. Cheers, Pierre.
Thank you.
He was the star of the show, was Pierre Caffer today, and really brought that Sheriff Sport PHX Audi up into that commanding position, and his teammates really, as Pierre Caffer teed it up, and his teammates knocked it straight out of the park. Great run from the Sonax Cupra Leon Competition TCR, Holmgard Motorsport, Martin Vedel Mortensen taking that car to the checkered flag. It's the only car in the TCR category, but did it finish? I think it just finished off the lead lap in the GT/TCE category. So work to do for the TCR crew tomorrow, by my reckoning.
It's a 1:48 gap.
But it's been classified with 175 laps rather than 176.
We'll have to look at the official.
Yes, I think so. I think so. But by my reckoning, that would be a lap down. However, they did fill up with fuel very close to the end, so they will that couldn't come back to them.
Yeah.
I'm loving this GT4 versus TCR battle on equal terms. It's fantastic stuff. As the drivers come back under a very controlled speed, they'll go into Parc Fermé. The covers will be thrown over the cars. The teams aren't allowed to touch them. Just go and have dinner, guys. Go and have breakfast in the morning. You still can't work on them. Roll them out onto the grid tomorrow, and we go racing again. 5.5 hours. This is one 12-hour race split into 2 parts. Very unique here to the 24H series, and as Pierre Caffer says, it's fantastic. I love it too. I love it too. So 2 cars on the lead lap in GT3 in the Porsche Cup class. Oh, Neuhofer looking like they finished a lap ahead. Again, we'll wait for official confirmation on that, but Neuhofer definitely leading into the break. So let's go down to the pits with Lewis McGlade, who's with Roy Edlund from the Sonax Holmgard Motorsport team.
Yeah, it was an amazing day yesterday in qualifying. We were seeing this sort of David versus Goliath story. How's it feel to come through the day? Yes, I know second in this GT/TC sort of category type thing, but how's it feel right now?
We're quite happy. We were a bit unlucky with the code 60 and the brake change, but I think we are in a good position for tomorrow, and we're 1 lap behind the leader, but I think they also had the need to do a brake change before the checker flag, so we'll see. If we are lucky tomorrow with the code 60 and everything and the fueling, maybe.
What are your thoughts on the GT/TC sort of crossover category? I know it's it's non-championship, but it's still a bit of fun, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. It's like you said, it's like David versus Goliath, and it's cool to to compete against the bigger cars. But of course, we should see the more TCR cars. That's been the most fun, of course.
And strategically, have you played any cards towards the end of today to get you ready for tomorrow? Because of course we're all under park firming now. We're all kind of ready for it.
Yeah, of course we have the guys from Cupra has been thinking strategic all day because this is not a race we can win on pure speed. We have to be tactical. So, yeah.
Right, perfect. Thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Brilliant stuff. Thanks for that one. Thanks for that one, Lewis. And yeah, indeed, they are confirming. Then they are just one lap behind, but they've been thinking strategically. They're ready to go. The cars all lined up in the holding in there. You see, there's no one allowed to go near them. No one allowed to touch them. That's it. They are under park firming conditions. They will have a cover thrown over them, and that is that. In GTX, what a story this is. The 911 Racing crew, they didn't know if they were going to make the start today. They had a part flown in. They were up at 4 o'clock in the morning. This has been a huge thing for them. They are your leader going into the night in GTX. Sport PHX then, they are your overall leader and one of only 2 cars on the lead lap going into tomorrow's race with Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Sitting third are BMW Italia Ceccato Racing. They lead in GT3 AM. Haas Racing Team are in fourth. You can never write off that Audi there. E2P Racing, a great run for the Spanish crew with their Porsche, with Pablo Berguera putting in a good stint towards the end of the race. CP Racing recovering from a puncture. They come in sixth. Kessel Racing, they've kept their nose clean all day. They're in seventh. And then it's the first of our Porsche 992 Cup cars. Martin Raginger putting in a great final stint to take that Neuhofer Rennsport car into the lead of the class going into the overnight break. Sitting ninth overall and second in that Porsche Cup category is the Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors car, which again they fought through from the back of the grid and did a super job there as well. Red Ant Racing, they've served a big penalty, but they are right there in the hunt also. They're third in class, 10th overall. Then it's RPM Racing and Rabdan Motorsport by HRT Performance, 5th in class, 12th overall. Neunwood Elf Racing, they are your leader overnight in GTX. What a story for that crew, and getting ahead of the mighty RD Sainz Ciole Racing Team Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Then it's S1 Racing, 15th overall, and Toro Racing, spare a thought for them, 16th overall with 4 punctures and an issue with the safety netting in the car, but they continue to forge on. When Lokai Low in that last stint, putting in some very good lap times indeed. Q1 Track Racing, Rubens Barrichello took that car to the checkered flag in 17th. Then it's your GTTC leader, Atlas BX Motorsport, but we believe they need a brake change before going into the depth of the race tomorrow. Team ACP by Tangerine Associates, they sit second now in GT4. Bagheera, after their delay during their brake change, they sit third in GT4. Red Camel Jordans, it's going to be difficult to get them back out tomorrow. Likewise for the Vortex and Land Motorsport and HRT Performance, unfortunately hitting issues that have taken them out of the running in this first part of the race. And don't forget the TCR machine, of course. The TCR for Home Guard Motorsport, the Sonax-backed machine, is right there in the hunt for the GTTCE category, of course. They're here for the TCR Championship as well, and we'll see how they get on tomorrow. with Shera Sport PHX, who took the honours. Join us tomorrow, 10:30 local time. We're live from 10:15 local time for part 2 of the 12 hours of Monza. Join us then. Goodbye.